the second day of PISM Strategic Ark. We ask you to take your seats.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the PISM Strategic Ark Forum here in Warsaw. I am Peter Duran, and it is my deep honor to be the Master of Ceremonies for this very serious discussion about strategy and, most importantly, about winning. I am very excited to kick us off for our second day. Congratulations to everyone who has returned after the first day. We must have said something that kept you coming back. So I'm looking forward to the discussions this morning. All right, so we're going to start off on an extremely serious topic. I think it'll set the right tone, again, for this period of extraordinary politics that we face. And in that moment, it is necessary to identify what our strategy for winning must look like. But we also must contend with events that have unfolded, certainly since February 24th. In particular, the terrible crimes, ethnic cleansing, and alleged genocide that Russia has committed against the people of Ukraine. This is an important context to understand because the international system that was created in the wake of World War II under the auspices of, say, the United Nations was never really designed to comprehend the possibility that a permanent member of the UN Security Council would itself be the aggressor in a war and itself commit crimes of war and alleged genocide against its neighbors. With that important context, today we kick off day 2 with our consideration of international law and how to punish war crimes. I'm going to introduce our panelists as they come up. Please do. First, we're going to be joined by Patricia Grebzuk. Let me do it here. My apologies, Patricia. Professor at University of Warsaw. I'll have my second cup of coffee shortly. Paul Massaro, Senior Policy Advisor, the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Lori Malksu, Professor at the Center for Eurasian and Russian Studies at the University of Tartu. Dagmar Richter, Professor at the Europa Institute at the University of Saarland, and where we will be moderated by Łukasz Adamanski, Deputy Director at the Center for Polish-Russian Dialogue and Understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our guests with a warm round of applause to start day 2. Łukasz, it is yours.
Good morning. Welcome to the 5th panel of this conference, which will be devoted to the international law and its practical relevance. Although we have 3 eminent scholars, international lawyers, and 1 senior policy advisor, it will be not an academic discussion. It will be a practical session, and I will encourage you to raise questions. I will also try to limit introductory remarks to 6 minutes, and I would like to discuss several points which politicians, journalists, lawyers are asking. What are legal possibilities to bring people guilty of crimes of aggression, crimes against peace, war crimes, or crimes against humanity, perhaps even genocide, to justice? What are risks and challenges associated with that? Then would it be advisable to set up a new court, a new tribunal to deal with crimes committed in Ukraine? Or it would be sufficient to use existing instrument like International Criminal Court? Then what political support actually does the war crimes investigation and trials of the perpetrators require? What are possibilities for international cooperation and in investigation and trials of war crimes perpetrators? And last but not least, what are legislative solutions and ideas to use Russian state and Russian oligarchs' funds to pay for war crimes damages? And those questions I will address to our panelists. So please respond within 6 minutes, and we'll organize a discussion following order: Professor Richter, Professor Grzebek, Professor Melzo, and Mr. Paul Massaro. Dagmar.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Which way is preferable to punish war crimes? National or international courts, or both? War crimes can be prosecuted in national courts, provided that there is a sufficient link between the crime and the state prosecuting. They can also be dealt with by international courts, provided that they have jurisdiction. Neither Ukraine, nor Russia, nor Belarus is party to the Rome Statute on the International Criminal Court, ICC. But Ukraine, by 2 declarations, has recognized the jurisdiction of the ICC for, I quote, acts committed in the territory of Ukraine since the 21st of October 2013. Additionally, 43 states parties requested the ICC to initiate investigations. Never before has such a number of states done so. These so-called referrals allowed the ICC prosecutor to begin investigations on the 2nd of March with regard to crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide committed by any person on Ukrainian territory or occurring there. In contrast, unfortunately, the ICC has no jurisdiction over the crime of aggression, because the Rome Statute explicitly limits this to states parties. Now, can national courts be effective in prosecution? Concerning the situation in Ukraine, many states, such as Poland, have initiated investigations. They are allowed to do so because the principle of universality with respect to crimes under international law permits prosecution even by states that have no link to the relevant crime. Of course, Poland has a certain link. And because of the special character of these crimes, the international law rules of functional immunity do not preclude prosecution of foreign officials, for example, Russian soldiers, by national courts. In contrast, the Russian president, prime minister, and foreign minister enjoy absolute personal immunity while in office, even with regard to crimes under international law. This was confirmed by the International Court of Justice in the arrest warrant case in 2002. Only after they leave office, state leaders' personal immunity is transformed into mere functional immunity. And this does not protect them safely from prosecution for serious crimes that they committed while in office. Can international courts be more effective? Ukraine has recognized ad hoc the jurisdiction of the ICC. But can Russian perpetrators be held responsible, although the Russian Federation has not accepted the jurisdiction of the ICC? Yes, they can, because it is irrelevant that the crimes were planned and ordered in Russia as long as their consequences occurred in Ukraine. However, the so-called complementarity principle can be an obstacle, since the ICC may only complement national jurisdiction. National proceedings have priority provided that they are effective. But to make a case inadmissible, a national authority must show first that it is actually investigating or has investigated a specific case, and second, that the national case sufficiently mirrors the ICC case. This is the same case test. If the national authority cannot present such a case or prefers not to present it, ICC proceedings will be admissible. Is the ICC prevented by personal immunity to prosecute the political leaders of the Russian Federation or Belarus? No. According to the Omar al-Bashir judgment of 2019, personal immunity protects them only from prosecution by national courts of other states, not by international courts. Here lies a significant advantage of international jurisprudence. And my last point, do we have to accept the fact that the ICC cannot prosecute the political and military leaders of the Russian Federation and Belarus of the crime of aggression? Not quite, is my answer. At least there is a chance to prevent impunity by establishing a special tribunal. The General Assembly of the United Nations should take the initiative on the basis of the Uniting for Peace resolution, and willing state could then establish such a tribunal by international treaty. That's it for the moment. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dagmar. Thank you also for excellent time discipline. I have already several questions, but now I would like to pass the floor to Patrycja.
Thank you. My name is Patrycja Grzebek, so I will help you with the pronunciation of my last name. And I would start from the statement that there is no doubt that international crimes are committed on the territory of Ukraine. But the classification of those crimes, whether this is crime against humanity or genocide, is not so important at this stage. I assure you that lawyers would deal with this, and they can argue about this for many years. But what is now needed, this is the political will to really decide in which direction we are going. And this is very important. Why? Because we are losing this momentum. I just wanted to remind you that the first General Assembly resolution based on the procedure of Uniting for Peace, which condemned aggression committed by Russia, was adopted with 141 votes. But, for example, the last resolution, which excluded Russia from the Human Rights Council, was adopted just with 93 votes. So we see that we are losing this political support for other steps taken on universal level against Russia. Because we observed many crimes in media, we could read also reliable reports, like, for example, made by OECC, which admitted that, yes, we have war crimes, yes, we have crimes against humanity committed in Ukraine, and we need to deal and we need to attribute this responsibility to particular people. So not only Ukraine, but now world expects peace. And if you want to have durable peace, you cannot ignore the question of the justice. Because history shows that if you do not fulfill this task to attribute the responsibility to individual people, nations will blame the whole nations. We don't want it. What we observe now, we observe huge tension in our region between the different nations and blaming the whole Russian population. We should avoid it. We should indicate who is responsible for what kind of crimes. And we do not blame the whole nation for example, rapes, killing of people who are in the hands of the enemy. So that's why this justice is very important. But when we talk about justice, we are not talking only about justice concerning individual criminal responsibility. We are talking about full reparations to pay for all the destruction. And we need to be aware that we do not have unlimited resources to rebuild Ukraine and to invest our money into the criminal proceedings. That's why we need to think about the costs of the justice. And establishment of the new tribunal, which was mentioned by Professor Dagmar Richter, of course involves the costs. So maybe we should use the procedures which we know, which we already know. So the support for the ICC is the one thing, but ICC will focus only on a few people. This will not satisfy the needs of the Ukrainian population. But don't forget that this justice should be owed by the Ukrainian nation. That's why maybe the best option would be really support made by the United Nations to the Ukrainian judicial system and establishment of internationalized hybrid tribunal. So you would have international judges which would secure the proceedings which will be unbiased, which will be fair, but they will support Ukrainian judicial system to deal with all the crimes which we are talking about. And this is also very important to remember that Ukrainian Criminal Code already has the provisions concerning war crimes, provisions concerning crime of aggression. And I would argue with Dagmar concerning this question of absolute immunity. Yes, this is true. We have this judgment of the International Court of Justice. And of course, lawyers would love to believe that they rule the world. But in fact, the decisions are taken by politicians. What does it mean? International Court of Justice exactly mentioned in its judgment that what the court does, it observes how states behave. So if now states are convinced that even the head of the state should respond for the international crimes, and states would take the decisions that they will start the investigation, they will issue arrest warrants, this is the change of the practice. This is the possibility to change customary law concerning the immunities. And this can be made by states now, and this cannot be ignored by lawyers in any international court. So please don't forget about this, that all lies in the hands of the politicians, not of the lawyers. But lawyers are prepared to serve you and to find solutions to judge all criminals which we are talking about. And why I'm stressing that we should do this together with the United Nations? Of course, they are ideas to involve European Union, Council of Europe, OSCE, and so on. But what is important is to show that what we observe in Ukraine, this is not a regional problem. This is the problem of world peace and security. So yes, we have, for example, universal jurisdiction which can be used by national courts. But for example, Poland decided on other option. Poland decided to start the investigation based on the protective jurisdiction. Why? Because Poland wanted to stress that if we talk about responsibility for the crime of aggression, this is the crime which is not just against Ukraine. It is not just against regional security, so the security of the Baltic state, Ukraine, the neighbor states. Yeah? No, this is the crime against the whole security system, the whole world peace. So that's why all states should be interested in this. And please also think about the arguments which appear now that maybe we should create the regional court which will be established by willing states, which are willing, which are really in favor of the prosecution of Russian criminals. But let's imagine another story. If you think about this first resolution adopted in the United Nations General Assembly, against this resolution, few states voted against. Eritrea, Syria, North Korea, Belarus, and of course, Russia. So let's imagine that now they create the tribunal to judge us. We do not want to have this kind of situation. What we want to have the general agreement on the rules which were agreed from at least from 1945. And that's why we need to have the whole world watching this, what is happening with the justice in Ukraine, and the whole world engaged in the creation of the proceedings against criminals.
Thank you, Patricia. You raised several very important questions, including one about the responsibility of societies or nations living in authoritarian and totalitarian states. But before we'll, of course, discuss this question, I would like to pass the floor now to Lauri.
Hello. I think dealing with these war crimes and possible other crimes, obviously the crime of aggression in Ukraine is important beyond Ukraine. It's important for the evolution of the international community and international law, because when we think about this field of international criminal law, international criminal justice, it really, up until quite recently, it has developed quite ad hoc, as lawyers say. We had in the 1940s Nuremberg or Tokyo trials, and in the 1990s Yugoslavia and Rwanda special tribunals. And then in 1998, the Rome Statute was adopted, the International Criminal Court was created, but of course there was always this tension that, but does it really bound great powers? Because, you know, several leading world powers, permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, I mean, with the European exceptions, they are not member to it. And there has always been a little bit this sense with international criminal justice that it is not for the victors, that it is for, you know, the mid-range powers. And by the way, the situation in General Assembly is also partly because some countries outside the West, outside Europe, of course, they have a different kind of memory what has happened over the last 25 years, and then they start to talk now when we, for example, establish a special tribunal for Russian aggression against Ukraine. So what about something that happened, I don't know, 2003 or something? So these questions will be, will inevitably be asked at the General Assembly. I think that what we have currently, the most perspective two avenues are A, Ukraine as the state. As you have seen in the news, they have already, the first trial has already started of a war crime. I think what is amazing here is also the technological development, that they can basically, you know, eavesdropping and so on can enable you to identify, you know, soldiers who did certain things to the extent that we did not know from conflicts in the past, and already the first level of accountability is a kind of naming and shaming that is happening when the world will know that somebody had with his wife a conversation, a rape fantasy or something in military conflict. Even if he never leaves, you know, Russia and Russia protects him, he's already ashamed in a way. And the other is, yes, this International Criminal Court, which does have jurisdiction over crimes committed on the territory of Ukraine, and de facto it will not be able to deal with the crime of aggression. So this tension remains. We are currently starting to prosecute, you know, soldiers who shot civilians, but the guys who ordered this, they are facing de facto, you know, impunity, and even some politicians are suggesting that we should offer them an off-ramp so that they would not be, you know, too insulted. But they are in this sense the root of the evil because they started the aggressive war. My final comment is about Russia. Because I have been a student of Russia and international law for many years, and I know this is not an academic conference, but there's a new interesting book by a scholar, Mikhail Ripl. The title is Russian Contributions to International Humanitarian Law, and it sounds, you know, kind of positive, but the argument of the book really is that these contributions only happened in the history, perhaps during the Tsarist period, with Martens and people like that, but since the Soviet Union, actually, Russia's attitude to international humanitarian law has been, to put it mildly, problematic. It is that the idea that international humanitarian law is mostly for the others. So, for example, in the military conflict in Chechnya, many war crimes were committed. But within Russia, even if the European Court of Human Rights indicated otherwise, you know, and recommended to deal with these crimes, they were never prosecuted as war crimes. So Russia has avoided that. It's the way international humanitarian law has been taken to Russian criminal code is very minimalistic. It is insufficient, and most importantly, it's not used. So in that sense, the test currently is also that will this call for impunity also apply to a great power that has historically kind of behaved as if it could not commit war crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauri and Paul. Tell us from your perspective of a person who is more involved in a practical policy, what can we do? What can we do?
Wonderful. No, it all lies in the hands of the politicians, so let's talk about the politicians. And just a very brief disclaimer, I do work for the US government, but these are not the views of the US government, these are my personal views. So no citing it as the US government. So politicians are just taken with this idea, I think all across the world, certainly in the United States, of taking oligarch money, the sort of blood money of the Russian state that's been hidden in our system, and providing it to victims of Russian war crimes. This makes perfect sense. I mean, there's this innate sense of justice to this, given that the oligarchs are Putin's appendages in the West. They were the ones inside our system undermining it from within. They're a very important part of Putin's kleptocratic state, and so on and so forth. And I guess, this is not the time or the place to get into why there is $1 trillion in blood money hidden in the West. I think that's a really important question itself, but we'll avoid that for now, and we'll just go straight to the question of really two questions that we're trying to answer, and I think everyone's kind of got on their minds. And that's one, how do we take the money under the rule of law? It's a very hard thing to do. I mean, our entire systems are based on property rights. So, I mean, we know sanctions, we know to freeze money, but how do we actually take the money? And the second is, how do we get it to Ukraine? Because actually, again, under international law, all money recovered would go back to Russia because it's been stolen from Russia. So the international law requirements under the UN Convention Against Corruption is that the money be returned to Russia. And of course, this has been a huge problem with all sorts of other asset recovery procedures because the money just sat in asset recovery funds for ages because you can't give it back to the people who stole it. So we're facing actually a lot of different problems in getting this money back. Even though it's a priority, even though the G7 wants to do it, it's pretty hard to do. So this is the question of how do we turn sanctions into forfeiture? And there are a number of different ways to forfeit proceeds of corruption in the U.S. system, and this is what the Department of Justice is right now thinking about. So we now have this new task force klepto capture that's going around and trying to recover these funds, and it's working with multilateral partners. And this excellent name, which I love, this Russian elites, proxies, and oligarchs, the REPO task force. Cross-border task force to work on getting this stuff. And we've seen some of the results. We've seen the seizures of these yachts all over Europe. We've seen the seizures of certain properties. Note, these are seizures and not forfeiture. So once again, I know of no case so far where the money has actually been forfeited to any state. There's freezing, there's seizing, and there's forfeiture. So these are all separate things. And the actual process of forfeiture takes years and years and years and years. We don't talk a lot about the Ukrainian oligarchs these days, I think for good reason, but they're kind of bad dudes too, and have hidden a lot of money around the world. And a asset forfeiture action against Igor Kolomoisky's properties in the United States has been going on for years. So, I mean, when we think about like, okay, what are we doing here? How do we get this done quickly in the context of this war? How do we take this money? I mean, we just don't have a model for this. So we've been trying to develop something like this within the hollowed halls of Congress. One particular proposal actually has passed the House now, but before it passed, it was basically turned into a messaging bill, because the idea of this bill would have been to amend our sanctioning statute to allow sort of emergency confiscation of property above $5 million for sanctioned Russians whose money derives from corruption related to the Putin regime. And this ended up falling afoul of groups in the United States, like the American Civil Liberties Union, who protect Fifth Amendment, that due process of law rights. So this ended up being, basically turned into a resolution, a non-operative resolution. It's still good that we passed it, but I mean, it doesn't have the power it did. Another option that we've been looking at is a Ukrainian victims fund. Now, we have this for U.S. victims of state-sponsored terrorism, where these funds that are recovered would go into a fund that can then be sued for damages by those that have been harmed in Ukraine. So they come and they actually, try to get money out of this fund, which had belonged to Ukrainian oligarchs. And that answers both these questions. A third that we've now seen from the White House has pushed down a number of different proposals on what it intends to do to get this money back. And again, this is in coordination with the G7. And we've seen a few of these proposals, and they're very good proposals, including amendments to the racketeering statutes and all sorts of other stuff that would make sanctions evasion harder. A lot of it goes around, if the crime is sanctions evasion, then we have a criminal basis for taking the money, which is, it's very hard with money laundering or anything like that, because a lot of these crimes were committed 20 years ago, have been laundered through all sorts of shell companies and so on and so forth. So following it's very hard, but sanctions evasion is a little easier. Another proposal there was to actually criminalize possession of Russian money, which would be extraordinary. I mean that's like really thinking outside the box. If that would make it illegal, what even the lawyers that work for these guys do, and so on and so forth. And not only could you then recover the money, you could put them in jail, which would be really great. That's justice. That's really justice. And then finally, I just wanted to mention this notion of, you know, one of the great sanctions achievements of sort of the transatlantic alliance throughout this that came out of nowhere was freezing the reserves of the Russian central bank. I mean, there was a whole issue, oh my God, they've got all this war chest, they're gonna be able to fight sanctions for so long. Not if we just freeze all their reserves. So we did, and now we've got 100 billion, at least 100 billion, of frozen Russian reserves that are state property. These are not protected by due process. State property is not private property. So can we take that and give it to victims of war crimes? So we're thinking about all these things. I mean, one final note is that the global financial system remains extremely opaque. I mean, we still face big challenges. We still face enablers working for Russia, even at this stage, you know? So it's still going to be an uphill battle.
Thank you. You complimented very interesting, in a very interesting way, remarks of internal lawyers. And I have perhaps after this discussion one small but I think important question, namely, you refer to justice. People want justice, especially people of Ukraine want justice, even symbolic justice. I'm a historian, and I remember that in December 1939, the Soviet Union was excluded from the League of Nations, from the organization which corresponds now to the Organization of United Nations. So the Soviet Union was excluded because of the attack against Finland. I remember that the last head of the German state, Admiral Dönitz, was sentenced for 10 years because of his war crimes. And the German foreign minister, Mr. Ribbentrop, was not only sentenced but also was hanged because of his involvement in the war crimes. So perhaps would it be imaginable that we recognize Lukashenko, Putin, and the cronies as enemies of mankind, and perhaps simply in a symbolic way we could bring now justice? Who would like to answer? Perhaps all of you.
I mean, to some extent, one answer is in your question, because what preceded Nuremberg, for example, was the unconditional surrender of Germany. The Allied, in a way, they could do whatever they wanted, and this is currently not the case. I mean, already since the fall of communism, there have been also tribunals set up by private actors. We could, you know, right now in this hall, you know, say that we make a trial on something. The question is, what would be the value of this if we proceed from the assumption that international community is a community of states and some sort of international basic rules of law apply? Then we should, of course, try to somehow follow these. But you know, I mean, it has not been tried out, but it is possible that other states would say that we are not accepting aggression anymore, and that other states, indeed, even if it's a fraction of the international community, and for example, in a General Assembly vote, it wouldn't be all states who would vote for it, probably, so it would still be a fraction, you know. It could be done, it just hasn't been tried out yet, and it will take convincing.
Dagmar?
Yeah, maybe I can add that international law is a very specific type of law. It is always developed by the states, and it can move on. And the states have the opportunity to act in this regard. I mentioned resolution by the United Nations General Assembly to recommend establishment of a special tribunal, for example. This is not absolutely necessary, and it is not a question of legitimacy, but of later acceptance. If an overwhelming majority of states states would decide that this should be punishable and that such a court should be, a tribunal should be accepted, then according to the rules of international law, this is not enough to establish a new rule, but state practice, together with the conviction that this should be a new law, can create new law. And of course, states can act again, as they did in the context of the Second World War. And you can ask the question, this is maybe an interesting international law question, can Russia say, well, we are sort of a persistent objector to such a new rule? Normally you can persistently object to new rules of customary international law, but if the community of states find that this should be a peremptory norm of international law, because it is about the very fundaments of international law, then the rule of persistent objection does not apply. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
So I might just say, look, Putin is a gangster and his regime is a criminal regime, and our problem has really been one of impunity since at least 2008 invasion of Georgia, probably since the 2007 Munich speech, probably even earlier than that. I mean, he has flouted every tenet of international law over and over and over again. We have yet still invited him to be part of all of our systems. They've remained in our systems. He's still part of Interpol. Right now, Russia is still part of Interpol. It's still part of the Financial Action Task Force. Russia has received great marks on its anti-money laundering regime. Like, what? You know, like, I mean, there's so much insanity here. You know, what needs to start happening is we need to start holding anybody in this regime to account under any laws that we can, whether they be national laws, whether they be, you know, international laws, whether they be kicking these guys out of the international organizations, whatever. We still haven't done nearly enough on that. But I mean, that's the thing, is that, you know, I don't want to build him up to be more than he is. You know, I mean, of course, you know, Putin is a monster and he's you know, Russia is a monstrous state. But I mean, at the end of the day, the mentality here is one of a gangster. This is about breaking the law and flouting the law and seeing what you can get away with. And so far, he's gotten away with everything over and over and over again, and that's how this war happened.
Patricia, there's a term, civilized nation. Paul said that Putin is a monster and Russia's monster. So what is your view?
Well, in my opinion, what we can agree now, that if we observe so many crimes, war crimes, and all states in the world are state parties to the Geneva Conventions on the Protection of War Victims, which oblige all states in the world to prosecute criminals. And if you are superior, if you have this superior responsibility, command responsibility, and this responsibility Putin has, but instead of prosecution of the crimes, he's awarding battalions who were, for example, in Bucha, it's for sure that we can talk about his criminal responsibility. What does it mean? I do not expect from the ICC that ICC would issue arrest warrant against Putin. Why? Because ICC needs to care about its credibility. And the case of Bashir, who was searched for many, I'm talking about President of Sudan, who was, you know, you had arrest warrant which could not be executed for many years. This really undermined the credibility of the ICC. So ICC doesn't want to prosecute heads of the states anymore, because the case of Kenyatta, case of the President of Sudan, learned them the hard lesson that it's really hard to prosecute head of the state. But I would like to stress one thing. Let's not focus only on Putin, because there are many other people who are responsible for the crimes committed in Ukraine. And what is even more important, many of them, they have committed crimes before, in Syria, in Chechnya, but we allowed for non-prosecution, and now we are paying additional costs. So maybe this is now the time to stress that those people should be prosecuted not only for the crimes committed in Ukraine, but let's check, let's screen them, and let's check why they were also bombarding hospitals in Syria, and why they do the same in Ukraine. So I'm just stressing that we cannot just talk about this selective justice, but let's just now have this new new power to say, let's come back to those principles on which we agreed after the Second World War, and let's apply them to everyone. I don't know if you also saw this short video with George Bush Jr., who made this mistake and talked about this horrible crime against Iraq. Oh, no, Ukraine, yeah? But even he knows that there was a problem. But I would also not compare 2003 to 2022, because toute proportion gardée. But this also shows that we have this need of justice, not only for Ukraine, but also for previous crimes committed by Russian criminals.
Excellent point. And now there's the moment you can ask the question. I would like to open the floor, and who would like to raise hands?
Szymon Zaręba, Polish Institute of International Affairs. My question refers to the possibility of any compensation for the victims, because we have already been talking a lot about, the accountability, the need for justice, but it is also, well, in the end, victims can be to some extent compensated with money. I know, money cannot bring life, cannot bring health, etc. But still, this is something which can, let's say, ease the pain for the people who were victims. So this is my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rafał.
Rafał Tarnogórski, Polish Institute of International Affairs. The Russian aggression is seen as a turning point of our time. At least at the politically. But I wanted to know, do you think that this is also a critical point for our international law as we know it? And I put it mark here because I wanted to answering this question, but it's your task. Thank you.
Okay, and the third question.
Elżbieta Kaca. I have a question to Paul Massaro, because you've been talking lots about United States options to freeze, to confiscate Russian assets. But could you tell us more, what are the possibilities, options to confiscate frozen assets of Russian central bank in the EU? Because the biggest part of the money is in France, Germany, and Austria. And to be honest, there is a scarce data how much indeed they froze the assets of central Russian banks. And for instance, in case of France, there is strict national legislation restricting, confiscating such state money of central banks. And at the end of a day, what is a political willingness in those states to confiscate money and use it for reconstruction of Ukraine, or, compensate the losses? Thank you.
Okay, is anybody else who would like to ask the question? Okay, if not, then perhaps the time allows also to answer one additional question of me. What is actually the legal responsibility of Lukashenko and Belarus for providing its territory to Russia and to aggression? And you have 6 minutes to answer, each of you, and then we'll be exactly on time. Perhaps Patricia, Dagmar, Paul, Lauri.
Well, when you talk about compensation for the victims, for example, in the ICC, you have these kind of measures because you have a trust fund for victims. So there is a such possibility introduced in the Permanent International Criminal Court. But I think that if you want to talk about compensation for justice, we need to focus more on state responsibility. And this state responsibility can be executed now in European Court of Human Rights, where still you can have interstate claims concerning the current armed conflict. conflict, but also we have the proceeding in International Court of Justice. So, for example, if states are persuaded that there should be some compensation for the victims for the crimes committed by one or the other side, then why they should, maybe this is the time to also intervene in this proceeding and support Ukrainian claims, and also to make the legal argument concerning exactly compensation for victims to exactly execute the full reparations. And of course, I'm mentioning these proceedings because it is not easy to go to the ICJ. ICJ doesn't have compulsory jurisdiction, but, and this is partially the answer to Rafał Tarnogórski's question. You are saying that maybe this is the turning point for the international law. Always this kind of events requires from us the thinking out of the box. Nobody was thinking previously to go to the ICJ to ask ICJ, check whether the genocide was not committed, because this was the argument of Russia to start the war. So I think that now we need to think about this. We were focusing so much about the immunity of the state and protection of its property so far. But now lawyers are focusing, oh, come on, but what we discussed, we have the immunity from the execution, immunity from the criminal jurisdiction, but nobody was talking about immunity from the administrative sanctions. So let's go to the United Nations and ask General Assembly to impose some sanctions, including reparations, including the freezing of the assets and spending them on the victims. This can be done by the United Nations, and based on those decisions, other states, according to their rule of law, can use the assets which are available in their country. And of course, we also remember that when we talk about responsibility, it's not only responsibility of Russia, it's not only responsibility of Belarus, which allowed to use its territory to commit aggression. And of course, from this perspective, Lukashenko can be prosecuted for the crime of aggression, but still he's head of the state, and we have many problems with this. But there is a state responsibility, and not only of Belarus and Russia. We also should open the discussion about the responsibility of those states which aid, which assist in the maintaining this aggression, yeah, and this is quite important because in international we stress so much. There is prohibition of genocide, prohibition of aggression, prohibition of crimes against humanity, and prohibition of certain war crimes. They are considered as peremptory norms, and as peremptory norms, the whole world needs to react, and nobody can accept the situation. So let's now check whether all states comply with this obligation related with the peremptory norms. Thank you.
Dagmar?
Yeah, thank you. Almost all questions are answered, but maybe I can add a little bit. Concerning your question, is there a critical point for international law? I think we should also consider the time factor. We are very pessimistic now. We find it to be totally unrealistic to bring Mr. Putin and others to justice at the moment, but things can change over time. And this is a time where investigations and saving evidence is on the agenda. And at this point, something can be done and even be improved. For example, the ICC prosecutor, for the first time ever, has joined a so-called joint investigation team under the auspices of Eurojust, you say in English, I think. This instrument can be broadened. Yeah? You can establish lots of JITs with other states in order to save evidence. This is quite important. Maybe another interesting aspect is, if I may add this, that Ukraine hasn't ratified the Rome Statute. And it's an interesting question that why haven't they done so? They amended their constitution to do so in 2000. 2019, but until now didn't ratify. And if you read the recognition, the ad hoc recognition by the Ukrainian parliament to accept ICC jurisprudence, then the parliament accepts the jurisdiction of the court for the purpose of identifying, prosecuting, and judging the perpetrators and accomplices of acts committed committed by senior officials of the Russian Federation and leaders of terrorist organizations, DNR and LNR. And later, the Ukrainian foreign minister tries to formulate this in a more neutral way, to get away from the Russian officials, but to refer to acts committed in the territory of Ukraine. And so maybe there is an interesting point or discrepancy between the Ukrainian parliament and the government and, of course, the ICC. The ICC is not happy with prosecuting certain nationals, but all persons committing crimes on a specific territory, because the law must be applied equally.
So the politics requires continuity and consequency.
Okay, great. So on the question of compensation, I thought it was a wonderful answer. I just reiterate that we're thinking a lot about that from the perspective of, can we take oligarch assets and get them to war crimes victims? On the question of getting central bank assets, yeah, I mean, it's a huge question. It's never been done before. I mean, the legal ramifications of it, I mean, it would require new legislation in the United States. It would probably require new legislation in the EU context. I mean, it's a nutty one, because presumably it would be EU level. So you'd really have kind of it could be something that Brussels could really do. I mean, even when this whole crisis, when Putin invaded Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine, it was really thrilling almost to see the EU kind of suddenly become a major geopolitical force, you know, and that was exciting. In this case, I mean, we're really talking about the European central banks. So I mean, you'd be like the Eurozone people. These are assets held in euros, you know. So maybe not even the whole EU. So the ramifications of that for like international finance would be massive, because obviously a ton of states, most notably one giant one called China, holds more reserves than anybody else. And if we started seizing reserves, you know, then it's like, oh my goodness, can they seize our reserves too? The 1.3 trillion we hold in dollars, you know? So I mean, and I hope the answer to that is yes. You know, I mean, this is our kind of, you know, asymmetric force. I mean, the Western world is the financial superpower of the globe. Everybody, all autocracy relies on access to our financial system, you know, to keep it going. So I don't know, it's an exciting question. I mean, it could be a whole panel. On Belarus, yes. We try to always say Russia and Belarus. And then I guess finally on the turning point of international law, you know, I'm not like these distinguished professor lawyers, and it's not necessarily something you say on a panel of distinguished professor lawyers. I mean, I find myself somewhat skeptical of the state of international law, given that we've integrated ourselves with a large number of non-rule of law states that regularly flout international law like it's going out of style. I mean, I think that we could find ourselves as a much more robust and sustainable international law if we decoupled somewhat from some of these states. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, I certainly see that's what we're seeing with Russia. I think a lot of what's happened with Russia is going to be years and years and years of Russian isolation. I think the much bigger question is China, which has invested very, very heavily in the manipulation and destruction of international law from within the UN context and within a lot of different contexts. And I think has done a lot more damage to international law than anyone else. But it's going to be, I mean, I don't know. Can we move away from that? I mean, it's, you know, I always think like, you know, with obviously the USSR did not comply with international law at all, but we weren't integrated with the USSR. You know, we're very deeply integrated with China, so I don't know. It's a great question.
Perhaps we'll have a chance to answer this question in the next round. Lauri?
Yes, so the question of this, what it means for international law and its future. I think it's obvious that it is kind of a breaking of a taboo, because since 1945, this rule that we don't threaten or use force against other countries, in a way, was the most important rule of international law. Yes, it has been violated before. The difference with, for example, Kosovo and Iraq is that in the case of Iraq 2003, there was this question of whether previous resolutions of the United Nations Security Council from 1990 that were not implemented, whether they were still applicable. At least there was a debate about that. And in the case of Kosovo, of course, it was what is the impact of human rights violations, this old debate on humanitarian intervention. Does it constitute an exception to the strict prohibition of the use of force? What is disturbing about this war is that those pretexts or reasons that were given aside, it seems to be a classical kind of 19th century war for territory. When the constitutional amendments of 2020 in Russia were prepared, then Putin gave a TV interview in which he said, he developed a theme that some republics left the Soviet Union not with what they came. So they got things from Russia, they got territory from Russia. So we are now seeing in this war how this initial rhetoric of, I don't know, genocide and so on is completely falling apart. It's not even taken too seriously by the party, apparently, who started this rhetoric, and we see attempts to already establish Russian rule in Kherson and so on and so forth. I think international lawyers have to also be realist in the sense that we cannot pretend that it's not a problem for the, let's say, prohibition of the use of force. And what Paul Massaro said, I think one possible development is some sort of further regional fragmentation of international law. If the idea of the universal international law of the UN Charter of 1945 is weakened, and some regional powers claim basically that international law in that form does not apply in our backyard, like in Ukraine, we determine what the just border is, then in a way, nations like that will try to create themselves some sort of pockets where the universal rule doesn't apply. By the way, about the world order, think about the fact that the United Nations Charter still talks about the Soviet Union. Nobody has changed it's so hard to change, so it says that the Soviet Union is one of the permanent members of the Security Council, so the ghost of this country still pretty much continues to live with us, and I suspect it also very much lives in, Putin's and Lavrov's heads.
Can I just add to that? Because I think that I love that point, and it implies that Ukraine could be the successor to the Soviet Union and not Russia. So put Ukraine on the UN Security Council.
Ukraine does not want to be a successor of the Soviet Union, but Ukraine recognizes itself rather as a state occupied by the Soviet Union, at least as a nation. But excellent discussion. We have still 10 minutes, and it's because of the great time discipline of our panelists. So I have two additional questions I would like now to ask, and one brief remark on my side, namely what you just said. Paul and Lauri remind me of the Soviet textbooks, handbook about the international law from 1950s. I read once, and this handbook stated that they are bourgeois norms of international law and progressive norms of international law, and the Soviet Union is obliged to observe only progressive norms. And questions from the online audience. I will read. What is the role for the EU in seeking accountability for international crimes committed in Ukraine? What could the EU do to improve the documentation or prosecution of these crimes? So first question, the role of the EU? And second, can a Russian Minister of Defense and Chief of Staff, Gerasimov, be prosecuted and arrested? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Paul, Lauri, Patricia, and Dagmar.
Okay, I mean, I'll let others go on the kind of evidence collection, that sort of thing, and I'll just say, I mean, the EU absolutely has a giant role to play. It's, been absolutely critical to the G7+1 structure that's, kind of led this and the coordination of the sanctions as well as the counter war crimes effort. And I mean, again, there's a lot of Russian money in the EU. So I'm hopeful, and there's a lot of enablers of Russia in the EU too. So I'm hopeful that Russian money will be seized and those enablers of Russia will be brought to justice. As for Gerasimov and Shoigu, definitely.
Okay, Lauri.
Yeah, well, the EU can kind of show us the direction, and it can give us, I mean, ideologically or rhetorically, the EU can say, the leaders of the EU can say what they consider is right, and I think this will be heard. They can also give funds, but the EU is not a state. So it's also a little bit the question between what the EU does and what the member states does is kind of criminal prosecution. For example, it would be done by courts. And, I think at the moment I cannot imagine how they would end up in EU courts. I also want to say, in that sense, I remain a scholar for the balance sake that we should also follow what the Russians are doing, because I think now, for example, that they got hold of the soldiers of Azovstal and so on. I'm sure they are already also preparing for their own quote-unquote war crimes trials. I read in Russian media they want to do things in Donbass. We at least we have to follow these. This is also part of the reality, whatever is behind there. But other than that, and this is a general problem with doing things far away. I mean, at Nuremberg, with one exception, who was in absentia, and Hitler was, of course, dead by that time, these folks were at the custody of the Allies. Mr. Gerasimov is not at the custody of anyone else. He's continuing the war effort from Russia.
Patricia?
Well, starting from the question concerning the responsibility of Minister of Defense, of course he is responsible, because even if I refer to the recent judgment in case of Bemba, he was accused for the crimes committed in Central African Republic. In the appeals chamber, he was found not guilty. But what is interesting in this judgment, the court pointed out that what counts is whether you are able to do something, whether you can take certain measures. Definitely, Minister of Defense can do it. Has more even tools than, for example, the commander in the field. And his job is to supervise what the troops are doing in the field. So, of course, I would indicate Minister of Defense as one of the first accused in the international trial. Concerning European Union, I would like to point on one thing. We cannot forget, because it's not just, of winning hearts and minds here in Europe. It's about winning hearts and minds of the whole world. And we cannot ignore the fact that Russia was stressing the pressure, not only from NATO, but also from the European Union. The whole critics of the involvement of the Western states in the Orange Revolution, the critics of the direction of Ukraine towards European Union. So that's why I'm a little bit skeptical about establishment of the tribunal or any kind of procedures by Ukraine together with European Union, because this would confirm the Russia accusation. But still, European Union, these are states, and those states, they have obligations according to the international law. So they could make joint statements, they could coordinate together actions concerning collection of evidence. Because even if today it is very difficult to prosecute Shoigu, prosecute Putin, but maybe they would love to visit the Baltic Sea in Poland someday, and then prosecutor could start a case against them, even if the whole world would seem to forget about those crimes.
Okay, Dagmar.
Thank you. Coming back to your question on the EU, I've already mentioned Eurojust, which can provide some mechanisms in order to investigate crimes. And of course, the EU can contribute financial means. And the prosecutor of the ICC has approached the community of states to give some financial aid. Coming back to the question of the Russian Minister of Defense, just one more aspect. This is, of course, there must be always knowledge in order to establish individual responsibility, but there is a nice saying of deliberate ignorance. And you can be guilty of deliberate ignorance, or more than that in this case, and this is enough to establish criminal accountability. Thank you very much.
Excellent point about deliberate ignorance. So I have to say that this was, for me, extremely important, very interesting discussion. I learned a lot. There are lots of things which I absolutely agree. There's perhaps one thing when I slightly disagree with the statement that the Russian people, the Russian nation are not, their responsibility should be somehow diminished or excluded from the responsibility of Putin, Shoigu, and all other members of Kremlin elites. Namely, I consider that all those Russians who shouted the Crimea is ours, who allowed foreign policy actions violating international law in recent years, now they are silent, they take at least moral responsibility for the action of their states. And it's more or less 80% of Russians. Sad but true. But having said that, I would like to thank you very cordially. You were excellent speakers. Thank you also that you listened, you asked the questions, and I would like to announce, or not, I would like not to announce, since we have another panel just right after this one. Thank you.
Łukasz, why don't you join me over here? And our panelists will exit to their right on the stairs. Now, Łukasz, I got to say, that was one of the more lively discussions we've had. But for me, it was actually one of the more heartbreaking discussions we've had, thinking about all of those Ukrainians who have been victimized by Russian war crimes. Many people want to see Vladimir Putin in a dock in The Hague. And what we heard from this discussion was that that's going to be a hard task, even for his subordinates. What are the two big takeaways, the two big strategic concepts that you would draw from that discussion and you would place in our strategic arc of winning ideas?
Perhaps there are two perspectives. One perspective is the perspective of people who are experts in international law and who understand how difficult it is to provide justice, to make trials of war crimes perpetrators, and that it requires many procedures, many evidences. And the other perspective is of, let's say, political analysts, foreign policy advisors, of simply people like me who would like to see some justice. And the question is actually how to combine those two perspectives and how to provide credibility to the international law, since without political credibility and political legitimacy, the international law will not work as effectively as it did in recent several years.
Wonderful. Łukasz, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a great hand of applause. That was a difficult conversation. You did a masterful job. Thank you, Łukasz. All right, so we're moving on to not so much our second panel, but a one-on-one conversation. This is a conversation that I've been looking forward to very much because we're going to be joined by one of PISM's leading security and defense experts, a former co-author of mine, Marcin Terlikowski. He's going to sit down with one of America's finest warriors. We're speaking specifically about Major General Jeffrey Broadwater, who's the Deputy Commanding General of the 5th Corps. This is an important addition to America's military commitment to the defense of NATO allies like Poland. And the two gentlemen are going to be speaking specifically about the question of strengthening the alliance. How do we build partnerships and interoperability in Europe? This is one of the most important conversations and questions we can ask because countries that are interoperable in their military equipment are much more likely to be able to fight better and win more effectively in the event of a conflict. Marcin, the conversation is yours.
Thank you, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We have heard a number of strategic issues discussed over the last 2 days, a number of issues pertaining to security and defense of Europe, of the eastern flank, and I'm very happy that we have today someone who knows everything about implementing these issues, about how to assure defense and deterrence in practice. Major General Jeffrey Broadwater, what brings you to Europe, and does it have something in common with the Europe Defender 2022 exercises?
In fact, it does. Before I answer that question, I just want to say, sir, thank you very, very much for giving us the opportunity to come here. It's an honor for us to be here, and quite frankly, it's very humbling to listen to all the great speakers and all the panel members that you've had here, and the topics that they've brought up. Quite frankly, it made me. I took a lot of notes yesterday, and I actually kind of modified some of the things that I was going to talk about here today, as we talk about interoperability and exercises. And you know, as we kind of look from the strategic level down into the tactical level, where you know we have a saying that talking ain't fighting. And that when you make an assessment and you have a strategy that's based off of those things, it is very imperative that your soldiers are trained and they are proficient, and that as we work with our partners and allies, we develop this interoperability that we're ready for any contingency. And I always think back to a quote that a non-commissioned officer told me one time. It was by one of the generals in a very bleak period of the United States' time during the Civil War, but it says, you know, every attempt to make war an easy and safe will result in humiliation and disaster. And that was by General Sherman during our Civil War. And I have always kind of thought about that as we prepare for these exercises and any contingency that I've ever been on, or as we prepare for that. And so to answer your question, yes, Defender 2022 is the reason that I'm here right now. And just to tell you a little bit about Defender 2022, this exercise was planned well in advance. And really what it is designed to do is really to show this interoperability or develop readiness between us and our allies. And so the 5th Corps headquarters is currently located down in Krakow, Poland, where we are getting after our training objective of exercising combined command and control of subordinate forces with the LANCOM component of the Polish military at that location. This is the first time that two kind of core level headquarters have been able to execute this in this large-scale type of operation before. And so, when you think about interoperability and you think about readiness and all the things and the frictions that are associated with that, this really gives us an opportunity at echelon to work those things with our great partners, the Polish military. And so, Defender 22, like I said, it was planned well in advance. I kind of mentioned the training objective, or what we are trying to overall achieve in terms of interoperability at the core level, but there's also a series of events that we kind of talked about in some of the discussions yesterday, and that is the ability to build combat power or sustain combat power in the continent of Europe. And so we've had forces come over from the United States. They're not just regular Army soldiers, they're active duty and National Guard soldiers. And so, participating in this portion of the exercise is around, approximately 3,500 US soldiers, and then, approximately 6,000 multinational, basically from 11 countries that we are exercising in right now or have partners with. But one of those objectives is to get those soldiers and equipment over into Europe in a timely fashion. And then once they're here, they would either fall in on equipment that we have pre-positioned here to exercise that, or they would bring some equipment over, and then we would continue to exercise at the tactical level in terms of that. The exercise is a series of live fire events in this. There's portions that are kind of simulated as you get at the higher level, or computer generated, just kind of based off of trying to achieve certain interoperability objectives that you have. But at the lower level, there's a series of live fire events where tanks and paladins are partnered with Polish, German, just to name a few in certain areas. To really get after that interoperability at the lowest level. There's also a wet gap crossing, and I think that there was some pictures on, if you've seen some Twitter posts or things like that on the 5th Corps webpage about a combined wet gap crossing that we did yesterday, that actually I think President Duda was at, that we've worked with Poland and many other countries during that. What is important about that is that, in the discussion yesterday, we talked about how equipment has evolved over time and how infrastructure has impacts in terms of mobility and sustaining these large formations. And so, one of the things that we continue to learn about during this Defender Live Expo is bridge classifications, is, the weight of the roads. We have large or long road marches where equipment came in on the ports of Spain, and now they will move up by rail and commercial line haul through various countries in order to make sure that we can get after that strategic level of being able to move equipment around on the continent of Europe. And so that equipment came in Spain, it crossed in various different countries, and it was actually Greece, it wasn't Spain. And then they will conduct a road march basically in Lithuania as we go. So those are some of the things that we're doing. And then at the end of the month, we will do a lethal fires exercise up in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. That will focus on our ability to share information and work the interoperability piece through digits. When you think about command and control of putting precision fires where you want to in Estonia, but that will come back through a combined headquarters that's down in Krakow, Poland, and it will not just be by picking up a phone and calling, right? So we will actually use systems that will pass that information, and we will focus on getting better and improving on that as we continue to move on. Once the exercise is done, we will capture lessons learned, and then we will put those back into Defender 23 that will be scheduled for next year. And of course, we'll learn more lessons on working with our partners and allies to conduct what we call after actions reviews in order to make sure that we are truly capturing what we have learned and not just kind of made a mistake one or two times, but looking at general trends where we can move forward. The equipment will be turned in, and those soldiers will return back. And so that's kind of Defender 22 in a nutshell. This was again planned well in advance, designed to build readiness with our partners, and that is kind of the long answer on why I'm here right now.
A much appreciated answer. Thank you, General. Well, thank you for providing this overview of Defender Europe 2022. And as a matter of fact, it's yet another high visibility exercise here in the eastern flank, engaging US and its allies and partners, which of course has to be considered a part of defense and deterrence posture. It's a way of signaling of the credibility of the defense and deterrence policy of NATO and the commitment of the US to defend its European allies. And in this context, how about we went back and come back to the moment when you first learned that the Fifth Corps was being resurrected, was being reestablished? How did you think about the mission, about the necessities of defense and deterrence and working with allies and partners in the Eastern term at that time, this 3 years ago or so?
Quite frankly, when you look at that, I think you say that Fifth Corps was reestablished just in time, right? Our focus is in Europe, and we have been focusing on that really since General Kołaszewski was really the first soldier that built the systems and got all the equipment ready to move into Fifth Corps, so where it is. And so, our mission is to provide trained and ready forces. And so, in terms of Fifth Corps being developed, we went through a series of exercises. I was not there in the initial portion. I was a division commander in 1st Cav at that time. I joined Fifth Corps in August of 2021, where we did our kind of validation exercise down in Grafenwehr, Germany, that got us ready to execute this mission. And then we did our first exercise with our NATO partners called Steadfast Leda. That was up in Bydgoszcz, Poland, that we were able to really kind of learn and integrate into many of the other corps. The multinational corps in Spain, for example, multinational corps Greece, multinational corps Northeast up in Szczecin, Poland, and then the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps from the UK participated in this. And so it really was the first time that we were able to integrate a corps level headquarters in some time into the interoperability or to validate some of our systems and processes in a NATO fashion right before the Thanksgiving time period. Then, of course, we all know kind of how things have moved forward here in the world, which really put us in a position to get after our #1 task of providing trained and ready forces. And I alluded to it initially, but one of the challenges that is hard to overcome for any contingency that we would have to face is the tyranny of distance. And when you think about that in a contested environment, which it would be, that would create more challenges. And so in terms of Fifth Corps being able to provide this tactical headquarters, it really kind of gave us a heads up or put us in a position a little bit quicker than we normally could. And so we were able to kind of focus on our current operations, which is really reinforcing our partners as we have sent forces down in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia in order to reinforce our allies in that location, as well as what I discussed there up in the Baltic region as well, focusing on these exercises. So it put us in a great position to really kind of help us build these relationships, I think, a lot faster. Because when you talk about interoperability, I think that sometimes we have a tendency to think that technology is really, really great, and it is, but there are challenges to that. And that if you don't ever exercise those challenges, if you don't ever add rigor to your exercises, you're not ever going to find out what's wrong with those systems when it comes time to work at a distance that we have to operate inside of Europe. And so, we learn just as much from our partners, in whatever country that we are in terms of how we can get better at our systems, but how we get better at this interoperability to build readiness as we move forward.
Well, you mentioned partners and allies quite a number of times. You mentioned the keyword multinationality, which is now the way things go with regards to defense and deterrence, because it's an allied effort, so to say. But we know very well that interoperability, that multinationality at some levels is a challenge, and it can make commanders face a number of challenges. So in this context of over the couple of years of your experience, what would you consider the biggest success of the Fifth Corps with regards to working with allies in this multinational setting? What do you consider to be the biggest achievement of U.S. Army and your unit in particular?
I would tell you that I think that it is our ability to build relationships, right? They're extremely important to us wherever we go, because it not only all people learn at different fashions, right? And so I will go back to one of the things that we continue to kind of learn in any exercise, and that is sustaining a large force over distance, right? When you have a large amount of armored vehicles and soldiers that are moving on different roads, and they're in different countries that all have different type of caveats that are associated with them, and it's in a multinational field, that makes it a little different, just to make sure that the interoperability and those relationships to work through the friction points are truly there. And so, while we continue and put great effort in terms of building those relationships and learning from our great allies and partners on ways to improve that would probably, I would say, be our biggest opportunity to make sure that we're making a difference in terms of interoperability while building readiness inside of our organizations and our allies and partners.
And as a matter of fact, you pointed to the development which is perhaps widely seen not only in the, let's say, strategic community, people who professionally work with defense issues, but also visible in media all across the eastern flank countries. So the fact that it has been a recent, so to say, development to see this kind of exercises, to see the soldiers, the equipment being moved within exercises from US, from Western Europe to Poland, to other eastern flank nations. The first biggest of this kind was Defender Europe 20. Saying that, it might have seemed that we have achieved already a lot, that the lessons have been identified. Now it's just about planning further exercises and taking further lessons learned as regards, as you mentioned, the systems, the way how force elements from different command elements from different nations cooperate. Is it the mission accomplished in this sense, or you can see still further, maybe not challenges, but further goals for the future with regards to further strengthening the military cooperation of U.S. Army and the Fifth Corps with allies and partners?
I don't think that you can ever be satisfied with what you're trying to achieve, especially when you deal in an environment that the way that the world currently is. But I think that one area that we can continue to improve on in terms of just interoperability and building relationships is I'll go back to this increasing rigor, right? And building, for just a sports phrase, but reps and sets inside of how well we train. Yesterday, a lot of the panels kind of talked a little bit about exercises and what we were doing, and they are so extremely important just because of the fact that not all soldiers can participate in the same exercise, and so you're building that depth inside your formation, you're building that experience, and you're learning and growing to a point where you can add rigor, so that if there is some contingency and there are other frictions that would be out there, you're able to understand that a little bit better because you are proficient in your basic task, and you're able to execute that. I also think that allows the more exercises that you do with rigor, it allows you to learn faster, right? As all individuals and all units learn at a different pace, the ability to learn faster and learn the right lessons, right? And focus on improving is something that I think that is extremely important, and a place that I think that we can continue to grow and build and move forward. Not only just in our headquarters, but in all headquarters, as we really look to kind of build this interoperability in not just all NATO, but other partners as well.
We need to continue to build interoperability. We need to continue understand also high visibility exercises. This is definitely something what Eastern Flank nations would like to see, and then what may be objectively required to further reinforce credibility of defense and deterrence against Russia. This all pertains to the future posture to the issue of the future posture of NATO in the Eastern Flank. And we have been discussing numbers. There's been recent communications from NATO highlighting that there's been like around 40,000 troops from different countries under direct NATO command in the Eastern Flank now, being a response to Russian invasion on Ukraine. So that's a huge number. We have heard also about different kind of capabilities. We've seen aircrafts flying over our countries, different kinds of aircraft. So we can see this let's say visible proofs of defense and deterrence working. But at the same time, in terms of things which are discussed perhaps almost exclusively, I would dare to say, by the military, the readiness, the fact that the ability of the force to actually start fighting from day one. What will be your message for the allies with regards to the future for allies and partners here in the Eastern Flank? How to, through exercises, through building interoperability, how to build this readiness of the force to fight from day one?
Readiness, in my opinion, builds confidence, right? It builds confidence in your formation. It builds confidence in your leaders. It builds confidence in the soldiers that fill out your formation. They're not just confident in their ability to execute their task and their leaders, but they're also develop confidence in their equipment, and they are ready to fight. Or they are ready to respond to any contingency that they have. And so, you kind of mentioned deterrence there, for a minute, just to, give you an example. So, right now on the continent of Europe, there are 3 armor brigade combat teams that are, operating, that are focusing on exercises and improving their own readiness, but also working with our allies and partners to work this. The interoperability piece. And so, I kind of talked a little bit about Defender 20, the portion, or Defender 22 on the portion of the wet gap crossings that we are doing, and the combined live fires that are taking place on the German-Polish border and inside Poland, and then the lethal fires up in the Baltics. But there is other training that is going on inside of other partnered with other Polish units, and as well down in a place called Grafenwehr, the training area down in Germany, where there are 3 armor brigade combat teams that are truly improving every day, that if we are called upon, that we will be ready to execute. And that in itself, I think, is deterrence in terms of just the commitment of our soldiers to get better and improve each and every day as you think about this. The other point that I wanted to kind of to talk about there, the question that you had, and we'll go back to increasing rigor. It was brought up yesterday, I think, in the first panel about kind of reconstitution and what we call inside of the Army consolidation of gains. And so that sometimes especially when you're thinking of large-scale ground combat operations like we're seeing in Ukraine and in other places, that part is overlooked. But when you look about interoperability and you talk about partners We talk, a great deal about our partners with military forces, but we can't forget NGOs and government officials in terms of how we can quickly seek opportunities to get constructive reconstruction going on in terms of getting human services and trade back into areas that sometimes that we would overlook if we don't develop leaders and we aren't thinking about that inside our exercises that we're doing. And so, I think that we're continuing to evolve and get better in that as we focus. And that, again, as one of the panel members discussed yesterday, that, that is something that we are trying to make sure that we focus on at every level, that we don't miss an opportunity inside of our own organizations to quickly try to do that consolidation of gains that we discuss. Or that's what we say it is.
Thank you, General. Very important words. We have still 5 minutes left to discuss, and perhaps there are questions in the audience. I can see Director Sławomir Dębski in the front row.
Well, I will have very brief question. We all are watching war in Ukraine. And definitely Russians would learn something from Ukrainians and their way of war. So my question to you, referring to your military experience, is what lessons we should draw from the way how Ukrainians are fighting, and what we should expect from Russian adaptation to the new kind of the warfare Ukrainians show.
As many panel members has said, I think that it might be a little too early to really kind of hone in on specific lessons learned in terms of what we should be focused on. But I will go back to what one of the panel members said in terms of, and what I alluded to initially, is the sustainment of a large force over distance, right? And just the fact that having been in exercises and had that opportunity to mess that up a couple times myself, I can tell you that is a very, very challenging thing to do. And then when you think about weather and you think about the friction of different rail gauges, you think about the friction of weight and roads, without having the experience of being in those certain lessons, that is something that regardless of where it is, I think that is something that we have to continue to make sure that we focus on and continue to improve. The second one that sticks out to me and was discussed was the ability of building depth inside a formation. And so, I'm specifically talking about, we have a great non-commissioned officer corps inside the United States Army, as well as other countries do as well. And that when you think about the fog of war and the friction and all those things that are associated with that, the ability for junior leaders to be able to execute within guidance and inside of certain areas and feel confident in themselves and in their equipment to make those decisions, I think that is something that we should continue to sustain and continue to grow and develop. And that, again, only gets grown by adding more friction and more rigor in exercises to make sure that individuals are growing on that one. In terms of, look, I think that every professional organization, whether it be in the military or anywhere, is going to, if they are good, they will learn from their mistakes. And I think that if you look at the war in Russia and Ukraine, that both sides will continue to grow and learn from their mistakes. And as one of the gentlemen kind of talked about in one of the panels about, as a strategy, you assess it and you make changes to that and move forward. We'll see if they take the right lessons and they move forward in terms of trying to improve their position in themselves.
Thank you, General. With less than 2 minutes, I can take one more brief question from the back row. Please introduce yourself.
Ray Wojcik from the Center of European Policy Analysis. General, marching great discussion. It's been an honor for me for many, many years to work with the Polish armed forces and watch them develop over many years. Major transformative phases of the land forces were deploying with us to Iraq, Afghanistan, that helped transformation. And then since 2014, all our rotational deployments that have grown and grown leading up to this point. And that point you made about the core-to-core activity down in Krakow, that's absolutely significant. I just want to ask, General, if you can, and I know it's a policy decision and there's a lot of discussion, this topic that's come up in the last few days, forward defense, as you look at the interaction, the exercise capability, the rotation deployments are very, very important to our capabilities, but also I think we need to get back to a forward defense posture, have a healthy mix of rotations and permanent forces in Poland. As you see the front and look at Poland and their capabilities, if you have a comment on what you think about forward defense or where you think you might recommend we look at as a NATO alliance in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. I guess this issue deserves yet another panel or another conference. So, General, we don't
I think
have
there's
much
going to be
time.
one down in Madrid. I think that we'll kind of discuss that at a later time here. So again, I'm not a policy guy. I am focused on making sure that we are interoperability at the lowest level to ensure that fires are in the right spot at the right time and place. But to kind of answer your question, this is a balance of the tyranny of distance is a challenge. And how do you overcome that based off of other factors that are associated, inside of factors, I think is something that should be addressed, and we'll continue to move forward in terms of that, because that allows a little bit more daily interaction than if you were maybe in some other location that would require a phone call. Being there matters, I think, in terms of building this interoperability and building these relationships.
Thank you, General. Thank you for sharing with us the nuts and bolts of defense and deterrence, which are exercises and interoperability building. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to finish now, although I'm sure we could continue for much longer. Please join me in thanking Major General Jeffrey Broadwater.
Thank you.
Marcin, the tyranny of distance, sustaining a large force over distance. What's the old saying? It's been attributed to the likes of Napoleon and others. Amateurs study strategy, professionals practice logistics. I heard a lot of professional talk about real brass tacks, needs of the Army and challenges to overcome. What are the two big takeaways that we will put in our strategic arc from your conversation with Major General Broadwater?
Well, I think that the first main takeaway is that you just don't declare multinationality work. We assume that by definition, defense and deterrence is credible when the assets which are meant to provide defense and deterrence are multinational, because it carries the political value. But at the same time, it is not enough to say that there will be multinational forces. They need to first train together, because they need to learn how to operate together. And multinationality, and I know that from different discussions with military people, with officers, multinationality poses challenges at different levels. So the only way to overcome these challenges is via exercises. So all the more I do appreciate that General shared with us these details about the exercises. The second biggest takeaway is, as you mentioned, the importance of the space and the importance of the ability of commanders to know the space in which they're operating. And when we think about defense and deterrence in the eastern flank of NATO, this is a vast space, because what is called the so-called rear area, secure rear area, extends from the harbors in Spain, whereas the front line will be somewhere in the eastern flank, hopefully not close to Warsaw, right? Hopefully there will be no front line. But this is the space in which NATO would need to operate. All right. And we must not repeat the mistakes which Russia has been doing with regards to sustaining supply lines and communication lines.
That wins wars, and that can also lose wars if you get it wrong, as Russia has shown us. Well done.
Yes, this is the case, and this is the biggest challenge ahead of us, because there is a lot of homework for us as the entire alliance. And we need to think of hopefully soon we will need to think about eastern flank and contingencies in this area from the perspective of Sweden and Finland being members.
For the next strategic arc.
Definitely.
Marcin,
Look
thank
forward
you.
to taking part in it already next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Marcin Terlikowski for that wonderful interview. Marcin, well done.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. So this next panel, I want to frame it correctly because it could really change, I think, the way we view where we are in this moment and what the next several months and perhaps years of our lives are going to look like. Officially, the title of this panel is on globalization and what that's going to look like in a post-COVID and post-war world that we're approaching now. But for me and for everyone in this room, I think this topic is personal. Because over the last 2 or so years, every single one of us in this room, every person in Poland, and certainly everyone in the world has in one way or another had their lives impacted by COVID. Many of us have known friends or family members who have died from COVID. Many of us have seen entire borders closed, methods of transportation shut down, whole industries shuttered for business, supply chains upside down. And now, as we emerge from that environment, we are still asking the question, does globalization really work for us? Are we seeing a step back from globalization into more regionalization as a result? This is the question that I'm going to be looking at as we lead our next panel. So, to introduce our speakers here, we'll go in order. Panelists, if you want to join us, and ladies and gentlemen, feel free to give them a round of applause as they come on board here. First, we have Rafal Anchak, who is the economist and member of the Supervisory Board of the Central Communication Port. Next, we have Clemens Fust, president of IFO Institute, the Leibniz Institute for Economic Research at the University of Munich. Next, we have Maiki Akano-Haimans, senior research fellow at the Conningale Institute. We also have Elena Olivier, senior analyst at the Elcano Royal Institute, and moderating for us all is someone I think we all know, Steve Clemens, editor-at-large for The Hill. Steve, globalization, the panel is yours.
Great, thank you. It's great to be with all of you, and I just want to say a special thanks to Slavoj Debsky and to PISM. This is my first time at this great conference, and I have been having fun. I hope all of you have been as well. We have a terrific panel, but let me just start for a moment. I had dinner with a few congressmen in the United States the other evening, and one of them, Representative Brendan Boyle, who represents a district in Pennsylvania, said, I said, what's the worst thing you can talk to your constituents about? He says, globalization. He says that word instantly turns everyone off. And it used to be such a happy word. It used to mean we were going to get things from all over the world more cheaply. We were getting connected with other people and experiences, and it was a positive word. It was back in the time, of Bill Clinton's presidency, I remember. And I know this is not an American panel, but this is my framing. Globalization had this nature that it was sort of part of a higher trust world, that it was low fear, high trust, people, ideas, institutions, money flowing more frictionlessly across borders. It was the time Thomas Friedman wrote his book that we were going to have a flatter and flatter world, that everyone was going to look more like the United States. How wrong was he? And at that time, when you began to see other things happen, terrorism, but also borders began coming back. That wall, talks about walls came back. And of course, we've had now this horrible Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've had, of course, a pandemic, where today we've got a very connected world, but I call it a high fear, low trust world. And in that dynamic, it's really going to impact the way we think about what our futures are and how we approach them. And I just want to start out, we're going to be very interactive here, hopefully, but I'm going to start out with Rafal and just say, Rafal, how did we get here? What were the determinants of I would say, at least the deterioration, if not the downfall of globalization. But how did we get where we are by way of, and where we're kind of wobbly at the moment because of the effects of the pandemic? What have we realized? And as we see a classic kind of horrible war, real invasion, real people dying, it's not a war game, what has that done to our notions of globalization and how we think about what an economy is for?
As long as globalization brought fruits and we experienced actually 20-25% of uninterrupted economic growth, everybody was happy. Of course, we had crises, the Asian financial crisis, the internet crisis of 97, 98, 2001, global financial crisis 2008, but nevertheless, in the human history, there was no period of such a phenomenal growth. Poland actually, together with Australia, if not misleading, experienced almost 30 years of interrupted economic growth, slightly smaller than South Korea. But it's a kind of a statistical outlier because capitalistic economy is about booms and busts. So we move actually the growth in cycles. And because of globalization, these cycles flattened basically. Nowadays, when actually the whole world is
put that in real
globalized,
people speak. What does that mean in real terms?
in real terms, meaning that we have a crisis and growth. Crisis and growth in macroeconomic policy is about managing those periods. Globalization or shifting economic growth to other areas like Asia, China, of course, former Soviet Union countries, Central European countries managed to provide fuel for this economic development and growth. And of course, it's over. It's over. So currently we have problems with inflation, and of course we can blame Mr. Putin for that, but that's not the whole truth. We can have problem of indebtedness of developed economies, and it's a huge problem. Together with rising interest, this is even a growing issue. So people start feeling that there's something wrong with this globalization because they are worse off than better off. And I think that's one of the reasons. Not to mention that there were, of course, problems, underneath problems in developments, in transitions. So Russia is the best example, because fundamentally Russia was making mistakes from the very beginning of its transition, and I can come back to that later. So it resulted in a building of a state that is actually not fitting into the system, which is being more and more aggressive, and the war is the result. So I may finish on that. We can come back later.
I want to jump to Mike too, but I think one of the things I want to weave into this conversation, and hopefully you can smarten me up on it, all of you, is the question of what drives power in the world today. Is it the size of a military, the deployment of military, or the failure to use a military and the mistakes that Russians and others are making right now? Or is it the Belt and Road Initiative? Is it economic codependencies? It's the weight of innovation and the way an economy works. And I think the United States, frankly, is struggling with that from an identity perspective. I think it wants to, believe that it's a global economic leader, but I think when it looks to China, it fears that China may be getting both of these right. And I think it comes down to something really clear. If America falls back, if you have decoupling, and America pulls back from the kind of economic footprint that it once has, Europe is considering decoupling from Asia as well. Mike, I know this is an area you've thought a lot, particularly the Indo-Pacific. So I'd like you not just to reflect on the paradigm shift you see here, but what makes a state or nation powerful today? Does globalization help or hurt?
Yes, well, thank you. That's a terribly difficult question. And obviously, military power will always play in. But as economic power, it used to be sort of the big thing we would look at. I think now it's technological supremacy. And I think the fact that China was building that quite rapidly, with great state support in many different ways, I think that's what freaked the United States out. And that's what I think led to what I like to call the clash of capitalisms, when we really see the differences in political and in economic economic systems and the way that they are connected played out, indeed what you mentioned. Unfortunately, I would say not the whole world turning to be out like the United States or Europe.
Right.
So that's a huge shift, and I think what we are seeing now is a period where we're all coming to terms with what that means, that clash of capitalisms, because it's not just the capitalisms that clash, but it's also norms that underpin sort of those systems. And it's the values, as we discussed yesterday, what defines the West. And obviously also with technological supremacy comes the ability to set standards. And also here we see China challenging what the United States and Europeans had built earlier, what we were so comfortable to and what we started taking for granted, frankly speaking. So that is, I think, what first of all, this conflict, mainly between China and the US, and now the EU also waking up to that and changing and adapting to it. That was the first thing. And then, of course, COVID amplified that. It amplified the differences, and it highlighted dependencies that we were sort of comfortable still ignoring, although we saw that clash of capitalisms. And now looking at diversification. And of course, then we had the war in Ukraine, which highlighted yet other dividing lines between countries. We already spoke about how India features in there, interestingly, of course. So that's a major theme, and the COVID and the war in Ukraine, I think it's interesting because it's highlighting also in different ways how digitalization, which is sort of a next step in technological developments, how that plays in. Because COVID, of course, showed us, the beauty of digitalization and the digital domain that allowed us to still function in this world where so much else was closed. But then, of course, the war in Ukraine highlighted the downsides, the cybersecurity challenges and disinformation. So this is, I think, really important issues for us to look at now. And I want to come back, and I'll end with that opening remarks to what you said about globalization. Yeah, it's not the word that people used to like so much. Sometimes I hear people talk about deglobalization, which is also, I don't think, a good way of framing it. But in the EU, I think this is also partly why we are turning now to connectivity. It's a way of highlighting that we still want interconnections. We don't want dependencies. So we're looking at how to redo globalization with connectivity and what is the good and the bad of that. And Global Gateway as that big flagship project behind that in taking that to the world is important here.
And I like your concept of the clash of capitalisms. Have Europe and the United States solved their own clash of capitalisms?
No, not yet.
Not yet. I mean, it just raises an interesting question, just as by way, because you talk about, the growth of tech, platforms, innovation, et cetera. A few years ago, some of you may have been at the Brussels Forum, and I interviewed the Minister for Single Digital Economy. At that time, I don't know if it's the same person now, but he was from Estonia. Very interesting, very high-tech, and very, he's very pro-American. But I said, hey, would you ever have a Twitter or a Google born in Europe someday? And he goes, no, you Americans innovate, we regulate. And it raised this interesting, he said it on the record, so I can do that, but it's an interesting perspective because it does raise the question whether we need to, within the transatlantic relationship, find different competencies. Maybe we're not good at, and we clearly aren't good at the kinds of regulatory schemes that because America's constantly screwing up on that front. But Europe gets it right most of the time and usually sets the standard in the world. Maybe that is the transactional partnership that we need to have. What are your thoughts, Micah?
Well, I think because regulation is also about internal regulation, and I would like to do the United States to do a little bit better here, and perhaps look at what we've achieved in Europe, just as many other countries throughout the world have done, by the way. Look at our data protection and how that inspired many others.
Right.
Hopefully also in the United States later. At the same time, Europe is looking at, wow, the American big tech, we would like a share of that pie also. So we're investing in that heavily. Obviously, we will always have each of our strengths. And I like the idea of, coming to one sort of big grand bargain, because the clash of capitalism between us is so much smaller, obviously, than the big clash that's really with authoritarian systems.
Right. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Ileana, you work at a great institute, the Elcano Royal Institute, and I know you do annual studies there, and you've got a global presence index that you've worked on that's taken a look at some of the impacts of the pandemic and the crises we're having around the world on people's aspirations and how they think about, I don't know, the social contract, if you will, on the globalization front. So tell us what you've learned.
Yes, thank you for, firstly, one quick word on why we're not that happy on globalization anymore, which has to do with the results of this index. I also think that shared and maybe very high expectations on globalizations in previous decades were also based on the assumption that it was a very simple phenomenon and that it had to do with increasing trade flows, but actually it was a very complex phenomenon with many sides, and also the technological side, the military side, the human side via tourism, migration, and therefore the consequences were more difficult to forecast. And at some point, this evolving phenomenon was going to throw mixed results for different groups and countries and groups of people. So in that same line, well, what happened with what we observed through the results of our index is that with the pandemic, as with previous episodes, such as the Great Recession, some trends were deepened, and we could also observe some new trends. So as for the first thing, the trends that deepened, well, maybe not deglobalization, I agree with you, but we are in some kind of post-globalization phase that didn't start with the pandemic, that started in the mid-2010s. And maybe these also had to do with that this is a phenomenon that couldn't grow and keep on growing and growing without a limit. So at some point, the interlinks between different economies is, well, not at its maximum, but maybe at a very high level, and we cannot expect it to grow, at least not at that pace. So in that sense, of course, the pandemic had a huge impact. Global exchanges retrenched in all types of exchanges, of course, trade, not investment, but in the military, and also in the soft realm, the tourism, migration. Of course, this has to do with the fact that, human mobility was reduced and lockdowns in the main economies. To build on Micah's comment, technological and scientific exchanges skyrocketed during the pandemic, probably having to do with the search for the vaccine. But this accelerated a trend that was also already happening before the pandemic, and this is probably going to deepen the gap between those countries and those economies that are managing to keep on innovating and to keep on achieving scientific and technological advances, and those that don't. And just one last word on this is that this retrenchment of all the types of soft exchanges, such as tourism, education, culture, migration, is actually a new thing. Those had been the drivers of globalization once the economic drivers stopped. And this is something that has happened with the pandemic, and we still don't know if those exchanges are going to...
And what about populism, though? You know, I think about the antithesis of this kind of conversation is sort of, if we were to go to where my family's from in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and talk about globalization, they would not enjoy this conversation. There's a lot of, populist, conservative culture who they feel like they fought the Cold War, served the United States and the world, and China somehow ended up winning. And in that, I think, when we think about the downsides of this sort of people, it's been the rise of populism. So what do your studies show you about that? How do you see populism rising in reaction to the economy, or do we need to talk about decoupling and slowing down globalization or focusing on it to basically as an antidote for populism?
Yes, I think there is a connection, and it has to do with what I mentioned previously on depicting globalization as a very simple phenomenon with very clear consequences. And it's not like that. So, I mean, it's an easy topic to blame because it's not a person, it's not a political party, it's not, so everything is the fault of globalization. But actually, several of the reasons why the groups that feel or that perceive themselves as the losers of globalization are actually the losers of a series of domestic policies and misregulations, lack of regulations. And of course, and the thing is that some economies can combine perfectly well some level of protectionism and strategic autonomy and regulation, and a very active role in the world. And actually, to some extent, and in some domains, China has very effectively managed to combine all those different objectives at the same time.
Well, thank you. Well, Clemens, I'm fascinated by this world that we've moved from. You know, I tell people, we used to live in a Toyota world. In Toyota, if anybody worked in Toyota, there was a term called Kaizen, and Kaizen meant continuous incremental improvement towards perfection. But it also, in terms of production techniques, you had just-in-time production. And I once wrote a piece one time, I said, we live in a just-in-time world of just-in-time jobs, just-in-time money, just-in-time everything. And somehow that world has come into we don't have just-in-time anything anymore. That the supply chain crisis in the world is staggering. I'm trying to put a jacuzzi in at my house, and I've been told there's a 13-month wait, you know, for the parts and things like this. What has happened, and what did we have now revealed about ourselves about depending on everything working so smoothly, so cleanly, that now we're in a place where whether it's strategic materials or whether it's the supply chain or whether we're dependent on parts of the world and we don't like their values. What have we learned, Clemens, since the pandemic?
Well, I think the availability of everything at cheap prices was just one of the great strengths of globalization. We got used to that until it happened to be a great strength, or until it didn't work anymore, and that was the pandemic. But I think this was just one of several things that stopped working. I mean, globalization brought this promise, also, you know, made and totally in line with what economists think, that, you know, if others are better off, we are better off. And I think the first difficulty that came up and was felt was that not exactly everybody was made of. You mentioned that some people in the US and in other countries didn't benefit. I mean, there's this famous elephant graph describing that the middle classes in the West have lost, and people in the very poor countries have been left behind. And then we have these emerging economies that have benefited, and the top incomes. But then other disappointments came. We had the migration crisis. Then a lot of people, as you said, became aware that national sovereignty was limited through globalization. If we do a trade agreement, we cannot decide everything in our national parliaments. We have to give up some aspects of our national political sovereignty. That's why the Brexiteers came up with this slogan, let's take back control. There was this impression that we're kind of losing control through globalization. And then the next shock came with the pandemic, as you said, when this, you know, this thing that used to work smoothly, very efficient supply chains stopped working. And it's really dramatic. We do corporate surveys, and Germany is one of the countries where corporations, where firms are extremely integrated into the world economy. And in the last 30 years, the maximum share of companies telling us they had supply chain problems was 20%. That was in 2011, after the financial crisis. It was 20% of the firms. Now it's 80% of the manufacturing firms telling us they have problems. So it's a massive problem. I mean, it doesn't mean globalization isn't efficient, but the supply chains have become very efficient and very vulnerable. And the pandemic was a unique event. It has messed up everything. It doesn't mean it won't work again in the future, but that was one of the shocks. And now on top of that, we have the war, where we see that dependencies are suddenly a problem. supply chains and dependencies on energy are suddenly a problem. We thought they wouldn't be a problem.
So what's the response to it? I know most of you haven't read this book. I've read a new book that's I think just come out this week by Ian Bremmer, and it's called The Power of Crisis. And in this book, he makes a basic argument. For those of you who don't know, Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group is the guy who believes he's got the G0 world, that there's no longer a shaping, controlling, organizing force in the world. The world's become chaos. It's a very bleak perspective. But he's written a kind of optimistic book now, and he argues that the pandemic, climate change, and massive jumps forward in technology and what it can do to us in bad ways. So lethal autonomous systems, AI, tech gone amok without, good frames. That these will now force this chaotic world, G0 world, to actually increase cooperation. And I'm just wondering if he's naive, that will we try to look at what you just shared and said, the systems come undone. Will transatlantic relations, or will we work with China, will we look with the great powers of the world and finally come back and have a resurgence in sensible governance and response? Or are we just going to continue to retreat and become, kind of do our own laundry again and kind of stop, see trade go down and, decouple from that globalization vision? What do you think?
Well, I think companies, governments will try to achieve more resilient systems. I think what we have learned is that there are increasingly, we have crises, we have political crises, we have natural disasters, and what companies are now trying is, for instance, diversify their supply chains, and through that be more resilient. A lot of governments are talking about reshoring production, bringing home production, or nearshoring. I don't think this is making things more resilient, but diversification is. So I would say we will see a lot of diversification, parallel extra capacities, spare capacities will be built up. That's very costly, but I think that's where we're going.
Well, let's say, Rafael, your thoughts on that?
If I may follow on that, because there are also, economists used to say it depends, because this is a long-term process, and this is rather a question of causes and consequences. Just two examples grouped in the period of 30 plus years. The collapse of the CMEA, I don't know if you remember what was that, Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, so basically the clearing system for rubles in communist states. It happened in 1991. And it was a blessing for Poland and other Central European countries, because it allowed Polish companies to restructure and shifting pattern of the trade towards the West, before anybody thought about membership in the European Union. At the same time, the ruble zone was functioning until the end of 1993. So basically all former Soviet Union countries lost 2-3 years in economic transition. And why was that? I can tell you, because I was working already at that time on site in those countries. Because Western countries, mostly US, were against collapsing of the ruble zone, for no reason unless political one, to maintain the power of Russia. The result was that transition in those countries, including Ukraine, lost a couple of years, and they were losing next years in next decade. Finally, it resulted that those economies are still very weak, and Russia is relatively strong towards them. Another example, 30 years later, we have two processes in the European Union which, in my opinion, are very doubtful. Firstly, what happened, and we see consequences of that, the industrialization of European economies. Industries shifted towards Asia for the reason, of course, of climate regulations. And in Asia, you can ask questions: are they behaving better and emitting less CO2? No, the opposite. And of course, and the consequences for Europe is that we lost millions of jobs in the industrial sector, lots of unemployment in blue-collar workers, capacity to build military equipment, which is actually visible right now, because Europe is not able to quickly rebuild, like United States, for example, its military might. And other consequences, and related to that, is the climate energy policy. I don't know if you are aware, but in the program, which is now being discussed, Fit for 55, there's an assumption that energy consumption in Europe should drop by 8%. From economic perspective, it's a nonsense. you can expect lower energy consumption with the higher GDP growth, which is actually happening right now in Poland, because the GDP dynamics is higher than the energy consumption, and it's called energy efficiency process. Or you can switch energy resources, but you cannot expect drop in energy consumption. Because in history, in economic history of mankind, it usually ended up in the collapse of the empires. Either was, if you define the energy source. So these are the consequences, or the causes of the consequences. That happens usually in the period of next 10, 20, 30 years, but this is about economy.
No, I can, Ileana, I'd love to get your comments on this as well, but another sort of tag on to this that I've been thinking about, if you look at the future of where the rising global middle class is, it's really not in the United States, it's not in Europe. And so one of the questions I don't think we're asking ourselves, if you end up seeing these economies decouple, say from a Chinese-led global economy, and you end up with a split in standards, a split in kind of, there are now two mothership economies, you have a divided, bifurcated global economy. Doesn't China's footprint and relationships and networks outperform the West's, because we're not growing in terms of global middle class, we are aging, and they are growing and have, the prospects of big glowing economies. And what does that mean for us? Are we basically boxing ourselves off? Micah?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's clear that China is expanding and its presence and influence everywhere. And I think it's about time that we start responding to that also, rather than just looking at ourselves. Just before I answer your question further, I mean, the point about decoupling, I frankly speaking, I don't think that is really happening.
Right.
I mean, we hear it mainly coming from the United States.
I agree with you. I just hear a lot of talk. But
yes,
yeah.
Well, it depends on where you are. I think you hear that more in the United States. But even, the United States is not decoupling full-fledged from China. I mean, COVID, yes, that is having implications probably, a few years down the line on investment in China because of the delays and that is causing a difference. But it's not as if all American companies are leaving China. We had last week, I think, from the American Chamber of Commerce, clear a report saying exactly that. So decoupling, I think, is almost a word that appeals, to certain groups of people, and that's why it's used, for populist purposes, you could say. So I think this is the reason why I think Europe has been trying so much more to be more nuanced about this and saying, yes, okay, we have been naive, and yes, you were right in calling us off and pointing out that we have to better protect ourselves and protect our norms and values with higher barriers of different kinds, including investment screening or trade defense instrument. And we've done our homework there, but let's not call this decoupling, because that's not in anybody's interest. Also not even in the interest of the people that you were just talking about that don't know the benefits of globalization, but actually have been experiencing it. So I think that's a very important point to make, to talk about, limited and targeted decoupling, because that's what it is, and I think that's what we should be doing. So at the same time, we want to maintain that, interoperability and partnerships was the title of the previous panel. Well, I think this applies to this as well, right? With specific countries in particular, we want to maintain that interoperability. And the Indo-Pacific region is a very important region for the United States and for Europe, because it is a growing market. This is where the growing middle class is, but also because it's a group of countries that does not want to be, sort of left alone with China and as a big influencer in the region. They will always be connected to China, so let's not try and pull them away, pretend that this is possible, but let's offer them also an alternative. And I think that is exactly what the EU has been doing. Again, global gateway and connectivity, and there's many downsides to that also, but at least it's something that the EU has been investing in over the years. And I'm very curious, next week President Biden's now on his way to Japan, I believe, for that summit, where we will hear the announcement of that Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Well, what is that really about, right? We will have to find out, obviously, but I'm very curious, and I think the United States has to do a little bit more, a little bit less talk of decoupling and a little more of showing that on different terms, we will always be connected, and we can help you with, less dependence, or, safer and more resilient connection.
Yeah, we're all waiting to see what comes out in this Indo-Pacific economic framework. I think it's going to be a lot of BS myself, but with all due respect, because we had TPP, right? So we had the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which we walked away from, which many people looked at was less of an economic deal than a strategic deal, and walking away from it left the region vulnerable to the sense that China was the one determining momentum and growth, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the Biden administration has been trying to act like it still has economic weight and economic consequence, you know, for the futures of these countries without calling them trade deals. And that's why it's going to be interesting. But somebody might want to challenge my perspective on that in the audience when we get to questions. I do want to, I want to get to Ileana, but I want to tell people we will take questions, and I know virtually, somehow those of you watching online can send questions in to this little tablet, so feel free, keep sending questions in, we'll get to them as well. But Ileana, your thoughts?
Yes, so 4 very quick comments. First, on decoupling, I totally agree with Mike in the sense that 80% of global exchanges of all kinds happen between or within Europe, North America, and Asia Pacific. And it was like that 10 years ago, it is like that now, and it will probably keep on going like that for a few years from now. And as for the potential decoupling of the US, well, according to this index, to the Global Presence Index, the US is the country with the highest global presence of 150 countries. And it has kept on growing for the during the Obama administration, during the Trump administration, and the global presence of China is 3 times lower. Of course, the gap is narrowing.
That's interesting. So in what characteristics is it lower? Like, to explain what's low, what do we do bigger, what do they do lower? Because I want to know, because I've never heard that.
And that was my second point, in everything. The countries that have the higher global presence are those countries that have a diversified global presence, and this takes me back to the comment on diversification versus concentration and specialization, and the cost that goes with transitioning from the just-in-time to just-in-case economic philosophy. Of course, it's costly, but it's not necessarily a bad strategy from the efficiency and the economic point of view. And Chinese, US, German economies are highly diversified compared to the rest of the economies in the world, and they are performing pretty well compared to the rest of the economies in the world. And as for the energy and efficiency growth, well, yes, maybe we cannot expect energy to the use of energy to drop in a new growth pattern or growth model, but well, digitalization has also to do with that. I mean, we should be able to consume less and less energy to produce more or less the same amount of things. And finally, 4th and last comment on your question on the middle class. Well, that's one of the Chinese weaknesses, actually. They don't have, because of the type of economic model and growth pattern that they chose, they don't have an expanding middle class. A little bit more so since the Great Recession, and when they acknowledge the high dependency.
You don't think China has an expanding middle class?
No. A little, I mean, yes.
I sort of think they do.
It is growing a little bit compared to what was happening during the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, but it's not the foundation of their economic model. And also, they are aging. Too, like Europeans, like Latin Americans, like everyone else, except for Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm not sure to what extent China is going to take the lead on that particular domain. And also, an expanding middle class, of course, would be a challenge to the political regime.
Yeah. I know Clemens and Raphael want to jump in. I sort of become a big fan of Alibaba. Did anybody get on Alibaba's website? It's like the Chinese version of Amazon, but better. You know, they've got influencers and little shows, and you know, Alibaba is selling about $65 billion a year of U.S. goods, I'm sure European goods too, into Chinese consumers that are buying this stuff. And I think I wish I had someone from China on this panel, because I'd ask them and say, what are your views of globalization? Are you going to be, you know, you buy Allbirds shoes and Fender guitars and Johnson & Johnson baby powder now, and is that changing the way they're looking at their role and place in the world in a positive way or not? I think it'd be an interesting question to ask. But Clemens, I know you want to react.
Yes, 2 short points. The first about China. We shouldn't underestimate China, but we shouldn't overestimate it either. I totally agree. China has an aging problem, and China has another economic problem, which is called overinvestment. Currently, the Chinese economy is investing 40% of GDP, of its GDP, and it's growing at 5%. This is absolutely unsustainable. So if you invest that much, you either grow much more quickly or you are accumulating more and more inefficient capital. So capital that's producing nothing. So I think we, inevitably, some sort of structural change has to come.
Yeah.
And that adjustment will be very difficult for China, but it cannot continue the way it does now. So I think more likely than stellar ascent of China is problems, and these problems will also mean problems for the West. And on decoupling, I also agree to these comments. So I don't think we are moving towards a world, as you described, with China leading one sphere and the US leading the other. But maybe it's a world where we do have two spheres, but they go across countries. The one sphere is the sphere of economic exchange, trade. So here we are cooperating. And then there is the sphere of military and geopolitical power. And there we are competing. And I think the interesting question is, will these spheres coexist? And will we be able to maintain this kind of peaceful coexistence? Or will the geopolitical spill over into the economic and into the trade? And now one gets the impression, yes, it does, with the debate about energy embargoes, the seizure of assets of the central banks.
But you sent me a note, and Rafael sent me a note, if I may share with the audience what you shared, that in a way, I don't think that works out very well, because you talked about the weaponization of economies. Right. You talked about the weaponization, essentially, of what used to be public goods that came from global connectivity. And when you basically put up walls and you weaponize that, right, and people get fear, that's where you get vaccine nationalism, right? You get the fear that global system won't work, so you seize up, or you weaponize energy, or you weaponize economic impact, or as we're going to discuss later today in technology, I'm really interested in the fact if America and Europe have a high degree of embedding ethics into the application of AI and facial recognition. But Chinese companies don't have that. Which grows better and faster? Which is more innovative? My hunch is that China is going to outrun Europe and the US, that are appropriately concerned about ethical concerns, and it raises an interesting question of then the weaponization of tech. And Rafael, you sent me a note saying, we Polish had no illusions about China and Russia like our other Western partners and Americans did. So just respond real quickly, if you would, to the illusions you think are still out there, because I think you think we're going to end up in a more divided world.
Sure. Just quick point returning to what Iliana said. She said what economists believe, and this is kind of obvious, just to understand correctly. Most democratic countries, the growth in most democratic countries is based on the domestic consumption, private consumption. It's from 40 to 60% of GDP, and it builds middle class, because it brings fruits of growth to those middle class, which is growing and is stabilizing political system. In countries like Russia and China, the economic pattern is based on exports. And the fruits of exports goes to the very narrow class, elites, oligarchs. You can call them oligarchs in China in terms of the capitalists, or oligarchs that actually form from the KGB
How
in
did
Russia.
you avoid Poland
Just a quick, actually I was going into that.
Do you have oligarchs and we don't know them?
No, we don't in Poland, for the simple reasons. Actually, first of all, we don't have energy resources, which is a blessing to some extent. China has, to less extent, but they have a massive export surplus. So they actually building this oligarchic class on export profits. Russia, of course, to a small extent, Ukraine, built the oligarchic class that captured state-owned assets.
Right.
And just an example, well-known oligarch, famous in London, that is now worth around 14 billion before the, let's say, capture of some assets, but worth $14 billion. Majority of that comes from the one single transaction of reselling Sibneft oil company in 2005 to Gazprom. So I bet that half of this audience would perform better in financial terms if they get $14.2 billion in 2005, getting $14 billion in 2020. And that's the methods, those people managing also the assets. They are buying yachts, they are buying jets, but they are not investing and developing enterprises or the economy.
But back to the issue about
this is the
China.
This is the reason that in Central European we don't have that problem. In China and Russia, and actually that should be the question to our panel. It's not about the globalization, it's about the simple question, what will happen to Russia and China? Because they are two big game changers. And if we put some focus both to Russia and China, which basically are still to some extent communist countries, and why Poles had very skeptic about that, because we trained the communist system for last 50 years, and the results are none. So that is why the system is only getting more and more aggressive when it's collapsing. And it was happening in Poland in the 80s. It is happening nowadays in Russia. So if you ask the question, what will happen to Russia and then to China, we'll probably get the answer, what will happen with globalization or decoupling.
Fascinating. I'd like to move to questions from the audience soon. So there's a big light in my eyes, so I don't, let's see. Do we have questions out there? I guess yes, in the very back, right back here. Yes, sir. And tell us who you are.
Melchior Szczepanik, Polish Institute of International Affairs. The European Union, if we analyze the discussions that are going on, is not only trying to make its economy more resilient, but also more sustainable in terms of using less resources, using them more effectively, making economic activity less harmful for the climate, for environment, also making some progress on labor rights. I would like to ask the panelists how do they see prospects for progress on this front?
That's a great question. Micah, would you want to jump at that real quick? And I guess Europe becoming, and we call it the ESG movement. Europe's trying to become better on environment, social governance, these kinds of questions, and move forward. And we were having a debate last night at the nightcap. I have to remember parts of that were off the record, but essentially that some countries in their efforts to be greener are creating strategic liabilities for their partners. So if you get rid of a bunch of nuclear power plants in a country, you're presuming that others are going to backstop your energy if you need it. So I'm just interested in that, because part of that question is, as Europe tries to become more green and do this, and we have a crisis going on with Europe, what's the responsible way forward that you're not creating strategic liabilities while you're at the same time trying to respond to the climate?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it must have been more than 10 years ago that I wrote about Japan's green economic diplomacy. And I started with what's actually green, because to the Japanese, actually nuclear power plants were greening. And obviously this was at a time when in Europe, we were at the total opposite end of thinking in that regard. Now Europe is changing, so that's really interesting. But we also see in the news now that Europe has to open up to new coal plants again. So I think this is a very humbling time for Europe, where many of the things that we have been asking of other countries to do, we are now sort of also having to do ourselves, because we realize that otherwise, we will create with all too green comes also new liability, new dependencies, or at least it's not a way of solving the dependencies that we had. So I think that as a general remark, I would like to also put into the debate, what is green really to us? How do we define that? Is I think an important one. Because for example, also, this push for the EU for sustainable connectivity, again, not globalization, sustainable connectivity, is about sustainable in the commercially sustainable way, that you build projects when they're actually needed and not when you wish to build a bridge or a road yourself somewhere. Also financially sustainable, so that you won't leave countries with debt. But it's also about environmentally sustainable. And what is that exactly? I think we are only now trying to find out what that is. But here I would like to link again to technology, because again, technology I think is a really interesting push for new opportunities that where we can get to solutions that are really essential to maximize that sustainable economic development and go through that green energy transition. And how do we make best use of that, and who gets to innovate, and where do we share the knowledge of that? I think if we're talking about transatlantic partnership and cooperation, also here we need to do way more to do that, because digital technologies, they can help facilitate that green transition, but there's also, as you mentioned, the risk with technology that could lead also to, killer robots. Some people have called it. I don't believe we're anywhere close to that, so that's sort of a misgiven. But anyway, it's a risk. Also comes with risks that I know one of your colleagues at PISM actually told me yesterday is also looking into what are the risks here of technology and human rights effect. So sharing, information about that and learning from other regions what are their definitions of green and how they have been dealing with this is, I think, in this phase a really important one, because clearly, I mean, there's so many opportunities, but where exactly? I think we really are only at the very beginning of finding that out.
And I think everybody jumped in. We have Clemens and then Ileana.
Yes, I mean, regarding sustainability, I think there are really two approaches in Europe about where we're going. The one is have a more market-based approach. If we think about climate change, there is the European emissions pricing system, which is a very good and efficient instrument. It doesn't tell companies or people where exactly to bring down CO2 emissions, but if you emit CO2, you pay for it. That's a very dynamic system, and it's a good system. It doesn't cover all sectors, but it should. But then there's also the other tendency in Europe, which is let's organize sustainability in the, I always say, Soviet Union way, in the centrally planned way. And we have already started. There's the taxonomy. We are creating a taxonomy that's for finance in that case, for sustainable finance. It's a list, what people are doing here. I don't think that's always understood everywhere in Europe. So we are setting up a list of every economic activity. It's a list, there's a lot of pages. And we are classifying each of these activities as either sustainable or unsustainable. And if you look at what banks are doing at the moment, they have a strong tendency to finance only activities on that list. So how do you get on that list? It's an administrative process, and you can do lobbying. So, a lot of companies and sectors do a lot of lobbying. So it's a totally central planning approach. It's complete madness. It totally undermines perspectives for economic growth in Europe. But we are more and more moving towards this central planning approach. And unfortunately, many politicians, European politicians, really love it. Because if you have all these lists, you can then apply instruments to them and really steer the economy. So I think Europe is really at the crossroads here. Either we are getting rid of this taxonomy, and indeed we've only started with the environmental. So all these hundreds of pages doing that for climate protection, it takes a very long time, but this is called ESG, right? So we have the social, we have the governance, and writing up more lists would be total madness, and a lot of people, or more and more people, understand this now, and I really hope we are stopping. But, I mean, I'm afraid there is a concept of what sustainability is, and this is this taxonomy, this list. For instance, defense wasn't on it. Now we've realized, oh, the world has changed, so we need to change our central planning approach. Central planned economies aren't very good at adjusting to changes. So I really think a lot of the future of Europe depends on whether we can get rid of this central planning approach.
Thank you. Ileana.
Thank you. I'm not sure I agree on that. Actually,
feel free to take a whack at him.
Okay. No. The thing is that I was thinking, what does it take to make this transition in Europe? And I would have said, well, first of all, change of narrative on what the economy is supposed to do, and what means to be greener and sustainable. And I think this taxonomy is part of that. I understand the risks with centralizing these type of decisions, but I really don't see how else we are going to make such a great change. The market per se was not doing that transition. So, I mean, how could we do that? I mean, without the proper incentives, I don't see that happening. The challenge in Europe, and I would like to underline that to me this is a feature of the European Union, not a flaw, is that of course the way of taking decisions is much more complex than in the US or in China, because these are individual decisions by right now 70 members, but we were 27 members, but we were 28 just a few years ago. We might become 28 again soon. So this is a very difficult institutional and political process, but it's also true that once these decisions are made and taken, usually they are sustainable and resilient in time, for the good and for the bad.
Rafael.
Just quickly, 2 examples. AML regulations, anti-money laundering regulation, and ESG. Actually, I spent last 4 years in a rather top position in the banking sector in Poland. So in terms of money laundering, actually, it's quite visible how massive it was in Europe, irrespective of regulations. I'm thinking about Russian money, official or dirty money. So we have a very tight AML regulations, and somehow they doesn't work. Surprise. Secondly, we of course now discuss all this taxonomy, regulations. Actually, most of my time in the banking sector, irrespective that I was in charge of one of the business segments in the bank, was discussing about regulations. And I can tell you that there is a massive greenwashing in the financial sector because banks, financial sectors are very creative. And of course, again, in Poland, there's a little bit different thinking because we don't have Russian money in Poland, so AML regulation holds. One of the reasons of that is that we don't have Russian banks in Poland. They were not allowed to, never, ever. For the reasons. In terms of the ESG regulation on environmental regulations, there is a very simple concept that is widely known, discussed, that we should have a proper taxonomy in terms of so-called scope 2 data, analyzing uses and sources of energy. Basically, the concept is simple, but nevertheless, industry, the banking sector is massively against that, because that would require to capture or to measure properly what are the sources of energy. And of course, if you greenwash the whole concept, for the reasons, again, there is a political reasons in Europe for that, you don't have results that you expect. And that's what I was saying about the causes and consequences. So the problem is that we are not serious about implementing regulations, that the idea might be good, but the performance is even worse. So if you want to change something, especially in terms of the climate and environment, we should develop instruments that are economically reliable and that are, the industry is able to implement. And not trying to greenwash, hiding results. I don't know if you follow the last comparison of the CO2 print of the diesel engines versus electric engines. Surprise, diesel engines are more or less a CO2 footprint than electric engines. If you combine all the elements for producing cars in the old fashion and the new fashion, when you have a rare earth metals, which extractions is very costly and not very environmental friendly. And I'm not saying that electric cars are wrong, but I'm saying about collecting data properly, measuring effects, and building policies that are reliable, because then the effects cannot be that this kind of a tax is levied on the companies or the consumers or on some countries, while the other countries are only profiting from that. So this is, I think, kind of a business approach.
Thank you. We have another question out here right in the back and then one in the middle. Damien. That is Damien, right? Okay.
Thank you very much. Patrick Kugiel, I am analyst at PISM. First of all, I would like to say I'm glad you already brought the key question of weaponization of interdependence, weaponization of everything, actually.
Right.
So I would like to hear more from the panel. How do you see how to de-weaponize globalization without the deglobalization? But actually, my question is more specific on another issue. I would like to reflect on possibly the major outcome of the COVID pandemic is increasing debts in developing countries. And there are more than 60 countries already which are hit by debt crisis and food crisis and energy crisis. So, and we had just seen yesterday in Sri Lanka, which defaulted on its debt, that this is really serious problem that can lead to political upheaval and riots and everything. So the question is, can West do some serious decisions, make some serious decisions on debt cancellation or suspension of payments, like how to help the global South countries to deal with this indebtedness to avoid some major problems in future?
It's a terrific question, and I think it's something that doesn't get nearly enough discussion. That there's just the developing world has become a victim, essentially, of a lot of the things we're talking about today. You know, even if we were to go through some, modification of, global trading system, global investment system, it ends up with the developing world, getting the short stick again. But thoughts on, there were two questions there. One was, is there any way to de-weaponize economic activity? And I don't know if there is, because I think that's one of the problems of moving from a high trust global economy to a higher fear system where there's that, and it's just going to increase, generally result in lower quality of life all around on all sides of the equation. But so I'd love any response on that. But on the other broader side about developing nations' debt and responding, to the outcomes of things like the debt crisis and the global supply chain crisis. Clemens, you look like you're ready to respond.
Yeah, I'll be happy to try. Now, on weaponization of interdependence, I think there are two forms of weaponization. The first is think very critically and deal systematically with dependencies. So the EU depends on Russian gas, but that is a mutual dependence. So 70% of Russian gas goes to the EU. So this is a form of mutual dependence. I think to make things short, the future is countries will need to look very closely at one-sided dependencies. I think it would be wrong, and that's why this question is so important, for the EU to stop imports of Russian gas. I mean, my country, a lot of people think that's the solution. We stop importing Russian gas. I think this would be strategically stupid, because what we want is the EU not depending on Russian gas, but Russia continuing to depend on the EU, because otherwise they'll sell their gas elsewhere. So what we need to do is build up parallel structures and continue importing gas after the war, of course. Now is a different question, but after the war. So think strategically in a systematic way. What we currently do is often think about single issues like semiconductor production. We need to do this more systematically. I think that would be the approach needed. I mean, the other form of weaponization is to really think, okay, if China is better off, we are worse off. I think that's sometimes the US approach, and that would really mean reduce trade, bring down trade. I think that would be a more extreme form.
Does anybody want to respond on the debt issue, Ilyana?
Just quick answer, growth. I mean, this is the only answer that you have from economic practice. So if you don't have a growth, you actually fail on debt. You are bankrupt. So the issue is to have growth. For example, Italy, because this is the well-known case, when you have indebtedness at the level of 150, 160% of GDP and growth dynamic around 0.1, There is no way to avoid debt problems. The developing countries usually made lots of mistakes in economic developments, and still they increased debt because interest rates were low. And it happens with interest rates that sometimes they
But I also think, just to intervene there for a minute, that part of the question was about the impact of COVID, and these countries didn't have the resources. So I just think it's another dimension. When you have an exogenous shock come along and make everything worse, you know, what's the responsibility of those with resources? But Ileana?
Yes, and to the list of risks that Patrick just mentioned, we should just add inflation. So probably growth rates are going to be literally eaten by inflation. So I really don't see, of course, I see a debt crisis coming. I see a food crisis coming. I mean, we all see debt and food crisis coming. And I don't see how massive debt cancellations are going to be avoided. And just a quick word on de-weaponization. I think that sometimes it happens like with decoupling. To what extent conflict and cooperation were not always part of global relations. Right. So of course now we are in the middle of a war, also of a trade war between US and China, but I think to some extent these sort of tensions were always there in different forms.
Well, Micah, if I can, let me take Damien's question and have you answer that, and then we'll do a quick round. Damien?
Thank you. Damian Wnikowski, Polish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you for very interesting and inspiring discussion. And I would like to get back to the Russian and Chinese cooperation and what Mr. Andrzej mentioned about their future will, to some extent, shape also the future of globalization. So the first part of the question, what role do you see for Russia in the future globalized world, or in this changing globalized world? I understand and I agree that the globalization will not disappear, but it will change, it will evolve. And what kind of role Russia can play in this world when we see that the West is cutting much of those ties? And the second part of the question, let's assume that Russia will be more reliant on China in the future because of the war and because of this decoupling or cutting ties with the West. So what does it mean for EU, for the US, for the West?
Mike, I'm going to start with you on that, but I'm also going to reflect for the fact that at the beginning of this crisis, as you saw, the world cut Russia off on so many levels. If you look at the Russian stock market now, you look at the Russian ruble, it's pretty amazing how the bounce back has happened, and how, I mean, Rafa is going to tell me I'm wrong, but I have data coming in. I'm looking, I'm pretty surprised at how quickly, at least for this near term, Russia has shrugged off some of the steps that the world has taken to cut it off. But your thoughts?
Yeah, well, disclaimer, I'm not a Russia expert, so that's important to note here. But indeed, the dependence of Russia, the growing dependence that will, has been coming in already, and it will, grow even more, I think, on China. That is, I think, not good for Europe, because it will, give China another opportunity to influence us via Russia, perhaps. So how to deal with this? I agree with Clemens when he says this. This is also when we look at the weaponization of trade, we want to think about mutual dependencies and not cutting off all dependencies, but when they're mutual, actually keep some of that, for our own benefit. And I think this is also plays into to here. So yes, definitely we're going to have to rethink. Right. We are rethinking our relationship with Russia on energy is one thing, but let's not cut off all ties. It will always be our neighbor, and we have to, have some links there.
Right, Rafael?
Very quickly, the ruble market is tightly regulated, so exchange rate doesn't show nothing. Secondly, historically, thinking about Russia, dissolution or collapse of the Soviet Union was a blessing for Central European countries. So maybe it's necessary to happen the same with Russia. Thirdly, and that relates to China, you usually in a managerial approach, in a comprehensive problem, solve it piece by piece. So I don't believe in some global solutions. The process actually requires to solve problem by problem. So nowadays global problem is not only Central European problem, is Russia.
Thank you. Ileana, quick final thought? Clemens, quick final thought?
maybe just one word on the debt. I think it's a serious problem. The key issue here is who owns it. We have more than before. We have flexible exchange rate regimes now, which gives countries more of a leeway, but will probably lead to more inflation. And then, if the creditors are domestic savers, that's the case of Italy. It's not a developing country, but it's very hard to cancel the debt. Because if you cancel the debt, a lot of your savers lose money, and that leads to political upheaval. So that's really tricky. I'm afraid a lot of that will be wiped out by more unstable currencies.
You know what I would just say in conclusion to Damien's question about the China side of it, that, China's a really interesting country. I've spent a lot of time there and talked to them. They kind of want a status quo world. Everybody stay within their lines. Everybody, keep everything kind of calm, just as they get incrementally more powerful. And so I think that's sort of the world they want. And I think they don't want to see major disruptions. And I think, Damien, you framed this about the Russia-China relationship and what may happen. And I think China right now, and we're going to see over the next few months decisions it makes, I think China does not want to be isolated. It does not want to go down the track that it has seen Russia go down, that the consequences to China's middle class, and because I think China is building a middle class and is building and expanding, taking folks out of poverty, we can debate that. I think it wants to keep that engine going and is beginning to see, and I think it's beginning to affect the way it looks at Taiwan. We'll have to see. But I think the decisions it will make with regards to whether it builds energy infrastructure and connectivity with Russia, Russia's a big exporter, and whether it does that and thus violates the various sanctions provisions that have been put in, and then ends up being penalized by both the U.S. and Europe in that. We'll see whether that's going to happen. My guess is they won't do that, and that China's not willing to put its entire future at risk because of what Russia has done, but maybe I'm wrong. Fascinating conversation. I want to thank get my glasses off here. Rafael Anczak, economist, member of the Supervisory Board of the Central Communication Port. Clemens Fust, president of the EFO Institute. Maike Okano-Hymans, senior research fellow at the Klingendale Institute. And Ileana Olivier, senior analyst with the Okano Royal Institute. Please give them a round of applause. Wonderful discussion. Lots of stuff covered. So thank you all.
Well done. Steve, you want to join me over here? And panelists, if you want to exit stage right on the stairs.
Yes, sir. Hi.
So I watched you start off with this idea of moving from an environment of high trust, low fear to low trust, high fear. And through the process...
And we're all still connected.
Yeah, and we're all still connected. But in the process, you brought out deeper intellectual insights from every single one of our panelists, including a rather controversial statement that perhaps after this war in Ukraine is over, Germany will still be buying gas from Russia. That was an eye-raiser for me.
Well, I thought there was some myth busting that went on in the panel, and that I think the panelists said, there's a lot of illusions and a lot of demagoguery and a lot of posturing in this, but when you get down to the way real economies work and exchange and just the hardcore dimensions of geopolitics, I think we had a very good realistic discussion of these issues, and particularly on the energy front, which is so much more complex. And I loved how it dovetailed into the question of what sustainable economics is, and what the green movement does, and what the tension points are at a moment of crisis, because that's what Ukraine has created for us, right? Ukraine and Russia and the global energy crisis is making us go back and say, how do we continue to be green but not be stupid and allow ourselves to be strategically at risk?
Green but not stupid. I love it. We're going to have you back to talk about technology after lunch.
Great.
Steve,
thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
All righty. So, this is a moment I'm sure we've all been waiting for. This is certainly among all of the conversations we've had, this one is going to be a special one. I've been looking forward to this. I came halfway, entirely across the Atlantic to hear this conversation. We're about to be joined by two of some of the finest Atlanticists, two of the finest diplomats, and two of the finest strategic thinkers from their respective country. I am happy to introduce Julianne Smith, who is the U.S. Permanent Representative to NATO. I've known her for many, many years. Julianne, you want to come up here? Ambassador? Thank you so very much. Please take your seat here on the stage. Tomasz Szatkowski, Ambassador Tomasz Szatkowski, Polish permanent representative to NATO, and Wojciech Lorenz, as many of you know, one of the smartest and most able analysts at PISM, and I've been happy to call him a friend and colleague as well. Wojciech, before I hand the panel to you, I want to stress that what we have on stage here today is very special. These two diplomats together represent the beating heart of our transatlantic alliance and of the US-Polish relationship. We often think about relationships between countries in abstract concepts and game theory matrices, but ultimately it comes down to the human dimension, and that's why I'm very proud to have both of you on stage and to learn your insights here for our Strategic Ark Forum. Wojciech, the panel is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Duran, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I will start with a concrete question. We don't need to introduce our special guests. And of course, it's difficult not to talk about the war in Ukraine. So although we are mainly going to discuss NATO summit and NATO's new strategy, how NATO is adapting to this new security environment that we have now, I would like to ask you, Madam Ambassador, with how the war influenced American threat perception and what is the US end state, the goal of the US, of the Biden's administration regarding the war in Ukraine.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's lovely to be back in Warsaw and to have this opportunity to engage. I engage all the time with Tomasz at NATO, but wonderful to see so many friends here in Warsaw and engage in a conversation not only about Ukraine, but about the Madrid summit. So looking forward to that. On the question of threat perception, I mean, I think fundamentally we all agree at NATO back in Washington that what happened on February 24th was just a transformative watershed moment that fundamentally upended the European security order, and that this has broken down many assumptions that we had about peace and stability on the European continent. Many of us assumed we would not see a major land war in Europe into the year 2022. Obviously, Russia's aggression has had a lasting impact on our discussions inside the NATO alliance. It's had a lasting impact on threat perceptions, on our assessment of the Russian threat, and we've learned some lessons. We've learned some lessons about how Putin doesn't always attach intent to capability. He has not had the capacity to take over all of Ukraine as he intended in those early days, but he still had the intent and the will and the desire to do it, and he did it anyways. So we've learned some hard lessons here about recklessness, but we've also learned some wonderful lessons about NATO unity and what allies like Poland have been willing and able to do in this crisis. And I've been nothing short of astounded of what Poland in particular has stepped up to do in this moment in NATO for Ukrainians in Ukraine, for Ukrainians here in Poland, at the OSCE, at the UN. I could go on and on and on. In terms of the end state and what we hope to see at the end, I mean, obviously we want to see, and we believe we will see, Ukraine prevail. And we want them to protect their territorial integrity and their sovereignty. We want to see Ukraine remain a thriving democracy. We want to remain committed to see the alliance stay united in this moment, not just in this moment, but over the long term. We've seen an enormous amount of unity across the NATO alliance, which has also been remarkable. We want to see a strategic defeat for Russia. We want Russia to leave Ukraine. We want Russia to stop the violence, stop these indiscriminate, brutal attacks on civilians. So we all, I think, share those goals, where we want this war to end and why we want it to end. And we will continue to work tirelessly together, both Poland and the United States, and with all NATO allies, to try and reach those objectives.
Thank you very much. Strategic defeat, and we want, of course, to see Ukraine as an independent sovereign state in its internationally recognized borders. But how likely it is that it will happen in the coming months and years, it's difficult to say. But definitely NATO has a significant role to play here. I would like to ask Mr. Ambassador about this. How does it look from, you are in Brussels, but you have the Polish perspective. From the Polish perspective, what is or should be NATO's role during this conflict? There are some expectations, people ask why we cannot introduce no-fly zone, for example, over Ukraine. What is the major NATO's role here?
Yeah, thank you. Before I start, let me say I'm very honored to be part of this conference, and I'm very honored to be here with my great colleague, Julie, who is a very strong and voice at the NAC and does represent the U.S. leadership very competently and with a great class. Let me say that before we give the picture of what NATO can do and what NATO is doing, I mean, we're not starting from scratch. For years, since 2014, in particular, NATO has been providing a lot of assistance through training, through comprehensive assistance package, and so have allies. And it's also important to make this difference or sort of to shed light on this confusion. Sometimes we speak about NATO, sometimes we speak about allies. We sometimes make deliberate choices to leave certain activities for allies. However, they sort of reinforce one another. And in this context, for instance, the allies present under NATO flag or in bilateral arrangements have also helped us and others to help Ukraine more, to help Ukraine in a better way to be secure whilst providing assistance to Ukraine. So division between those is not always sharp. Then, indeed, allies have made a political choice for the alliance not to be the major vehicle of providing assistance to Ukraine. This is primarily in order not to fall into Putin's narrative. I mean, Putin actually wants to portray this conflict as a conflict of Russia against NATO, which tries to encircle the holy land of Russia. So we didn't want to give him this opportunity to mobilize his public through that. However, indeed, Poland belongs to those allies that think there are roles for NATO, and NATO perhaps could play an even more ambitious role in this conflict beyond shielding allies, which, as I was trying to mention, has been very critical. And we are working, I can only say we're working tirelessly together with Julie to find those areas. For instance, there could be different vehicles, comprehensive assistance package, long-term needs, training opportunities, providing non-lethal equipment, which is not such a benign thing. I mean, there's, for instance, engineering equipment that could be provided to Ukraine. So there's more to come. There's more to come, and this picture is very good anyway.
Thank you. It is very important to underline what you said, Mr. Ambassador, that there is no clear-cut line between NATO's collective defense and strengthening the sense of security of the allies and what they can do, to stabilize security outside NATO's territory, right? Because a sense of security is absolutely necessary for them to be determined, to have the political will to provide assistance and to calculate risk. At the same time, we could see when we analyze it very closely, when we analyze the NATO's assistance per se for Ukraine, it seems rather limited comparing to assistance offered on bilateral terms. Bilateral American assistance to Ukraine is huge. You wanted to add something to it?
Again, I just want to say, but NATO is allies, first of all, and then there's been major step recently. This Ramstein group that was established under US leadership at the Ramstein base is going to be primary vehicle. It also encompasses more nations than that are represented within the alliance. But again, there's going to be some synergies between the alliances and other vehicles of support for Ukraine.
Coming back to the first opening question, there are still pretty influential voices in the United States advocating for the United States to focus on Indo-Pacific. How does this war in Ukraine influence this debate? And is it a real dilemma for the global power, as the United States is, that you will have to choose between Indo-Pacific and Europe? Or maybe United States is able to do both theaters at the same time to offer not only reassurance but credible defense and deterrence in both regions?
Well, I don't think that folks back in Washington would describe it as a dilemma. I think the perspective back home is that we can address both of these challenges and threats. The immediate challenge and where we spend most of our time right now is obviously on Ukraine and the war that's ongoing, and always calculating what more we can do and how we can assist Ukrainian forces, but also how we can provide additional humanitarian and economic assistance. So that is the central focus. There's just no question. But at the same time, the government is quite large. We're able to, in an old American phrase, walk and chew gum at the same time. We saw yesterday the president get on a plane and travel to Asia, which will be an important part of our policy, reaching out to allies across the Pacific, working with the Japanese and the South Koreans. But it's interesting, we've also at NATO started to bridge the divide as well. For the first time in NATO's history, we've had our first foreign ministerial with 4 Asian Pacific countries at the table. So we had Australia, New Zealand, and Japan and South Korea all join us in a NATO session. I think that also shows that the world is in some ways getting smaller and that some of these conversations start to run together. Australia, for example, is providing a tremendous amount of support to Ukraine. We talk to our friends in the Asia Pacific about Ukraine, and we also talk about our friends at NATO. We talk to our friends at NATO about the Asia Pacific. One interesting thing that's going to change in the coming weeks is NATO is going to release a new strategic concept, as everyone in the room knows, last updated in 2010. That strategic concept didn't mention China. This one will, quite deliberately and for good reason. In part, not only because we believe that now the NATO alliance has to turn to what China is doing in and around the Euro-Atlantic area, but we also believe that the alliance has to be attuned to the strategic alignment that we now find between Russia and China. The fact that China is parroting very much the language that Russia uses on Ukraine, and they've now talked about this no limits partnership. They've both commented on NATO enlargement, and for those reasons, we believe that the alliance has to simultaneously focus on obviously issue number 1, the war in Ukraine, but also keep an eye on the evolving China-Russia partnership and the Asia Pacific.
Yeah, so if I can ask follow-up question to this is fascinating, and a lot of people are worried, especially those who do not follow NATO on the daily basis. Even if they have general knowledge, they probably heard about, the Article 5. They may know that it is limited to, geographically to the Euro-Atlantic area, and when they hear that there will be China mentioned in NATO's strategic concept, they are worried that, NATO is just like, it will be overextended, it will have to deal both with Russia and China. How would you address those concerns?
Well, it's important to do a little bit of myth busting in that regard, and I think no one is suggesting that NATO take its naval forces and suddenly sail off into the South China Sea. I think what we're talking about is for the alliance again to have deeper, more substantive conversations about what the China-Russia alignment means for our collective security and what China's activities in Europe, and most importantly, its investments in Europe, could potentially mean for our security. China is increasingly picking up little bits of investments in critical infrastructure that at face value sometimes is benign, sometimes it's not. And so we have to ask ourselves the question, how can some of those investments and relationships that China's developing in Europe or around Europe will that create any sort of added vulnerabilities for us? How can we build resilience? How can we be smart about Chinese investments? And how can NATO be attuned, again, to some of the risks in this China-Russia alignment? That's really what we're talking about.
Yeah, and we also need to remember that some threats do not have geographical borders, right, in cyberspace or in outer space. And we also have this NATO doctrine that, you know, in cyberspace, Article 5 also applies. So if China launches a massive cyber attack against any ally, the Article 5 could be used.
Yeah, and I would add, in the strategic concept, you will see emphasis on those two new domains of cyber and space. And you're right, to your point, that's where the geographical borders really aren't relevant, that we need, first and foremost, partners around the world to work on strengthening our cyber capabilities, also to learn from those partners. But we also have to understand how we can develop new tools and policies to cope with some of the challenges in those domains like space and cyber.
But from the Polish perspective and regional perspective, it should be a priority to draw NATO back to its roots, right? To stress that collective defense and the primary mission on the Euro-Atlantic area is the most important. And from collective defense, we go to defense and deterrence policy. How would you, Mr. Ambassador, expect that new strategy addresses this issue, that it opens the way for further adaptation of defense and deterrence mission? How we should think about NATO's force and command's posture in the coming years?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, this is our priority in the run to the summit, but it's been also happening on our eyes for a number of years right now, and I would also like to shift our attention away from just posture and some elements of the posture, like forward positioning troops, because this is a much larger issue. But before I go on and say why and what, before I go on and say what, I will say why. I mean, first of all, this crisis in Ukraine has shown that Russia is willing to use force to break international law, and is willing to do that in a really barbaric manner. I mean, when you look, I sometimes draw some historic conclusions that may be controversial, but when you actually look at the first half of the Second World War, there's nothing that Third Reich has done that Russia wouldn't have done so far in terms of like their behavior towards civilians, resettling population. I would say even in terms of the sexual violence that they've sort of surpassed the standards of the first part of the Second World War. So it's really a horrific picture that we're seeing in the East, and we have to recognize that we have to make provisions for the security of the alliance, and we have to discourage any notion that there might be opportunity for some accomplished acts that might be an opportunity to compensate the strategic failure that we are seeing in Ukraine and divert the attention of the Russian public. I also want to acknowledge that there are voices within the alliance that they are stating, well, Ukraine has proven to basically be able to defend its integrity, defend its sovereignty. It's going to be a factor that will influence our strategic balance in the East. Of course, this is undeniable. We are looking forward to the accession of Sweden and Finland, which is also going to be another positive factor influencing the balance of force in the East. And maybe in that context, we don't have to change that much. But I want to say that, first of all, in terms of the outcome of the crisis of the war in Ukraine, we may have overestimated Russians, but I would rather attribute the surprise to our underestimation of Ukrainians. They have been much more competent than we were willing to recognize. Second is that the operational stalemate that we're seeing in Ukraine right now actually proves that it is possible to stop the aggression at the borders. Lastly, we have to impose strategic cost on Russia. Russia cannot emerge from this crisis in a comfortable strategic situation. So, here it is what we should do basically, and what we have been doing so far. Because let me say, till more or less 2018, since the beginning of the 90s, in the military strategic terms, the alliance has been an ad hoc alliance. So there was no military strategy since 1991. And then when there was a crisis, the allies would gather, they would define a strategic objective, then they would define course of action, develop planning, generate forces. This has been an expeditionary paradigm. Expeditionary paradigm because we were focused mostly on out of area, but there was an expeditionary paradigm, I would argue, also in terms of the defense of the frontiers of the alliance. We've assumed world has been more or less benign, Russians have been incapable of an aggressive action, so the allies would be able to react, to generate forces, and to move them into the area of the crisis. I mean, we have to move away from that paradigm into the paradigm of the deterrence and defense by denial, which includes harnessing national home defense forces. And here I would like to encourage us, I mean, here in Poland, to be a little bit less modest. I think in terms of the numbers, the most significant decisions in terms of strengthening of the East will be taken in Warsaw as a consequence of the National Home Defense Act, which will lead to 3% being the floor of the defense spending, lots of major acquisition and force development decision following up. And of course, we look forward to more robust forward defense as a result of decisions taken in Madrid, moving away from the tripwire logic to a kind of, but this is going to be an element of the overall posture. This is going to be part of a reform of force planning and operational planning, which has to recognize that we need to be able and we need to prepare to defend our every inch of our alliance territory.
What concerns me that in the previous strategy, which was definitely first of all based mainly on the ability of sending the reinforcements, we had the enhanced forward presence, significant, of course, the multinational groups and the members of those groups were usually the most important and strongest allies, which sent a clear signal that NATO would be involved from the very first day. But as you said, we have to be able to defend the territory from the very first day, and after Bucha, for a lot of people, it may be a major concern whether if we still continue with the strategy. It's always been like this, I know. Even during the Cold War, it was based on the reinforcements. But we probably will have a bigger force closer to the borders. And as you rightly say, the major burden will be on the shoulders of the nation states. Just Poland as the biggest state here in the region will have a greatest role to play. But shall we expect a bigger forward presence, forward defense on the NATO sides? Can we expect that the battle groups will be turned into, will not be based on the battalions, but on a bit larger formations, units?
I would argue, first of all, that we are witnessing already a much more robust presence as we sit and discuss here. I mean, we're having around more than 10,000 US troops right now in Poland. Our sky has been defended, and we sometimes fail to recognize that we have very land-centric, and I argue this is the right approach, but I mean, our skies have been defended in a very effective manner throughout the crisis. There's been NATO fighter jets, Polish, but also Dutch, US, French, and so on, patrolling the skies from the very beginning of the crisis on a 24/7 basis. And this is something that Russians have definitely noticed, that the naval presence has also been very robust. So this is a very good baseline for further decisions, but it's already strengthened. I want us to recognize that.
Because one of those, paradigms that NATO operated so far was enforced by the NATO-Russia Founding Act, signed in 1997. And although NATO observed all the commitments in this act, Russia has violated it dozens, if not hundreds of time. And what we have to remember also, this is what I would like to stress, that all the commitments that we have signed, subscribed to since the Helsinki Final Act in 1975, the major goal was to avoid a large-scale war in Europe. And it was a common interest. We created this paradigm on the agreement that it is in no one's interest to have a large-scale war. Even the Soviet Union at that time was pretty afraid of a large-scale war, and it wanted to avoid it. And now we can be pretty sure that Russia perceives a large-scale war as an instrument of its policy, that all those commitments are irrelevant. And those commitments were also included in NATO-Russia Founding Act, but thinking that Russia will probably observe those commitments, NATO was ready to impose self-limitations on itself regarding the substantial combat presence on the territory of the newer NATO states. What worries me is, what signal Russia would get if we would still operate within this framework. If, after Georgia, there were not significant costs imposed on Russia, so Putin calculated that he can go further. After Crimea, limited costs. He calculated, okay, I can go further. Then he goes with a full-scale invasion. And then if he sees that NATO still operates in the spirit of NATO-Russia Founding Act, which sends the signal that, okay, we don't deploy substantial combat forces on the territory of newer member states, I would get a clear signal. This region is open for negotiations. Let's start the war with NATO and let's negotiate what I demanded in December by putting on the table the proposals of the treaties with NATO and United States. US and NATO should withdraw its forces from the region. They would subscribe to some legally binding guarantees that they will not deploy troops to the region. This is an encouragement for me. So how would you respond to this? What should we do with this NATO-Russia Founding Act?
Well, I think, look, Russia's actions on February 24th changed everything. I mean, they are obviously in clear violation of the NATO-Russia Founding Act, and I think as we've already, as Tomasz noted, taken decisions on force posture, Russia is not part of that conversation and doesn't get to veto any of those decisions, and alliance members made decisions rapidly, even before February 24th, to move posture into Eastern Europe. NATO is now undertaking a conversation about its medium and long-term posture with the goal to have some things to announce and discuss at the Madrid summit in late June. And as we debate NATO's medium and longer term posture in the wake of this war in Ukraine, the NATO-Russia Founding Act will not be part of that conversation. We will not be referring to that document. NATO will take decisions, individual allies will take decisions on posture as they see fit. And I think Russia's actions, again, have fundamentally upset the order and forced us into an entirely different set of conversations. And again, as Tomasz noted, there's evidence that that change is underway, and there'll be more to say about that in late June.
Mm-hmm. But should we have some kind of an open statement that we do not feel bound by this document, Mr. Ambassador? How realistic is this?
First of all, I want to draw our attention back to the statement of the virtual NATO summit from late February, 2 days after the invasion, when NATO leaders have recognized that Russia has walked away from the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And it also mentions the need to establish some significant presence on NATO frontiers, to put it this way, because there are two important aspects of the NATO-Russia Founding Act. One is a framework to engage with Russia, and I mean, our position is basically we cannot assume that by default, NATO, whatever Russia does, Russia is NATO's partner. I mean, this cannot be. Russia cannot be rewarded for actions like in Ukraine. Second is that, I mean, there's nothing wrong about confidence security building measures. There's nothing wrong about agreeing that we will adjust the posture not to be escalatory. But in doing so, what especially concerned Poland was the notion of sort of second-class membership on, or indeed a kind of implied buffer zone. It was more or less a cost of our accession to NATO, which was done in a very specific strategic environment. But now, as we see, allies have recognized the situation has changed. Russia walked away. There's going to be an adjustment of posture. Now, indeed, the Polish position is that NATO-Russia Founding Act is null and void, and that basically we shouldn't be bound by an act that has been breached more than dozens of times by the other party. But I mean, whether we still have an act or not is more of a theological debate. If we assume that we agree that that Russia is not a partner by default, and that that we are not confined and constrained by provisions of such act in terms of the posture.
And you mentioned this notion of a second-class member state. It hasn't been very, politically attractive in Poland, but it appeared in the past in the public debate. Today, to those who would say that, there is no NATO, the United States will be in Asia-Pacific, France and Germany and UK do not have any potential whatsoever. There is no alliance, and Poland is anyway a second-rate member state. How would you respond to those?
I would like to wish those people to be present as witnesses at the NAC on the 24th of February at 8 a.m. I think it was very remarkable. I mean, it was one of the shortest meetings of the Council. Secretary General was very pleased with that. But I mean, whatever debates we have had, whatever in terms of the approach and everything, there was a unity and there was a resolve. This is something that marks, I think, that the alliance works, and it's been represented by the measures taken by the allies. I think that skeptics about the strength of the transatlantic bond are in a much weaker position right now than they were before the crisis. Before the war, sorry.
Yes.
And if you would wish folks to have joined us, if they had, wishing folks could have seen the unity that we saw on that 8 a.m. emergency NAC on February 24th, I would add another NAC, it was the NATO-Russia Council on January 12th, a 4-hour meeting with allies in Russia at the table. Russia came in, Grushko repeatedly tried to pick off allies one by one, tried several different tactics, personal attacks, calling out individual countries, seeing if he could wear us down, seeing if they could break down the unity in that moment, trying different subject matters, again, personal insults, whatever it took. And what was remarkable about that 4 hours was to watch the allies sit there united with a single message, not ceding any ground, holding to the red lines. We will not talk about NATO's open door policy. We will not allow you to weigh in. We could talk to you in the future about these 3 areas: risk reduction, arms control, and transparency. That's it, take it or leave it. And I think they walked away with a very firm set of messages about alliance unity in this moment. I mean, we debate each and every day in the NAC. There are differences of views and opinions, and that's what life in the NAC is all about. But when it counts, when it's those important, crucial, transformative moments, the morning of February 24th, January 12th in the NATO-Russia Council, unity is there in spades, and there's not just an ounce of daylight among the allies. It was a remarkable moment. And I think that's really where Putin has fundamentally miscalculated. He's enjoyed trying to divide us for so long, and occasionally he finds little wedges to drive here and there. But on this subject, on Ukraine's right to defend itself, on its right to protect its own territorial integrity and sovereignty, the unity unity is rock solid, and it remains so at the 3-month mark, and I'm convinced that it'll stay that way for however long it takes.
Not that I needed any reassurance, but I feel reassured even more than I was before. So we have time for some questions, more than 10 minutes, so let's start with Patricia Sasnal from the first row.
Thank you. Great conversation. I'm head of research at PISM. Just a short comment. I wonder whether on the 12th of January and the 24th of February, Turkey also showed this rock-solid unity. All right. But then my question is about EU-NATO relations. So now we have, 23 members of EU in NATO? That, I assume, just shows how stronger these relations have become. But I wonder, and this is my question to Julie Smith, if you are able to say, given the progress of EU-NATO relations, that the United States welcomes joint European greater security, or you still have second thoughts about it and you're not ready to say this?
No, we support efforts in NATO, in the European Union, for Europeans to build capacity. And we have always asked for Europeans to continue building capacity. And if that happens occasionally across town in the framework of an EU initiative, or it happens at NATO, that's fundamentally a good thing for the alliance. Obviously, we are a member of the NATO alliance. It's the organization we know best. We believe it plays the most critical role on transatlantic security, but we welcome opportunities, particularly now as both institutions are looking at hybrid tactics and gray zone challenges. We welcome opportunities to work with our European Union partners on things like cyber, where there's competency in both organizations, or resilience, or disinformation, or energy security. So much of what we face as partners really crosses the border between those two organizations. We'll still focus on the conventional defense challenges, the core challenges inside the NATO alliance, but we are open-minded. I think you've seen the statement that both President Biden and President Macron issued together last fall on European defense, and I think what we've seen is a shift somewhat in attitude. We've invested in a new EU-US dialogue on China, where we think we can do good work with the European Union there. And so there are opportunities for us to work together. And you'll see some language on that EU-NATO relationship in the strategic concept again. It will surface as another part of the concept itself.
Tomasz.
Tomasz Szmora, Polski Foundation. I've got a question concerning the new NATO strategic concept. As we know, in the report NATO 2030, there were some suggestions concerning that NATO core tasks should be extended, I don't know, for example, including terrorism to those tasks. I wonder if after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, still there are discussions like that. And the second controversial issue was about limiting the veto power in North Atlantic Council, increasing the level of one country veto to the ministerial level. So I wonder if it was like long shot or there is something behind, and there are discussions like that during the process of preparation.
You want to do core tasks?
Okay. Do you want to do the veto one? Okay. Okay. Well, on the core tasks and evolution, I mean, we're not likely to see much revolution in those terms. We are looking forward to emphasizing the key role of collective defense, and this is likely to happen. However, the alliance is going to retain the whole breadth of its tasks and missions, and I think it's a good message because we want the alliance that will be relevant to all of its allies. And when it comes to the terrorism, I think this is the area of crisis management. There's one important lesson from Afghanistan, that we as Poland try to project. I mean, we need to be realistic when it comes to our engagements out of area. They have to be relevant to the security of the AOR. And
area of responsibility.
Area of responsibility. Yes, sorry for just projecting the jargon. And also, we need to recognize that crisis management is not just terrorism. I mean, it's actually been coined, I think, around the area of the Cuban crisis. And what we actually are dealing with in Ukraine is a crisis management as well. The alliance is managing the crisis. So we need to retain the whole breadth of instruments with the emphasis on collective defense. And I pass over to you.
The veto. I don't see really any drive at the moment to change the alliance's core operating principle, and that is to build consensus at 30. The good news on that front is we have 73 years of experience of working through our differences, and as I said, we grapple with differences all the time. I think I'd be astounded if I ever went into a NAC session and we all said exactly the same thing. That's what the alliance is all about. So I maybe sometime in the future, I don't know, but right now, that's not really part of the conversation. Yeah, I think we all feel like we have the skills we need to deal with any set of circumstances when a hand goes up in the back of the room and says, we fundamentally disagree. And obviously we're coping with that right now on the question of Finland and Sweden, but I'm entirely confident that we'll work through it.
And probably two final questions from the first row, and Ambassador Fried later on. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve Erlanger, New York Times. I also want to ask about Turkey, needless to say, and perhaps Mr. Shatkovsky could answer first. Erdogan has done this before at NATO. He did it with Rasmussen in 2009. Is this something, and it is, we're saying, with every day, his no gets louder. It doesn't get softer. I mean, in the beginning, he didn't say he would veto. Now he said yesterday that he would. No, maybe he won't. But the question is this something NATO is capable of handling? Or does it end up becoming a Biden-Erdogan debate over F-35s and Patriots? I mean, is it about Sweden and the PKK at all? Or do you think it's about something else? Thank you.
Well, we are... our Turkish ally is known for being a tough negotiator, and we kind of appreciate it, and we've got kind of used to that. They have a feeling that not the entire breadth of the security concerns are being recognized sometimes by all of the allies. Sometimes this is legitimate, sometimes this is not a legitimate concern on their side, but we need to make sure that we underscore that we are with Turkey also with their legitimate concern. I don't want to go into details of because I mean also for the good in having in mind positive prospect of the solution. As Julie has said, I'm also confident that eventually, like has always been the case in the past, constructivity will prevail. And again, I think Secretary General has offered his services when it comes to facilitating dialogue, and I think he will be in a very good position to try to solve that issue. And clarify. And we believe that it's actually the time for solving such issues is the accession process. And we hope this is going to be the case.
And Ambassador Fried. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Well, I guess the only thing I would add is they've raised concerns. The concerns they have are tied directly to Sweden and Finland, and so we're encouraging them to work with those two countries and come to a table together, or perhaps on a phone call, and work it out. They did not raise issues with other allies, and so we will leave it to Sweden, Finland, and Turkey to keep working through this. We'll continue to sit at the table and offer any assistance in that regard, but this appears to be an issue that they have with Sweden and Finland, so we'll leave it in their hands.
We have only 1 minute left. Mr. Ambassador, please.
Madam Ambassador, that was a strong statement at the beginning, that the U.S. seeks a strategic defeat for Russia in Ukraine. Now, I don't know whether you intended that to be stronger than strategic failure. To me, it sounds a little stronger. But in any event, it doesn't seem as if the U.S. government is tempted to follow the advice of the New York Times editorial board and start pressuring Ukraine to surrender territory, or the advice of our friend Charlie Kupchan, or even the advice of the Italian Prime Minister, who called for an immediate ceasefire in place. So, with all these calls, and I remember the New York Times, they didn't want Poland in NATO at all back in the 90s. With all these calls for an immediate ceasefire, presumably in place, with Putin in possession of additional territories gained through aggression, where's the U.S. on this issue of supporting Ukraine in the war versus a ceasefire? The party of peace versus the party of justice?
Well, we fundamentally want to allow Ukraine to decide for itself how it wants to end this war. If it wants to go sit at the negotiating table, as Ukrainians did early on with Russian counterparts when the war began, we were supportive of that. We didn't feel compelled to tell anyone how to manage that. We were concerned that Russia wasn't negotiating in good faith, and alas, I think that turned out to be the case. But ultimately, this rests with them. And if they decide that they need more support, and that is the signal we're getting from them right now, humanitarian, economic, and security assistance, we stand prepared to continue to provide that. And I think, honestly, it's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our fantastic guests. Thank you. It was a real pleasure, privilege to have you here. Thank you.
Wojciech, you want to join me over here?
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's great.
When we opened, you notice when we opened, I was stressing the human relationship between Poland and the United States being inside NATO, and we saw that mentioned to be a fly on the wall on February 24th. All right, do we have the mics working? There we go.
We do.
To be great job moderating, to be a fly on the wall for that high pressure moment, 8 a.m., February 24th, inside NATO, and to hear that from these two accomplished ambassadors, to hear what it was like and the unity that NATO showed in the face of Russian aggression, that alone was fascinating, and for me it underscored the human dimension of the U.S.-Polish relationship inside NATO.
Absolutely, yes. I think that, it demonstrates clearly, first of all, how NATO works during crisis, that, when you have different threat perceptions in different historical periods, NATO can look like as an organization that is divided, that it doesn't have the purpose, but when there is a real crisis, you can see that all those vital interests of the states, they come to the forefront, and there is this unity. Sometimes it takes time, of course, and you need to have the consultations, but this is how those internal mechanisms work. And through the consultations, first of all, you are able to react pretty fast, and then you are able to build this cohesion. And Poland was absolutely, with the United States here, both our countries played the roles of the leader. For us, it was absolutely fundamental to have United States on board, to understand that United States is committed to offer this meaningful support for Ukraine, and Poland demonstrated that it is ready to play the role of a regional hub through which territory the support will go to.
No longer a peripheral ally. We've seen, and Tomasz stressed this, we've seen how Poland has now moved to the center of gravity of our alliance. So well done in the moderation. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Wojciech. Thank you. All right, so with that in hand, we are now going to break for lunch. This is going to be 45 minutes. Set your timers on your phones, and we will reconvene to answer the question, who's in charge here, us or the technology? Thanks again. 45 minutes, we'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can call you to order here, we'll get started with our first post-lunch panel of day 2. We are approaching the final chapter of our first Strategic Ark conference here in Warsaw. All right, so we have to ask the question about technology. Who controls whom? In order to lead up this discussion with our panelists, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our first, we'll go with our moderator, Steve Clemens, who you all know, had an excellent conversation previously. In addition, we have Marta Posaid, Director of CEE and Transatlantic Public Policy at Google. We are also joined by Manuel Muñoz, Dean of the IE School of Global Public Affairs, as well as Andrzej Duda, Director of the Łukasiewicz Research Network, Polish Center for Technological Development. Thank you. Steve? Seems like we've done this before. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. Great to be with all of you. I want to say hi to the YouTube watchers. I watched one of the last sessions on YouTube, and I sort of was one of you for a little while. So, and I've got this little gadget up here. Feel free to send questions to our fantastic panel. And I think the topic is one is very provocative because it could go in a lot of different directions. Technology, who controls whom. But I think, one of the things I think we're contending with, and it came out in the last session, are the geostrategic dimensions of tech and competition and how much tech can help us and how much it can hurt us. I was just thinking about this, that in January of 2001, there was an article that was the cover of Wired magazine, written by a techno-futurist, a very famous person in the Silicon Valley, early days of Silicon Valley, named Bill Joy. And the title of it was called Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. And his warning in 2001 to all of us was that the massive advances in computing, in genetics, in bioresearch, and in nanotechnology, that eventually either someone who was nefarious and had nefarious designs was going to harness these new technologies and create mass casualty impacts on mankind, or there would be accidents. And we can debate whether Bill Joy's warning was accurate at the time or not, which I think would be interesting. But if you fast forward 20 years to a book called Tools and Weapons by the Microsoft president Brad Smith, in which he looks at technologies like AI and others and how China is deploying them with facial recognition, but other classes of elements too. And Brad Smith's comment, which I found was a very bold and brave one from a tech company leader, was that government has to regulate us because we do not have the capacity as technologists to make the right or smart decisions when it comes to dealing with society. When you layer on top of that questions about competition, and if Europe and the United States say we are going to look at these new technologies from the biotech arena to other form of arenas and begin looking at how do we maintain the ethical scaffolding and foundations around them, but let's just say China, and I don't want to just blame China, just other countries, maybe there are non-state actors out there that don't follow those same dimensions, and of course some tech firms have a scale larger than a G8 country, right? So you have that dimension there, like which environment will innovation and in the tech sector thrive more, one with the ethical scaffolding or one not? So we were discussing that a little bit earlier. So these are real contemporary issues that we're struggling with, and I want us to have a real discussion, not one that's soporific or just says, oh yes, we should make sure we don't have those outcomes, because they're with us today. And so we have Andrzej. I'd just like you to launch us, Andrzej, because I know you've thought about this and you're going to give us a few minutes of an opening path into this question of how do we get some of these tech bets right, and how do we make sure that we as people control the tech and that we're not in some future Terminator film with Skynet coming to get us.
Okay. Thank you. So answering the question of our panel, I still believe that we as the West do control the technology and we do prevail in a technological race. However, I also think that we are losing this superiority. We are using this superiority slowly and constantly. If we do not design and implement the right measures, finally, we will not have that superiority. And especially in the context of the war in Ukraine, it is important to say that we do not lose that superiority to Russia. Not at all. Just to give you one example, and sorry if I will be overthrowing you with examples, but working with a real scientist, I tend to do fact-based comments. You know that according to sanctions, Russia has problems with semiconductor technology and chips production. Currently, our chips are produced in 10 nanometers technology, 5 nanometers technology. Some companies declare that they would like to turn to 3 nanometers technology. Believe it or not, but Russia declared that would like to achieve the capability to produce chips in 30 nanometers technology by 2030. They wanted to start the production in 90 nanometers technology. They cannot do that. And they probably will turn to 128 technology. So that shows enormous gap. And again, we are not losing this technological superiority to Russia. We are losing this to China. And another example, calling back yesterday's example of one of the speakers here. One of the colleagues said that if you take your iPhone and you read what is written at the back of your iPhone, you will read that it was designed in California, but manufactured in China. I would go even deeper with that example. Who cares? Apple has only 14% of smartphones market share today. Xiaomi, the Chinese company, has 17% of market share. And Xiaomi annual growth is 83%, whereas that one of Apple is only 1%. So these are the real numbers that show us what is going on. Right. And the question is why it is so? Why we are losing this technological superiority? I think we are losing this because of 3 reasons. Reason number 1 is that we do sacrifice long-term security to short-term economic gains, as simply as that. Another example from different domain. You know that we all take, or we will be taking drugs, pills. You go to the pharmacy, you buy a drug, you swallow it. In this small pill you are swallowing, there is something we call API, active pharmaceutical ingredient, a small molecule that heals, that really heals us. Believe it or not, 75% of APIs are produced outside the EU, outside European countries. 50% of APIs are produced outside the United States and European states. That means that if that technology is weaponized, you go to the pharmacy and 50% of the drugs on the shelves are not there. That's our dependency. So again, why? Because it is cheaper to produce APIs in China or in India. So this is the first reason. The second reason, and for me even much more worrying, is, and sorry if I will sound very controversial right now, in my opinion, we as the West very, very easily reveal the sources of our technological superiority. I mean the education system and the basic research. We started to treat our education system as a business. 2009, 230,000 Chinese students around the world. 2021, 1 million. 1/3 of students in Canada are from India. We are giving up what was always the source of our technological strength. That's the problem. And the last reason why, in my opinion, we are losing this superiority is that we lack a comprehensive system approach to monitor what I call technological superiority. In some domains, we build good awareness, like IT, all information technologies, and so on. In some other domains, we are not aware what is the state of the situation currently, and that's the problem. We need to build a control and monitor system for technologies. 3 measures to address the problem. First, as Steve said, appropriate regulatory measures imposed by the governments. Second, comprehensive monitoring and control system for technologies. And the third one, growing awareness of the governments and societies about the importance of technology in terms of security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Manuel, I would love to jump to you for a minute, because I think Andrzej has laid out, I think, a very interesting dimension. When I think about the tech policy world and investment, when I worked in the United States Senate in the 1990s, my senator, Jeff Bingaman from New Mexico, we had 2 nuclear weapons laboratories in the state. And New Mexico, while being a very poor state, is also the #1 state in the United States in PhDs per capita. So there was a big belief in science, and one of his concerns in 1996, so a lot of time has passed since then, was that we were underinvesting in science, we were underinvesting in basic research. Fast forward to 2001, of course 9/11 happens, and 9/11, when John Ashcroft was the Attorney General of the United States, we began blocking a lot of those students and those people that were participating in the U.S. tech industry, or that were in engineers. I co-wrote a piece at that time with Bob Gates, who was then the head of Texas A&M University, about the consequences of America stopping playing the role of being the world's brain drain problem, that those brains were coming into the country, training in the country, and often staying and sticking in the country. And I remember Craig Barrett, then the CEO of Intel, said, if we can't get those smart brains from around the world into the US, we will take our R&D and take it to where they are. And that was Shanghai, China, when Intel moved an R&D design lab there. Boeing moved its training facilities to China and others because they couldn't get people inside the country. So I just want to kind of throw that there were a legacy of decisions and impacts and consequences that, to a certain degree, changed the pathway of smartness, if you will, and innovation. But Manuel, you've written to me a little bit about the broad of tech competition in the world and tech nationalism, and I'd just like to know not just where you think it's going, but how do we wrestle it into the right directions, particularly from a transatlantic perspective?
Thank you very much, Steve, and it's wonderful to be with you all, and to be able to discuss these things. I think they're very vital. I'm an academic, and I currently lead a school of public policy, but I was in the Spanish government until not very too long ago, at the foreign ministry, and at the ministry.
How does it feel being out of government now? You like it more? Well, worried?
My hair is growing back. I sleep better.
Congratulations.
My life is significantly better. But no, but it was a very rough ride as well, because it coincided with COVID. It was basically, I was there during COVID. I was the vice foreign minister. But one of the things that we did when I was there is we started an exercise to craft a technology diplomacy strategy. And the reason why we did this is because we were convinced that technology and tech governance is very quickly becoming a new domain of foreign policy. It's a little bit like what's happened in the climate space. So climate and climate governance was very technical at the beginning. It was dominated by scientists. It was not really the space for policy. But over time, there's been a development of an entire governance architecture around climate. I mean, I don't know what proportion of our diplomacy is about climate, but maybe a fifth, a quarter. I mean, it's now a big part of what our diplomats do and what our PM's offices do. I think that's occurring with tech, and we tried to build a structure around this, because when you say tech and geopolitics, tech and society is just too broad. And the structure that we brought into this is something we call the 3 Ps. So the first P was power. So technology changes geopolitics because it changes the distribution of power, particularly technologies applied to the defense and security space, AI, but also cyber, outer space, and other technologies. By the way, outer space is very overlooked, particularly in a number of European countries, as a space for a power collision. The second P is prosperity. Technology, emerging technologies have an enormous impact on where growth is concentrated, where employment is created, where competitiveness lies. So a lot of our decisions internationally should have that perspective incorporated into them. And the third, and this was the most significant, and I'll end with this, we call principles and political systems, because technology is now producing a huge shift in the sustainability of political models. So there's an ongoing discussion as we speak here. I think there's a big clash between political models, I think liberal democracy is being contested, but I think the contestation is coming fundamentally from the effects of technology on the sustainability of authoritarian systems. When I go to China and speak to colleagues there, it's kind of fascinating because what's emerging there is a system that is very responsive, somewhat agile, although we have to see what the Shanghai lockdown now is an example of lack of agility and flexibility, but built on the capacity of surveillance technologies to gather information on people and to also determine preferences. So, if you think of, just one line, if you think of political systems as systems of information, so democracy is a system of information, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of the press, these things enable policymakers to understand and get a sense of people's needs and concerns. Also the ballot, the vote, is in fact a system of preference establishment. So in democracy, individual freedom is the key tool for that information to flow. But through emerging technologies, there's an alternate system emerging where you don't need to listen to people's needs. You can infer preferences from surveilled behavior. So there's a systemic shift in the legitimacy of the system. And that's what's emerging in some parts of the world. And that's why we need to think about technology in very high-level political terms. And it should affect the types of technologies we export. It should affect the type of market access we grant to investors from some of these places.
But aren't we a little bit too late at this point on that? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it just, again, I saw us not make those decisions 20 years ago. And so you've now had enormous growth and enormous innovation and expansion. It's just very hard to see how you roll it back. I mean, I was just in anticipation of today. I don't know, I see the general here, but if there are any Americans that are, you travel a lot, you're probably Global Entry members. Well, yeah, I don't have to pull out, I don't have to show my passport anymore. It's just, you worry about facial recognition in crosswalks. Well, we have facial recognition in our border code. I just look in a little thing and just pops open, hey, Steve, welcome back to America. I mean, I was kind of caught off guard that the technology is out there, right? And I just wonder at some point how you park it. And I want to jump to Marta in just a second, but one, I think the most tangible, but I think foolish debates is about something like Huawei, right? So Huawei is a company that I've been trying to understand what's the controversy with Huawei. And Huawei, as I understand it, the concern is about telecommunications infrastructure and the Chinese Central Party. I've talked to people in the intelligence agency, and I've talked to Michael Chertoff, who was the Secretary of Homeland Security, who started the debate about Huawei. And he says there's no smoking gun there. It's just the smoking gun is they built the gun in the sense that if they control the communications infrastructure, and because they're subject to political control in China, they can turn it off in time of conflict. So it's not what they're doing with it now, it's what they can do to shut down communications during a vital time that creates dependencies. And so I would just ask you as a former European government official, why are we so bad in Europe or the US of giving, financial backbone and resources to Nokia, to Ericsson, to competitors to compete for those global markets? Because I have to tell you, talking to Nokia and Ericsson, they don't get that support to go do what Huawei is doing in the UAE or in other countries. And so I know we're talking about it, but you don't see the focus that I just heard from you, from any European policymakers that I know of, saying, let's put money behind our national champions so that we can compete globally and not be in that dependent position.
I think there are two answers to that. So the first is, we've been living in a world where the big strategic political bet has been to build interdependence, and through interdependence and economic convergence, to basically produce political convergence. I mean, this was our policy towards Russia. This was our policy towards China. This is one of the reasons why we allowed China to join the WTO, to access our markets. Right. I mean, there was this underlying thesis. And in fact, in political science, I mean, there's an entire field of study of this, that, if you see economic growth and a growing middle class, that will eventually produce a democratic tilt, because it's unsustainable to manage complex, diverse societies through authoritarian means. This has not happened. I think it hasn't happened in the case of Russia, for example, very clearly. So we're now in a different world where we're dismantling a large part of that interdependence. So a lot of what we're seeing with Russia is, in fact, the dismantlement of that interdependence, and with China as well. So there's a broader thrust, I think, strategic thrust of saying, this has not produced the political outcomes we wanted. The second part of the answer is we've come to grips with the security dimension of the IT ecosystem, our telecommunications network and infrastructure and data. We now realize that these are really strategic sectors. And when you look at the world, and I'm going to make a comment about Europe in particular, I mean, technological dependency, if you look at it through the security lens, in the case of Europe, is very severe. The most competitive cloud providers are not in Europe. The most competitive, AI developers are not in Europe. The geolocation services, the most effective, are not in Europe. The operating systems of mobile telephony, they're not European. So, I mean, and now we're coming, we're sort of realizing that if this was ever to be used geopolitically and strategically, it might be an issue for us. Some of the dependency comes from China, and that's even more problematic, and some of it comes from the US.
Right. So Marta, Google is so big, and it lies at the nexus of so many of these issues, not just in communications or the digital world, but even the founders of Google and the relationships among them have led to like 23andMe, and so major advances in genetics research. And when we think about the future of robotics and the future of, Google is a major player in so many of these different dimensions, including bio dimensions. So, I'd be interested, I mean, I know you sit in Europe, and I know you're active with the Trade and Technology Council, or Technology and Trade Council, Trade and Technology Council that's developed, but I'd just be interested in what, from Google's commercial perspective needs to be fixed by way of public goods in this space so that we're less vulnerable, but we're not sacrificing innovation.
Thank you, Steve, for your great question. And Manuel started responding to it towards the end of his section. Since this panel is very short, I'm going to fast forward to a quick conclusion on this. And I think there is, unfortunately, no fixed agreement just yet between Europe and the US and other parts of the free world to together join forces in the spirit of shared values and confront bad actors in that space. And Trade and Technology Council that you just mentioned is a first great steps after so many years when the transatlantic partnership was paused or on hold, but this is certainly needed. But then again, when you look at what concepts are gaining traction in Europe, they would not be necessarily unifying or bringing different partners together. They are very often worrying protectionist concepts. So over the past few years, we've heard about digital sovereignty of Europe. We keep on hearing about strategic autonomy, where technology is one of the areas where some of the opinion leaders and decision makers would like to pursue even less dependence on actors with whom they share values. So I would say that's a predominant concern for the whole tech world, I would say, and for the whole free world. What we see coming out from TTC, the second meeting just took place earlier this week in Paris, is that on the one hand, there is certainly an agreement, I'm sure all of us sitting in this room could sign on to it, that we want to talk together. But when you move down to working groups, there's certainly a lot of work to be done, and we're very tightly keeping our fingers crossed for that to progress. We simply need that, and there is no time to waste. Again, I think the overarching global concern is probably even less who controls whom, but fragmentation that will end the big, beautiful premise of the internet. That was global access to information, that was providing people all over the world with tools that then can help them with the 3 Ps: managing power, building prosperity, but also making sure that the internet platforms and internet tools would be a mean to maintain principles that I'm sure the spirit of this conference shares.
Can I ask you a question, if you feel comfortable answering this? What were the mistakes the big platforms made, say 5 years ago, or maybe 6 years ago before the election, before we saw such massive explosion of disinformation in social media, which isn't just disinformation, that's also technology. That's also bots. And we treat it sometimes like it's not tech advances. It's tech advances doing bad stuff. And why the Facebooks, and I would even put some of the Googles in there, at some level, but we're so slow in developing powerful countermeasures. And where would you say that is today? I mean, I know that Facebook always seems to be behind the curve. Is Google in front of the curve?
I wouldn't. First of all, I would argue that these were not mistakes in the sense that
they were done on purpose.
I think it's looking back. No, I think looking back, you can certainly say how the process could have been improved. But when we look at the public debate around disinformation and different measures that have been being applied to counter disinformation, it's not that there was no action. Actions may have not been sufficient or may have gone into wrong directions. And certainly what happened over the past few years, we're much smarter. But what we often forget about is that disinformation is something not new. Back in the day, you would have leaflets, you would have very limited access to printed press. Today, certainly, digital tools fuel the process, and that's the biggest challenge. And the challenge is not disinformation as such. And let me be very clear, technology is not going to solve disinformation. Moreover, what we very often underappreciate in that debate is that actually internet tools give you many more tools to counter disinformation. Back in the day, you would be probably subscribed to one of the titles that would be arriving in your mailbox, building your information bubble. Today, it's much easier than ever to go up online via many different platforms and find multiple sources of information where you can very quickly find what is this piece of information that may look worrying. Where we are today we're certainly is the day 86 of the war in Ukraine, and you don't need very advanced tools to see what role disinformation plays in the Russian aggression, and that's certainly a new lesson learned. And where I would say where big tech platforms are, is where you have most of the transparency. What I think worries us and worries many experts is what happens outside of those platforms.
Right, Andrzej?
I would say that definitely there was the mistake, but also definitely there was not the mistake of these companies. These companies are not responsible, and their primary target is not social security, state security, military security, or any security. They have a very clear responsibility. Just to raise the price of the shares on the market. And that's what they are doing, that's why they have been elected and so on. As simple as that. So if that was the mistake, and I believe it was, that was the mistake of the regulatory system. And we also need to say very, very openly, in my opinion, that of course, the more regulatory we will implement, the less happy these companies will be. That's clear. But we also need to know that we need to choose between the right level of freedom, economic freedom, information freedom, other freedoms, and the right level of the security we want to have. And the answer is not simple. And to find a balance might be very, very difficult. But you cannot have full scope of freedom and at the same time feel secure enough. That's the choices we need to make. But these choices need to be made by the governments and the regulatory agencies.
Manuel, I know you want to...
No, two quick things. One is I think we've gotten significantly better at detecting this and fighting this. There's a network now of centers that fight disinformation across the EU. We share information. It's coordinated by the EAS in Brussels. So we track the volume, the source, whenever the source is something that you can assess, the content, so we have a sense of what is being attacked. Interestingly enough, of course, we now know that what's being attacked almost always is institutional legitimacy, democratic values and institutions through these campaigns, externally generated campaigns. And the other thing I wanted to say is that the role of the private sector here, I've been amazed to find out a few years back, and I've been looking at this, that we're sort of having to relearn everything we learned through the libel laws process and others. These social media companies, they claim to be exclusively notice boards. They are simply not liable for the content that they distribute, which is astonishing to me, because I think that we all understand now that they're functioning like media companies. So we have these actors that are technically irresponsible for what they're doing. They're covered by this. And at the same time, we face this other problem, which is they get funded through very similar channels to our traditional architecture of structuring the public debate. So at the same time, they're making the traditional media companies much more precarious and fragile. So I think at some point what we're witnessing is a general push to make them behave like media companies, which basically means that they should be liable for the content they distribute. And they should be able to mediate that and apply the same ethical norms and standards that are.
Archie, you want to respond?
Yes, I want to come in with a very strong defense for drawing a big thin line between what media companies are, what publishers are, what broadcasters are, and what tech platforms are. And I understand the incentive to bring tech platforms closer to the media, because yes, there is existing set of rules, there is a longer legacy and history in place, but we're talking about like completely different worlds, values, and opportunities that these two worlds bring about, and that also relates to the context of disinformation. Disinformation abuses the power of tech platforms that at the end of the day have power in making space for voices to be heard. And this is not a very popular theme nowadays, where we're very focused on the negative aspects, but when you look back and you look at the emergence of many political movements, when you look at opposition movements across the world who can only be heard because they have uncensored, unmoderated access, as long as they stick to the guidelines and terms of services of these platforms, there's certainly a lot of value in keeping that division very clear.
Soon we're going to go to the audience for questions, and so we'll look forward to getting out there. I just want to put a provocative notion. Again, I think the United States, if I may, is in a very awkward position right now when it comes to science. I've been very supportive of some things Senator Coons and others have been trying to do in a bipartisan way, which was to enhance America's investment in science, increasing. We have it's just ridiculously small budget in the National Science Foundation. For those of you who follow these things, it's about $8 billion. It's just ridiculous. But when you look at health, that's bigger. You have other things. But some senators and House members wanted to have a bill. They called it the China Competes Act or something of that sort. But it used to be called the Endless Frontier Act, which is to kind of reinvigorate science investment in the United States. But I have to say, over the last, 10 years, science, the word science is almost like the word globalization. It became controversial that in the United States, investing in science or thinking about science or having people that were schooled and literate in science was something that was looked at as elitist. And while we're on the verge constantly of amazing technological breakthroughs, I still feel like if Galileo were alive today, he'd still be found guilty. And that's the contradiction we have between, I think, populist, anti-intellectual sentiments and those that sort of see that the power, particularly of the United States, but I think it's also true for Europe, has been in our ability to deliver better and better security and better goods and products through science. But it's just not stable, and I'm just wondering why that is. Why? And because you and I were discussing bioethics a little bit, I think it's important. CRISPR has been invented. You have amazing research coming out of CRISPR and gene editing, particularly in agriculture. But where did CRISPR babies show up? They showed up in China. So go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. This is just biotech technology, right? Gene editing. So just for our audience, you can cut with genetic scissors a particular gene from our DNA. You can replace that with another, and you can have a new organism with the characteristics you have designed, you have predicted. And now imagine that technology applied not for better grains, but for a better soldier. just for a better soldier. Now we are entering the realm of Star Wars, right? And of course, in Europe or in the West, we probably will not do that because of moral constraints and legal regulations which stop us from doing that. And this is another dimension of the problem we mentioned at the beginning. Whereas in other countries, there are not these types of constraints, and that kind of research might be easily conducted.
Manuel?
It's an enormous topic, no? But I think this is connected to technology and connected to socio-economic trends of the last 20, 30 years. If I had to provide an answer to why has there been such a loss of trust in elites writ large, academic, intellectual, political, business elites, media, and journalists, particularly...
Despite the fact that 20, 30 years, even for those people who are skeptic, their lives have improved dramatically.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. So in the US, for example, over the last 30 years, 70% of households saw no real market income increase. There's been a bump now at the beginning of, but that means 3 decades of stagnation for most of the households in the US. As you know, there are communities in the US where the life expectancy of children is now shorter than their parents, which had not happened since the end of the Second World War. If you overlay the map of the increase of deaths of despair, what Angus Deaton and others have called deaths of despair, so substance abuse, suicide, with the map of income stagnation and economic decline, I mean, the overlap is almost perfect. So I think that this sense that the system is not delivering for people, that they're being left behind, is manifested. The way that this hits the political system is through a loss of trust in elites and a loss of trust in the institutions they populate. So we in fact live in an anti-elite era, and this is not just about science, it's about politicians, it's about our business leaders, it's about academic institutions and political parties, and it's about institutions. I mean, it's about our Congress and our judiciary, and this is not just in the US, it's across the world, and we simply do not know how to sustain a deliberative democracy when the middle of our income distribution, where our middle classes have been put under such pressure. So I would put the focus very clearly on the justice and equity of our systems. There's something there to how technology functions, the employment it generates, the one it displaces, its effects on income distribution, its effects on taxation and fiscal traction of states. So there's something to our social contract that is not working properly. And I think that that's reaching the point where even the most fundamental sort of, spaces in our societies are questioned.
Marta, just before I go to the audience, just tell me, when you listen to your leadership at Google, who have big stakes in AI investment, big stakes in quantum computing investment, do they seem confident that Google's going to win? Do they seem nervous that China's going to whack them? I mean, what's the temperature level on how your own leader, this is not a national question, it's a corporate question. Like, I sort of, if Google's way ahead in this, I feel a little bit more comfortable, but if you're not, that's something.
So I think that Google over the years has been holding on to a belief that it's always about the user, technology, and the product. So I think, and luckily, this is how our leadership thinks, instead of looking like how we can get an advantage over having XYZ superiority through regulation, for example, which is the case for, so to say, entities outside of our system of values. Definitely over the, especially say, past 5-6 years, the focus on how regulation can influence everybody's chances to succeed has been growingly top of mind, and that takes me back to platforms like TTC, like finding an alignment between the EU that is now trying to make tech regulation their export product, and that is certainly something that we think about, and we're looking from fruitful outcomes of discussions in forums like TTC, but also many others.
I'd say that Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, a good friend of mine, is very worried that we and the West, the transatlantic partnership around the research components on AI, are falling behind. And thus, I think he's involved with advisory commissions to try to amp up attention, resources, and focus on this. And so I just wanted to put that out there in terms of the question of who controls whom. I think there's the broad question of who's in the race and who's not in the race. But let's go to the audience here. Questions, or I'll start just calling on my friends here. Lucas.
My name is Łukasz Kulesa, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I would like to link this discussion with some of the previous discussions about defense. Sorry about that. In NATO, one of the hype terms is the new and emerging technologies.
Right.
And all of a sudden NATO discovered that it can lose this edge and has to speed up certain things. So we have the Innovation Fund, we have the Defense Innovation Accelerator, Diana, created I think right now. And if I'm not mistaken, PORT is one of the Polish entities involved. So what's your take on this, NATO going into high tech, and what are your expectations and predictions regarding Diana?
Andrzej?
Well, I would be quite skeptical about that. Why? I would not be happy with spreading the goals of NATO, with enlarging the mission. This is a military alliance. This is not a research organization. This is not, we need to provide the best possible military technologies to the guys in the uniforms. But I do not believe that we should start and conduct vast initiatives within NATO concerning the technologies. Why? Well, two reasons. First, I do not believe that would be effective. I do not believe that would be effective because of the amount of money you need to invest, the time you need, the resources you need to put in place. Secondly, that could take the attention of NATO from what NATO should be focused on. That's my opinion.
Manuel, do you have a response to that?
No, I mean, I know of the initiatives that NATO has been putting forward, and I think that they send the right signal, that they understand that there's a lot that is being decided on the technological frontier. I think the scale of the initiatives is not enormous. So if you look at the funding that is going to be backing some of these things, it's really seed funding, and what they're looking for is sort of the NATO seal of quality for these entrepreneurs and tech companies that engage with NATO. I think they're following the steps of what the Defense Department did and the Pentagon did in the US a while back in trying to have a much stronger linkage to the ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in security and defense, which is always a big, big challenge. So I think the spirit is right. I'm not sure if the scale or the process will be effective enough.
You know, I don't know enough about it. What I'll say is that one of the most interesting innovation labs for technology is DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency out of the DoD. And now in the Department of Energy in the United States, you have something called ARPA-E, which is looking at different ways to, you know, sort of seed lots of renewable-related next-generation energy options with the commercial sector. And now we're going to try and do this in ARPA-H and do this within the healthcare sector with certain kinds of things. So there's something about the unique confab of DARPA, and I've interviewed the directors there a lot. Some of you know Joe Whited, who's the chief of staff there. It's a cool place that doesn't operate in the same gravitational field as the Pentagon. And so when I hear about a NATO thing, or when I hear about, you know, U.S. Cyber Command or people working this area, I said, I want to know where the tattooed, you know, pierced, goth people that are, you know, have, you know, blurry lines on criminality are, because that's who we're fighting in the cyber world. Does America have those people? I don't know. But you need to look at the question not just of science and investment, but also the culture. And that's where I think there's a lot of institutional deficits. And I just want to put that out there. Somebody, you know, and I'll share one other vignette real quick. Sandia National Laboratory is one of the greatest, you know, managers of plutonium resources and weapons in the world. Nonetheless, was gasping and had a hard time in funding in certain areas, and so they developed a lot of private sector, what they call CRADAs, commercial research and development agreements. And in these agreements, their biggest one was with General Motors. And so 30 years ago, when I was dealing with 25 years ago, was dealing with this, they were in there, and I saw very clearly, Rudy Schleis was the head of GM China, and he said, we're taking technology out of Sandia, and we're putting it not into our plants in Michigan, but in China, because if we don't transfer that tech to China, we won't be in China in 30 years. And so it made me ask this question, why are we putting taxpayer-supported national security research into building the capacity and those technologies in China? It goes back to Andrzej's point. So all those elements need to be thought through. So with the NATO defense thing, it sounds cool to me, but I hope they think through those dimensions, because you can end up having some spillover. Other questions? How about this side of the room? Anybody? Yes, right here.
Thank you, Steve. I just wanted to point out that I have a piercing, but besides that, linking this debate a little bit with the one that we had in the globalization panel, there is a very direct link between building technological capacities and defining the trade policy. So I would like to have the views of the panel on how building this autonomy is going to affect, or how it should affect, EU trade policy. Thank you.
And I want to go to Martz on that, but you mentioned strategic autonomy also. When I was on a panel a few days ago in Tallinn, the Prime Minister of Estonia said that she's skeptical of that term, that whenever she hears it, to her it translates as protectionism. So it's an interesting thing. So where are you on trade and tech? Not just the council, but how do you make it smart?
Sure, and thank you for this great question, because that's a great opportunity to look at what regulating technology may mean. And I think all major tech companies have been saying that for years. You quoted Brad Smith, but everyone says we need to be regulated to help us. We want to work together on that with policymakers, but at the same time not to harm potential to further innovate, but that has been established. But there are different ways to look at what is being regulated, and we very often talk about like one umbrella. You can regulate products, you can regulate human rights and how they fit with certain types of technology. But exactly, we don't necessarily focus too often on the trade aspects of regulating technology, and that has, I would say, has been a big trend in the recent EU regulation, and that exactly takes us back to the concept of strategic autonomy. There are many regulatory acts that mix different aspects. So on the one hand, they would say how content should be regulated, but at the same time, carve out a very small group of companies, or set a threshold that very often happens to be US tech companies only, and that's something that's a trend we see in Europe. So, and that takes me to what Andrzej said at the very beginning. Regulation is the key to all that, but it should be happening in the spirit of transparency between partners and in the spirit of the shared values.
Manuel?
Well, I think it's a very relevant question, because, and I think the reason why a lot of leaders in Europe are skeptical about the term is because it might simply mean protectionism. I mean, it might simply be a synonym for saying we're going to limit the access of foreign tech companies into our markets. I think what's happening is first we're adding a security layer to the tech space, and that's going to mean that some M&A deals are not going to go through, because our institutions nationally will vet them and scan them and simply say that they expose us strategically. I think all of our countries now have fairly sophisticated procedures to do this. We definitely have one in place in Spain, so I think that will happen more regularly. I think there's another issue which is even more important than limiting access, which is a level playing field. We simply cannot have unfettered access to our markets with the antitrust and competition norms that we have in Europe from companies that operate, that their core markets don't put them under similar pressure. So, and this is particularly regarding Chinese companies that have very easy access to public and cheap funding. They don't face the same antitrust and competition rules in their home jurisdiction, and simply something has to give. It's either those things change back where they operate, or we change the rules by which they operate here. So actually, you can be a diehard free trader and still be defending certain forms of strategic autonomy through the vetting of investments and through the demanding a level playing field or taking measures if that's not provided.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for another one. General, do you want to ask a question, General? Hey, you got a question, don't you?
I do have a question.
Yeah, see? Let's take the microphone, guys. Hello?
I think I could probably.
Okay.
Oh, there's.
Well, they've got a video. We've got a. You have a YouTube audience out there. No, here we go.
It's here. That is, you know, something that I struggle with is not necessarily the technology, because I think that is really good, but is the usage of technology. So, you know, it's very interesting that you kind of talked about the Clone Wars of Star Wars.
Right.
I mean, you could say that's back to steroids, in which you know, people were looking at. But the misinformation piece. That I think that really kind of could tie into some security issues, because the actual truth gets lost in that misinformation that's leveraged through technology as it goes to the masses in such a quick way, so to speak, when you talk about information. I would just be curious on how do you think that we could develop new ways, especially, you know, as we develop as humans, but even with our youth, on ways that we might be able to get better at discerning which is actually the truth and which is actually fictitious, so to speak, as technology continues to move faster and everything's at our fingertips.
And can I ask you a quick question, General? You know, I think, and you don't have to agree with this, but I think in the United States in the 1950s, you know, our intelligence agencies were pretty good at, you know, creating climates and information, and they just operated in an analog world that we did in other countries, kind of what the Russians have been trying to do with disinformation, but it was just slower. It was, you know, newspapers. It was not, you know, with the high speed of whatever. I'm just always interested as we kind of look at the misinformation industry from China, India, Iran, North Korea, other players. Are we any good at it anymore? Can we do it to them? Do we have any resources like that that could send the signal that if you do this and you continue to do it, we will do it to you, and thus to create some deterrence?
First, I wasn't around in the 50s. All right, so contrary to what some people might believe on that one. And you know, I believe that the truth should be the most important thing that what gets out there.
Right.
And that's the, you know, that's probably another panel to go on in terms of this. It's just, I'm just very curious on, you know, how do you think that you can use this for good?
Yeah.
as opposed to
That's a great question. So we'll just go real quick and finish. Andrzej?
Unfortunately, I do not have the straight answer to that.
I was hoping you would.
Definitely not. But two things I would definitely say. First, we must realize that you cannot eat the cake and have the cake. So the more control, the more regulatory, the more responsibility we put to the system, the less freedom of the system we have. And I do not believe in any measures that will, or in any declarations that will promise us that we can keep the same level of freedom of information exchange and at the same time secure kind of defensive measures against disinformation. Secondly, and I would probably disagree here with Marta, I would strongly oppose the approach that tech platforms and tech companies are not responsible for, there are just technology providers, and they are not responsible what kind of information is spread, how that works, and so on. I would oppose that point, and I would look the solution maybe in that direction.
Marta?
Just to be clear, we're not shying away from the responsibility. What I was trying to shy us away from was the simple comparison to the media companies, but definitely they're with you on the responsibility front. So. General, look, I would say we definitely expect that that technology will be getting better at detection, at spotting things that are crystal clear. So think farms, connections, where are the sources? So things that can be actually improved by the technology, but that applies only to simple things that you can assign either a 0 or 1, black and white. Is this true or is this not? Is this serving a concrete purpose? I think the growing challenge will be something that goes beyond just disinformation and misinformation, and this is exactly what you asked about, Steve. This is propaganda. So this is building a whole world where the online platforms are just a tool, are just part of the process. Last night, here, one floor up, we had that fascinating debate about the state of Poland-US relationship, and a fascinating research was presented where it turned out that current generation Z, so people who are up to 24 years old, 73% of them would like to see Poland having an equal distance from the US and China. And that is going to be a big challenge. Do they fall victim of disinformation? I don't think they are. I think that's the problem of not having enough counter speech, of not having enough general values promotion, and building general digital resilience and values resilience is our path.
Thank you, Manuel. Final minute, final word.
Two quick points. One is, I think this issue of making social media platforms liable for the content would be a big shift in how they operate. I do think that there's similarities between what they do and what traditional media companies do. I think they're real structures of the public debate. I was speaking to a historian colleague of mine about, he's an expert in the public debate scene in Cádiz, in a city of Spain in the 19th century, where a lot of newspapers popped up, like literally hundreds. They were like pamphlets. Anybody that could afford one of these would buy them, set them up, and they were basically there to libel. They were there to settle particular disputes. And with social media, we've done this, but on a massive scale. Everybody owns a newspaper. Nobody is responsible for the content that is put out. And I think that that's very detrimental to the quality of public debate, extremely so. And I think that the pressure is so that these companies will have to hire editors and fact checkers. And so I think we will see this in real time. Final comment, although it's a huge topic, but two lines on this. I think if we do not fix the social justice of our system, the legitimacy, the internal legitimacy of our political systems, we're going to be very exposed and fragile to external attacks through disinformation, because they're going to find a willing audience. So this link, and for somebody in the national security space, this link between the internal equity, justice, resilience, and legitimacy of the system and our external security capacity to project our values and our strategic interests globally, I think is so evident today. And I think it's one of the features of the US administration. In fact, they're trying to connect the coherence of the domestic policies with the foreign policy. So I think that this idea of rebuilding our social contract, or making our societies more just and resilient internally is key to this discussion as well, because if not, we're going to...
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to our great panel. Manuel Muniz of the IE School of Global and Public Affairs. Of course, Marta Postlad is great from Google. We should take this on the road. And then finally, Andrzej Duda of PORT, the Polish Center for Technology Development. Thank you all very much.
Okay. All right, Steve, come on over here as our guests exit to the right. All right, so very briefly.
Brave New World.
Brave New World. I actually feel more unnerved after that conversation.
Good, that's the goal.
So what do you think? Are we in control of the technology, or is the technology controlling us?
I think the answer is both. I think in some parts of the world, we're shaping choices and investing and regulating. In other parts of the world, they see it as a competitive advantage not doing that. And that's going to be a dilemma, which means the world is going to be messy. And there were no neat, unrealistic answers that came from this. But I think in advanced tech, in quantum computing, in AI, when you look at genetics developments, we're looking at an entire new world of we're going to have to negotiate those norms. And in my view, we should get ahead of it by creating global negotiations on those norms, and we haven't really done that yet.
The big headline for me was this, by one of our panelists, was to regulate social media like a media company. That makes waves right now in our U.S. debate.
The United States is never going to figure that out. It wants to, but it can't. And that's why I said earlier that you know, when I asked this guy who's responsible for the European digital economy, he says, look, you Americans innovate and we regulate. And so European regulatory excellence may be the part of the social contract we need to have.
Okay. Steve,
thank you.
Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. All right, so we earlier heard from one of America's greatest warriors, and now we're going to hear from one of Poland's greatest warriors. We are seeing a trend develop right now in the United States, in Australia, and also here in Poland, in our military environments, and that is to learn how to learn, to teach learning and adaptation to troops. It's no longer about a new technology, a new platform or system. It's about this concept of learning how to learn and adapt. And it is that question which we are going to hear more about right now. It is my deep honor to introduce, again, one of Poland's greatest warriors, General Raymond Andrzejczyk, Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, as well as Director Sławomir Debski from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to two leading lights here in Poland and the Transatlantic Alliance. Over to you, Sławomir.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much. Let's rock and roll. General, the first...
Do not provoke me, I'm a cavalry.
The first very general question to the general. We all have been watching Russian aggression against Ukraine, Ukrainians' effort to defend themselves, Russia's way of war. And there is a widespread consensus in expert community around the world that the first phase of war was about Russia's defeat. So the question is, what can we learn from these first 3 months of operations, 3 months of war? What we have seen to this moment. And I stop here because that's only beginning.
It's only beginning. Easy question. Russia defeats, I would say not yet. To be honest, if you really take emotions away for a second and look at strategic, through the strategic lens, nothing new under the sun. Although we have impressions, everything is new, a new generation warfare, война нового поколения, whatever we say. Classics, Clausewitz would say 3 points, 3 conditions, got to be met to be successful, to win. It means you have to destroy enemy's army, you have to seize and occupy terrain and break enemy's will. So Russians are not able to fulfill these 3 conditions. So they are far away, really, from victory. But in the same time, if we discuss what does it mean to win, it will be much more complex today. So we are just in the middle. Talking about the first phase, you mentioned first phase, always. Is crucial. General Zarodnitsky, who is a commandant of Academy of General Staff, Russian Federation, he said, first phase is absolutely decisive. Taking initiative in the info domain, suppression, missiles attacks and so on. So Russians, they lost the momentum and they lost the first phase, fortunately.
And they have started to redefine their definition of victory. They had Plan A, which failed. Then they switched into Plan B, which probably is failing or has already failed. Now they are starting to implement the Plan C. And the Plan C is how we can, basing on what we can see now, is about the longer war, a war of attrition, the war which would be an attempt to undermine Ukraine economically, first of all, and then on military potential. What we can do as Poland, because Poland is a crucial country in this region, in terms of this war. We are the largest NATO country, neighboring both Russia and Ukraine. So how we can assist Ukrainians to prevail,
so
to fight this war?
You touch a lot of points. So first of all, it looks like really Russians are calibrating the objectives right now. So the first plan A, B, probably they lost. So they're trying to calibrate and to get a sufficient strategy for achieving the political objectives. I think Russians, there was a huge mistake, and they chose absolutely wrong strategy first. And if there will be long war, it'll be tragedy. It will be very painful, and we have to do everything possible on everything impossible to support Ukraine. Why? We have a responsibility, we have an obligation. This is our moral, but also strategic, looking at the map in a geostrategical location, is our obligation to support Ukraine from many reasons, starting from Marshal Piłsudski testament, where he said, free Ukraine, free Poland. There's direct relation. And if you see entire region from Helsinki, let's say, which is pretty symbolical today, down to the Turkish Straits, Poland is absolutely critical and crucial and important to supply this operation from a military perspective, what I'm responsible for, but also from civilian support perspective as well. We're working hard very much. Every single tank, every single missile, every single liter of water and medical staff, which is delivered by many countries. So we're doing our best to synchronize it and to do on time to the battle. Yesterday I had a privilege to have a VTC with the Chief of General Staff, John Załużny, and we had a very emotional discussion, what he needs, what he really wants, and we're doing our best, but I'm optimistic. This is the highest priority right now.
The part of the question what we can do is determined by the assessment why Russia is losing this war. Is it because you said that it was wrong strategy from the very beginning? But how do you, where do you see the main Russia's failure? Is it wrong leadership? Is it wrong assessment of Ukrainian potential? Is it problems of command and control? Inadequate equipment of troops? How do you see this from your soldier perspective? What's going on there?
It is an entire list and complex of the factors, really, that we see the Russian ineffectiveness. Military instruments of power is always one of the instruments when one country is making politics in the region to another country. And I think to make that kind of standards, the policy, the Russians, they absolutely choose the bad instruments. Leadership is the first thing, assessment, intelligence, and then performance, logistics, training, lack of spare parts, and absolutely everything. First of all, I think the Russian army, in the very beginning, they didn't know what to do, because there was no trust, no explanation, because, anyway, how to explain for any soldier to go and to kill innocent people and to kill, children and civilians. So this is complexity of everything. And they have absolutely no chance to achieve the objectives.
You have been just coming from the Brussels and from meeting your opposite numbers from allied armies. But before the Article 5, which is which is fundamental for allied assistance, there's the Article 3. So our own effort to adjust our military potential to the new realities. What we have to do, seeing what's happening in Ukraine, with our potential, with our structures, with our readiness?
Well, we as a Poland, but also we as a Eastern flank, but that will be a little bit controversial. I'm saying the last couple of weeks, Eastern Front. It doesn't sound good, but it is Eastern Front right now. And we as a NATO, we have a lot of things to reconsider and think twice or sometimes even more. I wouldn't go to the easy things like structures, certain capabilities, platforms, tools. First if I get any certain list of the priorities, first will be just to understand the battle. So it means indications and warnings. What I see the situation in the Ukraine is a complexity of civilian attributions, civilian indications, as well as a military one. And if you're going to the military operation, if you're going to the war, everybody is looking at us and asking for satellites, imaginaries, for artillery fires, and so on. But today, we have to look what's going on in the financial system and economy, info, cyber, which is not necessarily typical.
Logistics?
Logistics as well. And then, so the indication and warnings to be fast enough. Deterrence is to understand before crisis, before war, and to prevent it. So indication and warnings widely, when we're talking about something what I called intel fusion, which is community of intelligence assets, civilian and a military one. This is the first point we have to reconsider, not very classically like in the previous time, but in the modern world. Second thing is decision-making process, which is very, very complex. So now we have a technology that you can deliver effect in seconds, in hundreds or thousands of kilometers. You can see from the satellite, targets. You can detect everything in a cyber domain in the other side of the globe. But in the end of the day, it's still human being taking decision. Most of the most important decisions are much higher than me. It means civilian. So now we have to calibrate indication and warnings and understanding battlefield on crisis, and then decision-making process to be on time, to be fast enough. So it's not about the UAVs, it's not about the types of tanks, it's much more complex. And this is the huge lessons learned. And very soon, we will go to Kiev and to take good lessons learned and the questions, because they are absolutely the best warriors in the world right now.
Secretary Austin defined, on behalf of the Biden administration, the Americans' aim in this war, and he said that the Biden administration is interested in weakening Russia to the extent that Russia would not be able to pose a threat to any other neighbor. And there is a discussion within expert community, and one group of experts say, well, actually we can relax. That we overestimated Russia's military potential. Oh, they are so bad now that actually we can think about the future military confrontation with potential Russia's aggressor in very relaxed terms. How do you see these arguments? What do you think when you hear? I know that you follow Twitter, so you know these debates, Twitter debates as well.
Well, my target referendum point right now, if I'm looking at 2022 concerning security in Poland region and NATO, of course, is the Madrid summit, NATO summit in Madrid. So if we are too relaxed as a community, as a Western civilization, as a NATO, European Union, or Eastern Front countries, we're sending bad message. So As a soldier, I will describe you easily how I see the Russian ability to re-establish, to revitalize, rebuild their capability. This is 1939, and Soviet army is invading Poland. 1940, which is 1 year later, Soviet army is going to Finland and losing. 1 year later, they're about to die because the German army is knocking the door to the Moscow. And 2 years later, this is the biggest counteroffensive in Kursk. And I'm not talking, with all of the respect, the full-scale operation in Ukraine on about 150,000. I'm talking about millions, and I'm talking about the thousands of kilometers. So Soviet army was able, in such a short period of time, to be ready to counteroffensive and attack in the Prohorovka village, and well known as the Battle of Kursk. 2 years later, Soviet army was in Berlin. And everybody was paralyzed because there was no power to stop. Fortunately, we could consider NATO at that time, and we stopped the beast. In 30s, Stalin killed all of the Soviet leadership down to the colonel level. What happened? Nothing. So we have a bad measurement. So I'm not Russophobic, really. I'm realistic. I'm Polish. 1,000 years of history in this region, and a lot of
Thousand wars.
Oh yeah, and I would not be so relaxed looking what I see on a very emotionally driven headlines in the TV. Russians are able to rebuild this power and to be a threat for another countries sooner than we expect.
Thank you very much. Now is the time to open the floor for questions. Please introduce yourself first.
Alina Frolova, Ukraine Center for Defense Strategies. Thank you, first of all, for all the support and for your very straight words. And the question is, from your point of view, what should victory look like? What it will be? And the second question, if NATO and EU will be too reluctant to demonstrate the ability and open door policy for Ukraine, what should be the security configuration in Europe? Do you believe in smaller alliances and new configuration of securities? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the question of the victory description. I think the first is a question for Ukrainians, because this is absolutely, you're right to say victory means freedom, means security, means no Russian troops, the boundaries. So our job is to support you in any possible, or even if it is not impossible, we should do it. So this is not easy. It's much more political question. I'm an active duty general, so my job is just to open the logistic hubs and channels and to supply operation. But I would say it's a great question for Ukrainians. And I think you know the answer. You know the answer. And the second thing, NATO, we taken as a Poland this responsibility. We would like to motivate everybody, to be mobilized, because we have, like you, no space, no time. We have. Although the Ukraine here is the most important topic, from the Polish perspective, Belarus is still the same story. This is not another one. Kaliningrad is the same. So our perception is very, very similar to the Ukrainian perception, and we have to send this message to every single capital and every single headquarters, which is my job, and to explain that we have no time and no space. Please.
Thank you, Marcin Tielikowski, PISM. General, we heard in the previous panel that the force posture of NATO in the eastern flank requires an adjustment, and I guess this will be the topic of the negotiations prior to the adoption of the next strategic concept, the Madrid summit. But adjustments, to me at least, sound a bit moderate. Would you agree that we need a change in the philosophy of thinking about the defense and deterrence in the eastern flank, so that the forces need to fight from day one to deny Russia any entry into the territory of the alliance. And if this is the case, if you agree, then what would we need to have this sea change happen in the alliance? Thank you.
I would say I don't want to fight at day one. I want to win day zero. That's the, changing the philosophy. So we have to be as strong, as sufficiently located, having sufficient capability, and presenting cohesion of our organization, our community, sending message, no way, no chance. So the entire discussion right now, part of the discussion is classified, I cannot tell you, I just came straight from Brussels, but looks very optimistic. Now we have to change a lot of things we already have, but at the same time we have a absolutely new good news from Sweden and Finland. This is not good news for Mr. President Putin, I think, but we have to synchronize everything what we have already and looking at, predicting the future, and the good composition of forces is absolutely critical right now.
General Sławek, excellent discussion. Ray Wojcik from SIPA. Wolverines, and I think Peter Duran forgot to say that General Andrzej is known as the Sun Tzu of NATO, definitely of Poland.
It was classified.
Yeah, part was classified. General, just two quick questions. One, what would be your top 2 or 3 things you hope to see come out of the Madrid summit? That'd be one. And then what are you seeing? I know you're doing a very, very intense plan to develop your human side of the military, especially the NCO Corps. What are you seeing from Russia and then Ukraine and their intense capabilities of standing against the Russians? What does that indicate to you about what you need to do still on the personnel front? Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. The Madrid summit, well, of course, there's many questions going from political channels. So I have only my military advice, military contribution. More troops, better capability, faster, much more effective. This is not complicated.
With families or without families?
Okay, I would say with bigger capabilities, long hands and good eyes will be very important. So let the politicians do their job. And you touch a very important point. The human factor. Nothing compares to what we see right now concerning human factor in Ukrainian army. Starting from President Zelensky, who is commander-in-chief in Kiev, down to the last private soldier fighting battle. It matters. Absolutely, technology. Overwhelmed numbers is absolutely not enough to be successful. So will, understanding, trust, belief is crucial. One of the reasons, that's my observation, that the performance of the Russian army is so bad, because they don't have NCO Corps. If you're killing commander, there's no one taking initiative and command the troops. This is not command sergeant majors who are responsible for standards, for discipline. What we see in the brutal infos in the TV, it means this is a lack of leadership. Not only generals, but in entire army. Bad training. So the human factor and my investments are always number one. Soldier, human being, and then we have certain types of equipment, no matter what. So in this war and performance of Ukrainian army is the best lessons of a leadership and mission command. So there is not javelins, with all of the respect, no tanks and artillery. The Ukrainian soldiers' hearts and minds, that's the high-tech, effective combat systems right now. So very good question, and this is my comment I would like really to deliver.
General Shuvaloy Majumdar from Canada's Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Two observations. First, you've shifted language from Eastern Flank to Eastern Front, which I think reflects a really important reality. Second, Slavomir has posted recently a discussion with the Chinese ambassador to Russia describing their enhanced economic partnership and their cooperation. So my question is, as you get ready for Madrid, do you feel that the Western Alliance is prepared to take a longer range view further afield about what the concept of Chinese and Russian cooperation is and how we win that day zero war?
Eastern flank and Eastern front. Okay, I will describe you why I'm using this term. For army, it's easy. If I'm looking to my objective, to my or facing enemy, so I got someone in the right flank and the left flank and someone in my rear. So if I have only flanks, this is no front. Eastern front doesn't sound good historically. That was the reason that we used the phrase Eastern flank. But unfortunately, Russians are using our correctness and exploiting for bad reasons. So Eastern Front, although we have bad relations from the past, is a very important message we have to describe, especially for politicians. This is no option. You in my right, you in my left. I need someone to support me from the back. But if I look in the front, this is my front. And China, we had an additional session in the Brussels last night concerning Indo-Pacific. So from a Polish perspective, here in conference in Warsaw, we are ground-oriented. We are historically 1,000 years here, but the world is much more complex, and to understand economy, chain of supplies, business, trade, we have to take a distance a little bit from a map and try to understand globally. So China is not so far away. So one of the reasons that the additional session among the shots in the Brussels was because we have to understand all of the system. If Russia is changing attention and turning to the east, is another game changer, and it matters. It matters for everybody. So I would say in a long-term strategic view, it will be one of the very important points. However, I'm Polish, looking here, no time, no space. House of my neighbors are in fire. So my attention, my priority is to fix this problem, but keeping in my mind as well much more, long-term issues like China.
So I would like to borrow two words you used, General. House of my friends, neighbors is on fire, and Eastern Front. Because if we look at the map, we have all our eastern border on fire. We are neighboring Ukraine, which is fighting defensive war against Russia. We are neighboring Belarus, and we are neighboring Kaliningrad region. So the only part of, let's say, our eastern border is that we are neighboring with Lithuania, our ally. My question is, what about Belarus? Because we talked a little bit about Ukraine, how Ukrainians are doing. We talk about Russia's, how bad they are doing, but more likely they would adjust quite quickly. And from this equation, Belarus is missing somehow. Should we be afraid of Belarusian potential? Should we forget about the fact that they are allies of Russia? Russia is waging the war against Ukraine also from Belarusian territory. How NATO also sees Belarus today?
Very important point you touch right now, because we still living in a very emotional, media-driven world. And a few days ago, we had weaponizing of illegal migration process in the Polish-Belarusian border. With a huge, mission for armed forces as well. So Polish army was engaged and still is engaged supporting the border police. And this was, and it still is, new generation warfare. Nothing new under the sun. If you're reading the, the Gerasimov doctrine or whatever we say, using this term, there was the first phase, weaponizing illegal migration processes. And there was a lot of discussion, and in one day disappeared, which is absolutely wrong approach, because Belarus is, from a military perspective, is completely integrated, is part of the Russian army. Politically, still a lot of turmoils and question marks. And from Brest to the Warsaw is less than 200 kilometers. From Grodno is very close to the Lithuanian, territory and linkage to the Kaliningrad. So I would say not only Kaliningrad, not only Belarus, not only Ukraine, but also Suwalki corridor. That's my obligation in NATO, and I promise to my friends in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and I will keep this highway open. This is my mission. So Polish perception is very, very wide, and we feel this is a huge responsibility. Fortunately, we investing in defense, 3% GDP, 300,000 army, huge political support and social acceptance. So we do what we should do, but we would like to be motivation and energizing a little bit our friends to do the same.
Excellent. Poland, General Andrzejczak will keep Suwalki corridor open. And so I think that that's a very solid message, that we stick to our commitment. We are ready to do that. And now I would like all the audience to join me in thanking General Andrzejczak for being with us. He's one of the busiest men in Poland now. Thank you very much.
Well done, sir. Vladimir, you want to join me here? That was
with pleasure, Peter.
So that was a fantastic statement. Poland will keep the Suwalki corridor open, but also we need to reorientate our thinking. We have to stop thinking about NATO's eastern flank and start reorientating towards NATO's eastern front. Those are two significant statements I heard from the general.
Absolutely, and there was also yet another very important message, that we should not now underestimate Russia's potential to build up, recover, and be ready for next adventures. Mm-hmm. I think that from the perspective of the country like Poland is, I mean, the biggest, the largest NATO ally on the eastern flank, mobilizing allies, not only in the help to providing help to Ukraine, but also mobilizing ourselves, that we should not relax. It's also a very important message from General Andrzejczak.
And the mention of Mission Command, the NCO core development there, that shows the fruit of NATO's Operation Unifier and the great work of Canadians and others to help build that up over the last 7 years. I was very inspired to hear that as well.
Absolutely. I think that this message goes very well in line of Prime Minister Morawiecki's statement that we are ready to build permanent bases on NATO Eastern Front.
Let's join again next year and talk about how great it is to now have permanent U.S. and NATO bases here on NATO's Eastern Front. Thank you so much.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter.
All righty. A round of applause for Director Debski. Wonderful. All right, so for all of you, like myself, who came to this conference on an airplane, Greta Thunberg is very disappointed in you. And it is because of that that we are going to be discussing our next panel on the climate crisis, common actions or divisions. Panel, please come up here. Let's give our panelists a round of applause as I introduce them, starting with the moderator. We're moderated by Patricia Sosnow she's the head of research here at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Next, we're going to have Georg Zachman, who is a senior fellow at Bruegel. If you are not following the great work at Bruegel, you are missing out. They're one of the best think tanks next to PISM in Europe, in my view. We're also joined by Genevieve Pons, Director General for Europe at Jacques Delors. And of course, we have Zuzana Novak, Senior Analyst at PISM. Let's welcome our panelists. And Patricia, the panel is yours.
Thanks, Peter. Welcome. We were actually worried that the room will become empty by this time of the day, not only given that we're almost the last panel, but also that you will not be tremendously interested in the topic, but some of you have stayed, so we're happy. Thank you. You know the panelists, they've been introduced. I just want to kick us off with a thought that came to my mind while walking out and in of this hotel, that we're moving between two realities, really. One is of sun and heat outside, the other is of darkness and chill in here. And that has a reference to what we're talking about here today, that is climate. We would most likely be sitting in the sun if we were to choose today, but we might want to sit in the chill in a couple of decades to come. As you see, or you don't actually, we want to ask in this panel about divisions and common actions of the West when it comes to mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And I wanted to ask our panelists first about your impressions when you saw the title of the panel, Divisions or Common Actions. Do you think this was accurate? Are there divisions in the West? And we're moving here in a different dichotomy. This is not the West and the rest, but it's actually the global North and the global South. So we all sit here as the representatives of the global North. And actually you in the audience are too. So Geneviève, what did you think when you saw the title?
Yes, hello everybody. I am heading Europe Jacques Delors, which is the third Institut Jacques Delors in Europe after Paris and Berlin. Now, when I saw the title and listening to your questions preparing the meeting, I thought that the question is less a question of what is happening inside the Western camp. It's much more, in that case, a question of North, South, developed, not developed countries. And this is the major division, because the West can be seen as the part of the world which has emitted carbon dioxide historically for a much longer time. So we are the principal responsible of global warming. And the South and the developed countries, of course, have not contributed to this phenomenon, but are the first victims of this phenomenon. Look at the Sahelian countries, for instance, to understand this well. So I see less a question of divisions inside the West. We are pretty much aligned in responsibilities and in answers to the phenomenon than necessity to understand well our responsibilities and to be up to this challenge. Then we when we speak about climate change, we very much speak about mitigation. So how to diminish our CO2 emissions, and we do not sufficiently speak about adaptation. We are more and more facing everywhere in the world, even if certain regions of the world are more affected than others, we are more and more feeling the effects of climate change and the necessity to adapt to these effects. Look at coastal areas, for instance. Look at aridification in many countries. And all of this must be tackled, and we can find solutions to resist the changes, probably not on the long term, but at least to facilitate the transitions.
So we'll move to the details on that a little later on. You see more commonalities, no divisions, more common action within the global north, within the West. Georg, if I understood you correctly.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. I would like to link your question back to the discussion that we had before, and the discussion we had in the past 2 days was very much focused on the Ukraine or Russian invasion in Ukraine and the implications of that. And I think it's extremely relevant for the climate discussion as well, because this year and next year, the unity of kind of the West will be needed to be remained and kind of re-established, reaffirmed in order also to tackle the climate crisis. So we should not kind of for certain climate goals that we are having throw out international order considerations on Ukraine. And I think we really need to keep the priorities right here. And my point would be that international law, making sure that there's international cooperation, keeping international institutions is crucial, and that's why we need to defeat Putin in Ukraine in order to stand a chance to get ahead with our climate agenda. And why I'm saying that is because there might be a couple of trade-offs that we are confronted with in this climate versus security world. There is the question, should we burn more coal in this and next year in order to be independent from Russian gas, which is bad for climate but gives us the independence? Should we try to see in terms of food production whether there are some things that we need to do now to protect kind of the world against the food crisis, even though that's not entirely in line with our European Green Deal long-term targets. So I think there are challenges and trade-offs that we are facing now, and I think preserving the international institutions here is crucial to get the long-term climate goals. And the second element of that is European unity. In terms of European unity, it needs, we need to stand together on those things, and we have institutions that we build up in Europe, such as energy markets, to make sure that the energy is freely flowing within Europe, such as a European carbon trading system, such as joint climate targets, and we need to protect those in this crisis. And they will become increasingly challenged in the next weeks, months, and so on, because if Putin stops exporting gas, if we stop importing oil, there will be huge turmoil on the European market, and it will affect different member states extremely differently. And it is not going to be a cakewalk. It's really going to be dramatic for each individual member states. And if we do not manage to preserve the European institutions over this crisis by throwing it out due to populist demands, then our entire climate architecture that we built for 20 years, emission trading system as a main example, is going to fall away, and we will have nothing. So really keep the institutions intact, both the international ones and the European ones, even so we have a crisis, and defeat Putin.
Thanks. It reminds me of what François Heisbourg said in his keynote the prior evening when we started the conference. He actually said that his dream, I will not repeat his words exactly what he said, but he said that his dream is actually for Putin to cut energy supplies to everyone. That would unite Europe, that would unite the West immediately. Okay, but we'll move to the war in Ukraine in a little bit. Zuzanna, your thoughts about the title, divisions or common actions?
You used the word dichotomy. This question about actions and divisions brought to my mind other words. I would rather speak about duality or duplicity. Some even call it hypocrisy, unfortunately. Starting from what we have in common, I would say that none of us in any part of the world is able to hide from climate change. So this is something that we all have in common wherever we are. The second thing is that we very well know where we have to go and how to achieve it. But that's the famous quote from Matrix. There's a difference between knowing the path and going the path. And this is where the divisions begin. We tend to see the West, or the North, as you wish, as a big block of like-minded countries that will act commonly for the common and the single purpose. But at the very end, very often, we've got national interests, national egoisms, national problems that prevail over the fate of mankind, of humanity. This might sound a little bit, maybe with a lot of pathos, but in reality, this is all about it, about the mankind and humanity and the role of humans on our planet. I am far from being an ecological activist. I am analyst for energy and climate, but also my own perspective is that we don't pay enough attention to our actions. We pay a lot of attention to what we are saying. And we've got all the bureaucratic processes, we've got procedures that instead of helping us to reach precise goals that we have all in mind, in fact allow us for hiding our real activities. Just to name our capacity to hide biomass in the statistics related to renewable energies. We have a capacity to hide gas and Nord Streams in our statistic related to green transformation. We've got a capacity to include nuclear energy in statistics also related to environmental issues. We are very good in manipulating data, and this is something that we are doing very well all around the world. This is one point that we have in common. But the fact is that we are just trying to cheat a little bit. We are one country is trying to be smarter than the other country, but at the very end, it is all about nature, and we cannot outsmart nature.
This is big for a beginning. Good. So moving back to the war, I'm thinking about politics in the way that there's some kind of a dialogue between the structure and the agency. The structure being the government, big institutions, the agency being individuals, NGOs, that kind of bottom-up pressure. So we're in a totally new reality after the 24th of February with the war in Ukraine. And where does climate crisis fall in that? I mean, in the perceptions of people and in the interests of governments. Because on the one hand, you have a temptation to think about hard security threats only these days. This is the immediate threat, this is the immediate goal, this is our immediate interest. But at the same time, the European Commission has just announced 200 billion euros to reduce dependence on Russian oil, mostly investing in renewables. Of course, there's this coal component. I hope Georg will talk about that more. So, in a nutshell, will the war in Ukraine slow the green transition or vice versa? Who wants to take this?
The object of the communication that the Commission has adopted 2 days ago, Repower EU, is precisely to answer to this question in a positive manner, to make this crisis an accelerator of the green transition. 85% of Europeans consider that we must get independence from Russian fossil fuels. It could be 100%, it is 85%. However, it's a very big majority. And we can build on this desire of independence from fossil fuels from Russian fossil fuels to accelerate the transition. We must also understand that even if the dependence from Russian fossil fuels has revealed itself to be a terrible threat, any other dependence in certain regions of the world would not be better. So, what can we do? What shall we do? And this is something that the Jacques Delors Institute had advocated for, and which is now on the table of the Council and the Parliament. We must, of course, accelerate the efficiency gains. It's about sobriety, it's about behaviors, it's about technologies, and the aim which is set by the Commission is to accelerate the gain from 9% to 13% at the horizon of 2030. So it is acceleration. They propose the same acceleration for renewables. Get from a goal of 40% in 2030 to a goal of 45%. So you see that the answer is acceleration. The Commission also proposes diversification of imports. But if it is a simple diversification, this would certainly not be as such so good. So we must first look at from where we diversify our imports, and also under which conditions. And one of the possibilities which is foreseen by the Commission is to have partnerships with countries in the southern part of the Mediterranean, and to accompany them in their transition towards renewables. So we can start with a contract for providing gas, and then have an evolution with them in partnership to encourage with the money that they get from gas export, encourage them to go to renewables. One more data that can be interesting for you. There is 3 times more solar panels in Sweden than in Algeria, because Algeria is in a certain way victim of its resources in gas. So that's the kind of partnership that would be helpful for everybody.
This sounds very tempting to go this way, but I'm thinking about Egypt, for example, 100 million people, and they have a gas field, a large gas field, a couple of fields. They sell us gas, but I worry that they will not be encouraged to spend this money on renewables, since half of the population live below the national poverty line. So sure, it might be interconnected and it might be done. I don't want to discredit that offhand. But Georg, what about your take on the Commission's idea and actually the impact of the war in Ukraine on the green transition?
Quite boldly put, I think we think too little about the next winter still. My real worry is that we are not prepared for a complete cut of Russian energy in the coming winter. And this is a potentially strategic mistake, at least that's, as an economist, my understanding, because the effect of such a cut, if it's unprepared, would be that essentially some countries in Europe would have some energy, they would have to share, and all this needs to be very well prepared, because it will be scarcity all over Europe, and it will be a really big supply crisis. And we need to get the institutions ready, and the proposal that the Commission has been making on the short term about we stop the price mechanism will essentially mean that every country that has energy will stick to its energy, will not share it with its neighbors, and that will very strongly push those countries in the east that are highly dependent on Russia to make compromises on the Ukraine strategic situation. And I think that is it is stupid that we are still not on track of finding stronger coordination here. My thinking is we should very strongly compare kind of distinguish short-term and long-term. What the Commission has done is proposing more of the long-term stuff to be done in a shorter period of time and do it more strongly. And I applaud that. I think it's largely the right approach. But the short-term is where the big difficult trade-offs are, where we have to question ourselves whether the Netherlands produces more gas, which will cause little earthquakes in the Netherlands, and the Dutch population does not want that. Where we have to ask the Germans to run their nuclear plants a bit longer, because that's where the energy can come from, because it's potentially available. We have to ask the French to build this interconnector over the Pyrenees so that we can get the liquefied natural gas out of Spain onto the continent, where we have to ask the Poles to open electricity trading with Ukraine to potentially import electricity from Ukraine to have more energy available for the continent. There is a lot of stuff that we can do. I mean, the numbers, if we put them together, they fit, but we are not doing it. We are still sitting on our hands because everybody is afraid of the political fallout of these decisions. And there are, of course, also some climate-related issues like burning more coal, using the lignite plants more. But the alternative to that, just buying more LNG, first, it's limited, and second, the LNG that we are buying here means more coal being burned in Japan and Qatar, or in Japan or South Korea. So it's not saving the climate if we are kind of replacing our coal production with LNG imports in the short term. So my plaidoyer at that moment is focus most strongly on getting this short-term thing right. There needs to be painful decisions by all member states being taken. They need to put heads together about sharing of the cost, because the cost of this thing are going to be huge. And then on the long term, but we might discuss that also later, I'm a bit afraid that a lot of the proposals that have been circulated also at this conference are looking back into the 1980s. We don't need to go back to the 1980s for energy security. We can go to the 2100s in terms of energy security, meaning more renewables. We don't need more nuclear and coal plants in the long term, but in the short term, we need to bring everything to the front that is needed to potentially sustain a blackmail from Russia.
But if we're not doing it now, when the urgency is so big, there's war, we have all the IPCC reports, we know what's happening, then what does it take? I mean, can you explain that? I mean, what would it take to build those interconnectors, to send electricity to Ukraine, to build this tunnel through the Pyrenees?
Well, I'm not a policymaker and not a politician that has to balance all these different interests. I think we first need a sense of urgency on this matter, and the sense of urgency is not yet there. I think we have no sense of urgency about the supply cut in winter. My government in Germany is not kind of communicating to the population that there is a huge strategic risk on the horizon. The government in France is not kind of communicating to the population, we need to save gas now, we need to save electricity now to have more gas in storage for the winter. We are not preparing for this contingency, and because it's convenient to hope that the war ends one way or another, but then we might be in a situation that we are skeptical to blackmail. And there is politically, it's a paradox, it's a prevention paradoxical situation. If we prepare, and if the storages are full, Putin will not cut, and we will look stupid. If we do not prepare, Putin will cut, and we will also look stupid. So for policymakers, it's a very, very unfortunate situation, but we need to help them to get out of this situation, and they need to communicate to population that this is the situation we are in.
Okay, hopefully this clip on YouTube gets viewed 30 million times. Zuzanna.
I share both opinions. This is a matter of cost of action and cost of the lack of action. This is a matter of the sense of urgency, whether we prefer short-term shock or maybe long-term suffering. Both might happen, and the problem that I see as the most important right now is that we do not know much. We have volatile energy prices changing all the time, depending on the tweet of some decision makers and politicians. We hope, of course, for the end of the war, but we don't know the terms of the end of this war. We are totally uncertain about this next winter, and we are even more not certain about the future in the next years and this longer term that the European Union is announcing in quite bright light. We have the big question mark on the termination of the global countries, or all the countries in the world, the parties of the UNFCCC, to deliver to their commitments after COP26 and before the COP27. We have a total suspense when it comes to the fate of Russia, what will happen with Russia and with which Russia we will have to deal in a couple of years, and whether we will be able to take advantage or not at all, because maybe we won't need them of their energy resources. I would say this war in Ukraine gave us an opportunity to rethink the energy and climate aims that we had. But this is just one of the variables that we have in our energy and climate equations. We have a lot more problems than just dependency on Russian energy resources. And right now we are just tackling this one little issue. But we are dependent on imports of energy from other countries, not that democratic neither. We've got the problems of technological progress that makes us not able to use the full potential of renewables. We've got many, many other problems to tackle. So this is just the beginning of the story.
Right. There are questions coming in through social media that do relate to imports of energy from Russia and the war in Ukraine, the role of Ukraine actually in the European green transition, but we'll move to that later on so that we don't just focus on that. But Geneviève, you have mentioned actually this global North's responsibility for what happened with the climate. So just so that the audience knows and we're on the same page, the United States has emitted more carbon than any other country to date and is responsible for 25% of historical emissions. Next in line are the 27 countries of the EU plus the UK, which are responsible for 22% of global CO2 emissions. China's historical contributions are estimated to be around 13%, India 3%, Brazil 1%, and the whole of Africa 3%. So how do we put our responsibility to practice, is my question, to you specifically. How do we make up for this climate injustice that we have caused?
For the ones who have followed Glasgow, you have seen that one of the main controversies was about climate finance. Because in Paris, in 2015, developed countries had committed to provide developing countries with $100 billion per year of climate finance. And this has not been respected. So one of the conclusions of Glasgow is that the developed world has renewed its commitment and will aim to reach this target by 2023, so next year. And also, what we have seen in Glasgow is a request from developing world to have more aid for adaptation, because they are experiencing more and more the effect of climate change, and they have urgent needs of this kind of support. But beyond which can be considered as a public aid, there must be a lot of private finance targeting ecologic transition, not only in the developed world, but elsewhere. And the technological breakthrough that we can experience in renewable energy, for instance, should be applied in the developing world. And also, as I said previously, the kind of partnership that I mentioned. And I want to come back on the objection you had about the acceptability of this shift by poor population. We should not see it, and we should really aim at contradicting the idea that this shift would be an aggravation of poverty. And especially in countries like Egypt, where aridity is progressing fast and when temperatures are rising fast, the climate change is provoking even more poverty in this country. So this is something that we have to keep in mind, and also that new technologies bring new competencies, new employment opportunities, new market opportunities, and certainly we need to accompany these countries during the transition, but it is not a transition to more poverty. It is a transition to at least the same level of prosperity, but hopefully, and this is the aim we must set ourselves, to more prosperity.
Agreed, definitely. My point was not to say that it would aggravate poverty, but that there are more urgent priorities for a country such as Egypt that cannot feed a population of 100 million people because of the shortage of wheat and all that. But no, technologies...
Sure. Just a word, because I was born in Tunisia and I go to this country very, very often. Tunisia is 75% arid land and in course of being even more arid. People understand climate change and people understand the urgency to fight climate change.
Certainly. No, I do not think that they do not understand. I think they understand much better than we do. Georg, any thoughts on the climate injustice?
Yes, no, I mean, climate change is an issue that can only be resolved globally. Other countries have a right to develop economically, and they cannot, for planetary boundary reason, develop in the same way as we did with hydrocarbons. So we need to open them a way to economic development without burning oil, coal, and gas. And I think Europe, maybe the West, have a big strategic opportunity here, because, I mean, China, with its Belt and Road Initiative, reaching out to countries and soft power about infrastructure, we can do the same thing with low-carbon technologies. We have the technology in Europe. We are very strong on that. We have cheap capital, which is something that those countries are missing. So if we would go to places, India, Africa, developing countries, emerging countries, and make them an offer and say, okay, we are offering you technology, money at good terms, if you do the following: not just buy Siemens wind turbines and install them there, but install a regulatory framework in your country that allows you to build wind turbines and build solar panels from the market in a very transparent way. Things like, we had a plan for Ukraine. I've been working for 15 years in Kiev lately on a project called Low Carbon Ukraine, where the idea was, you set up a climate fund. This climate fund is filled by your domestic carbon price. This encourages Ukraine to build up a carbon price, and we match this from Europe, €1 for €1. Each euro that you collect in Ukraine from the carbon price, we give you an additional euro, and this money is then used to build these renewable projects that you want, and on top of that, you not only have the wind turbine and the carbon pricing system, but potentially also the regulation for your energy market. Because we need to think this bigger. It's not that we are going to just install Siemens wind turbines in Africa and the problem is going to be solved. We need the institutional foundations, which kind of brings me back to this, to the initial point of a lot of the discussion in the conference about Ukraine's future. We need really to think about institution building. It's not only about money and hardware. It's very strongly about about institution building. And here we need smart ideas. Here we need strategic ideas, because that's where the strategy is going to be coming from, because that's the long-term development of the country. It's not the number of bridges and wind turbines, it's the institutional software of the country.
Susanna, before it's going to be over to you, I have a feeling that you, Georg, you answered this question, but perhaps you have something immediately to add. So how do you perceive the role of Ukraine in the European green transition? Could it play a significant role in it, and at the same time, may it become a way to support the rebuilding of the Ukrainian economy? So I guess this is the idea, right?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Ukraine would be a great place for Europe, and also for the strategic considerations of Europe. I mean, if we are looking at Ukraine, we are seeing a country that in the past has invested in dirty, heavy industry and was a bit problematic. But if we think about the challenges of the 21st century for Europe, that it will be food and land and energy, and all that Ukraine can provide in an environmental sustainable way. So if we help Ukraine to develop that, it could be an excellent contribution to the European economy, and integrating them into the European market would be a great benefit to everybody from Lisbon to Luhansk.
Sounds rather brilliant. Zuzanna?
When it comes to the question on Ukraine, of course, I perfectly share Georg's opinion about the special place that we have to give in our energy system for Ukraine, with its resources, with its capacities, with its potential, and ability, and especially willingness to help us to contribute also to the development of the European energy system. So we have to keep that in mind. But coming back to the question of climate justice, you both were saying quite a lot about institutions, and I will once again bring it to the other end of the topic, because climate justice as such is not just the issue of it's not a technical question of emissions, it's not the technical question of infrastructure, it is not just that. These are all important tools, but this is also about human rights, about social responsibility. This is about simply people, because we've got workers, we've got consumers, we've got businesses, we've got communities, taxpayers, voters, etc., etc. They all have a word to say. They are partially responsible and partially kind of the solution to the climate problem that we have. So we have to keep in mind also this human factor and human dimension. And also, for me, climate justice as such is a matter of how to speak about responsibility for the past. And on the other hand, we've got this just transition.
Poland.
I didn't want to say it. We've got just transition and the issue of just transition and how to think about the future. So maybe we don't have to oppose those both ideas, both terms, but myself, let's say as rather a younger generation, I tend to think about the future rather than the past.
Thanks. So we have 17 minutes left. Let me just get a feeling if there's any interest in the audience to ask questions at this point. If not, I have plenty of them myself and from social media. Okay, there is interest, good. But just, Melissa, I'll keep you waiting for a little while still, because I don't want the audience to think that we're omitting or evading questions about coal here or Poland. And we do have a problem in Poland, right? We need to phase out coal. And I have a question to Susanna and Geneviève, but Georg, you're also welcome to answer. I would love that. So I'm under this great impression of a small town in northern France. The name is Louzongoël, so that's somewhere that's 7,000 inhabitants, okay, really small. But once coal shaped this town. Its housing, its inhabitants, its social and economic structures, even the landscape, because the largest two piles of coal in France were just there. But Louzongoël used to be heavy dependent, and it now actually has become an experimental hub for energy transition policies. It's got a green mayor, and so but actually, instead of suppressing its mining history, it has learned to live with it, and solar panels are now installed on those remaining spoil tips. The town is completely green and uses renewables. So I wonder, how did France do it on the social level, okay? I'm not talking about nuclear energy because you have sufficiently enough energy. But how did you do it on the social level? Any clues or recommendations for Poland, you know?
Okay, thank you very much. I do not know this village. However, I've been in Katowice for the COP, and when you are in Katowice, you feel coal in the air. You see coal on the facades, and you understand what a coal region is. And when you know that it is 5 million persons, and it is there for decades or more than a century, you understand that the transformation is extremely difficult, that it will be very costly, that it will be very long. But at the same time, it was a great symbol that the COP was taking place in Katowice, which means that there is at least an awareness of the need to change. And everything begins with that awareness of the need to change, and then how to do it. And then you must have a plan of reconversion and reskilling. So it means new activities, new competencies. It means education, it means training, and it means development. It means new technologies and so on and so forth. So it's a plan. You have to, first of all, have the will, and I guess it is clearly the case in Poland, and then have the means and a roadmap to get there. And I think that in France we did the same, except that, first of all, our regions, our core regions, were not so important, and we did it some decades ago. So, well, what you will have to do now, it's at a large scale, but with I think that the means are there.
The means are definitely there. Our transition is going on slowly but steadily, with pain, but still it is going on. We are one of the countries in the European Union that is developing its photovoltaic sector in an extremely rapid way. We are still improving conditions for other renewable resources. I would say that there is tiny little one good point about the war in Ukraine when it comes to energy, because thanks to the situation, we have a new light brought on the issue of renewables. Previously, they were part of the big discussion whether we should concentrate on climate change or energy security. And the renewables were in the camp of climate change mitigation. Right now, renewables moved rather, or also, towards the solution of the problem of energy security, even though they are intermittent, and there are problems with their implementation due to some technical issues and the capacity of our network to absorb more of renewable energies. Still, this becomes part of the solution related to the question of energy security. It's not just coal, it is also right now renewables. And when you think about it, we often discuss the issue of miners and the whole industry of coal. Just to let you know, mining sector right now, it's about 80,000 workers. Photovoltaics and wind farms and other renewables sector in Poland, it's around 100,000 people working there. So these proportions are changing, and I think slowly but steadily we'll get there.
Good data.
Sure. Just one word to add. Calculations have been made by one of the Polish think tanks, and I'm afraid I don't remember their name. However, it shows that the cost of shifting to renewable energy will be less expensive than refurbishing old installation, and the difference is about 1/3. So it is much more interesting, also from an economic point of view, to finance the transformation, the radical transformation of the economy, rather than refurbishing existing installations.
Mm-hmm. Georg, anything to add on that? Okay. Melissa.
Thank you. I think my job here is to give slightly different perspectives on things. So I thought I'd give a couple of perspectives and then I have a question. So first on that question you were just discussing, coal transition, that's something that clearly Australia has had to try to do. Politically, it's been very, very difficult, and it's been the thing that's stalled our green energy transition. But what's happened now is there's a sense of inevitability, and that's come from international markets, as in the companies, the international companies that buy up our coal-fired electricity plants say they're not viable. They don't actually work anymore. They're all going out of business, they're closing them down. Even our coal mining communities see the writing on the wall. They get that this isn't long-term. There is a use-by date on how long you can sell coal to the world, and you've got to think about transition in exactly the sort of terms you've talked about, what it means for communities and a real future for communities. So the thing I was going to give my impression on is that question of the unity, the common actions or divisions. And I can just give you a perspective from Australia. From the outside, Europe looks amazingly coordinated on this, okay? And I'm saying that as a country that has been on the receiving end of at least a decade of European concerted action to try to get us to pull our weight on climate in the world. So whether that's the European External Action Service or the diplomatic services of each individual member, if it's in the EU-Australia Free Trade Agreement negotiations, we get constant unrelenting pressure from Europe as a bloc to do better. So for what it's worth, that's what I see common. My question was actually on loss and damage. So we've talked a bit about climate justice, and the way that's starting to be talked about in some of the international fora is loss and damage reparations, essentially, particularly for countries that won't be able to adapt, because there are limits to adaptation. We see that in the Pacific Islands, for example. If we are going beyond the 1.5 increase, which I think is now pretty much locked in, that's not survivable. I know what the US position is on loss and damage, which is absolutely not. I don't know what the European position is, and I'd be interested to hear that. Thank you.
Anybody wants to take this? Not really. I guess we don't know what our position on loss and damage is, although we did talk about that last night over dinner. No.
No, just a word. It has been one of the subjects in Glasgow also, and there have been some conclusions and some proposals that have been adopted, but it's rather still either at the exploratory phase, testing solutions, and also it's rather a limited club of actors. It is not yet something that is accepted by all the parties to the convention. So I think that discussions in a small club and testing of solutions is probably a necessary step before embarking more states in this avenue.
Before I take more questions from the audience, I'm drawn by what Melissa said about business transitioning, which puts pressure on the government. And I wonder if it's the right way, that we wait for business to change and then the government acts, or it should be the other way around. I actually had that question on my list, the role of government and public money. you know, the role of the lobbies, coal lobby, fossil fuel lobby, is known. It's incredible. How does a government withstand the pressure from a lobby, and what should be the government's role in mitigating and adapting to climate change?
Yeah, it's quite closely related to a topic that I have looked in quite a bit, which is industrial policy, and kind of is it the role of the companies themselves and of the business to decide where they want to go, or is there also a bit of a strategic directioning from the state that is helping to kind of bring countries into a direction that is future-proof? And I mean, I can speak of the German economic model, which is currently in deep trouble because we let essentially companies decide on the direction not only of the economy, but also then moved the foreign policy in line with what was needed for their business success. So for several decades, companies in Germany made a lot of money from buying cheap Russian energy, and we've discussed that before, and transforming that into high-value products and making a lot of money in the way. And that kind of, I mean, it was not always the case that Germany was that import-dependent on Russian energy. It was something that developed gradually over 5 decades, and in 1990, everybody believed Cold War is over and we can essentially erase all the security concerns here. And here I think some strategic consideration by the state on the direction of travel of the economy is needed. Now, why I'm saying that in relation to should we leave companies decide on climate policy, or should governments be in charge? And I am a strong believer that this is a joint action problem. So it's impossible to let companies do that. We see that in the coal sector, where Czech EPH is then buying off lignite plants and is running them. There will always be somebody who is wanting to squeeze more money out of the fossil infrastructure that is available. If we don't have the public sector that is coordinating limits for everyone and giving a direction, building out the infrastructure that is needed, building up the universities and that are needed to teach people the new technologies, it's not going to happen. So on this climate front, I strongly believe on the priority of government to make sure of that. And I mean, we have a lot of military today and yesterday, and it was quite fascinating to see that NATO was one of the first institutions that in the, I think, already 80s started to look into climate change as one of their new areas where they see a big security threat. So it is a security threat and it should be treated like that, and therefore government has a strong role here.
Mm-hmm. But very shortly, Geneviève, so we can take another.
I'm sorry, because yes, I should not speak too much, but you know, I have experienced so many fights with the lobbies that Georg has mentioned, and for so many decades that I just want to say a few words about the last battles. Presently, companies that in Europe have benefited during at least 10 years of free allocations of emission trading. So free allocation of CO2 emissions, if you wish so. They want to keep them, and they are fighting to keep them, but we know that, first of all, they have not used these free allocations as an incentive to change their technologies and to pollute less, not at all, quite the contrary. And they have enriched themselves with this free allocation. It's a bit technical. I could speak of that for a very long time, but I will spare your time, and just know that it is a real fight. And not only public authorities have to be aware of that and keep the bar of the general interest, but more and more big financial institutions help them in a very powerful manner by stopping, for instance, to finance coal companies, and more oil companies, and probably gas companies will come soon.
Susanna, I need to give you the opportunity to speak too.
Thank you. Just to add one last point, I believe that one of the most important roles of the governments, of public authorities, is to make companies accountable of what they are doing, and really to bring transparent rules on what they should announce and in which way. This relates to the question, the big problem of right now selling coal assets. Big companies are getting rid of coal assets from their portfolios so that they can benefit from some funding for renewable energies. This is happening in Poland. This is happening in other countries in Europe. If there are some coal assets still working, but those companies who buy those assets, they don't care. They are not big public companies. They are not state-owned. They don't care about the rules. They don't care about the environment, about accountability. They do whatever they want. And this is the place for the state, for the governments, for the EU to intervene and to make them pay for what they are doing.
Thanks. You seem to be speaking in one voice, really, on actually all of the questions. Maybe it's just because we are all from the global north. Thank you very much. We're going to sum up the panel with Peter. I want to thank you myself.
Thank you very much, panelists. Patrizia.
Sure. I'm all yours.
So, we're in a crisis of climate. We spent a lot of time talking about mediation, but with the exception of one question from our great audience, I heard very little about mitigation, very little about learning from the Dutch for how to live under sea level. Interesting that right now in the US there is a strong focus on that side of the debate. We didn't hear much here in Europe. Do you see that as a big divide?
No, actually no, I don't see that as a big divide. I think the IPCC reports speak clearly about this. I mean, mitigation is actually the lesser part. We need to adapt, and adapt in ways that are locally savvy, that are locally that we learn from local solutions. So mitigation is only one part, but adaptation, like Geneviève said, is an important factor. What I actually wanted to ask you, Peter, what you learned from the panel. I was all the time thinking if you were having thoughts about how united they were, if you were worried about climate change, or...
Let's do this. Let's come back next year and return to the question of developing Polish shale gas as a solution to an alternative to shutting down Nord Stream 1 and 2.
Right, I don't think that will happen, but the good news is, and this is what I am taking away from this panel, is that the war in Ukraine, this is what I was really worried about, I mean, apart from the war circumstances and all that, it would really slow down the green transition, but it does seem to have speeded it up, and this will be kept up. So I am hopeful. I'm hopeful, and I'm walking out into the sun of this dark room.
Thank you, Patricia. Round of applause for Patricia. Well moderated. Okay, so yesterday we actually heard some interesting contributions from our Western European participants about the potential for Ukraine's membership in the European Union. It caused a lot of conversation here at the conference, and now we're going to have a one-on-one conversation about the prospects for reform and enlargement of the EU. I will invite our two discussants to come up here. First, we are very, very happy to be joined with Konrad Szymanski, Minister for European Union Affairs in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister here in Poland, as well as one of our best moderators for the entire conference here. You know him very well, Matthew Karting-Shing, Chief Europe Correspondent for Politico. Matthew, over to you.
Thank you very much, and for very exaggerated introduction, but I appreciate it nonetheless, as vain as I am. Minister, thank you for being with us today. There has been a lot of interesting things said about Ukraine, its prospects in Europe, that have been discussed here over the last couple of days, but also in Brussels. And I thought maybe we could just start with the question of Ukraine's prospects in Europe and what would be the most urgent reforms, do you think, in Europe in order to deal with Ukraine longer term?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, of course. I think the war and the way we react, we as a union, will react to this war, will define the union profoundly for decades, much more fundamentally than our intellectual deliberations like a strategic compass. Very important, of course, but reality is always much more influential for the reality of this organization, or the deliberations about autonomy. Because now we have a big reality check, and we see what we can do, where are the limitations as well, and I think this is absolutely fundamental for the future of this organization. And we know very well that to respond to this barbaric attack, we have to take immediate actions, and we are doing this. I think it is many things are absolutely unprecedented, and no one would expect that the Union can be so efficient in adoption of many things. The humanitarian assistance, military assistance, political, economic assistance, the swap line to preserve hryvnia and basic functionality of the state of Ukraine. Of course, the building the readiness to day one after the war for reconstruction. I think it is pretty good. Of course, we are, let's say, disappointed that we are waiting so long for the sixth package of sanctions. And here we have, I think, the point of reference for the reform, at least for many politicians in Europe. And of course, we express this disappointment. For our neighbors, colleagues, friends around the table, I think it's pretty clear that we are disappointed by this shortcoming, by this problem we have. We hope we will solve this problem soon. But anyway, it shows that Union is efficient and Union has some limitations in the same time. For many politicians, the conclusion is very simple. Let's go for QMV on sanctions and we'll be done. And this answer for this problem we have, the problem is real, is very attractive, I have to admit. I have to say that it looks very attractive, at least at the first sight. But at the same time, we have to realize that the QMV in things like sanctions, or maybe wider in international CFSP, would create also the risks. The risk is of every QMV in every matter. The risk is that we would easily alienate interest of some member states. Maybe it would be a systemic alienation of interest of some member states. We already have some experience with QMV after Lisbon. I don't want to develop, but we have a mixed, let's say, experience with QMV after Lisbon, and especially with this weight of a vote among the member states distributed again after Nice, definitely mixed emotions. So we are of course ready to discuss the problem, but we want to raise the other side of this problem, that QMV means a higher risk of alienation, and systemic alienation means a quite profound risk of disintegration of the Union. And we don't like the disintegration of the Union. We believe that the Union of many, Union expanding, Union with a proper scale, even bigger scale than today, is an asset. It is not a problem for Europe, it's an asset. It's the base for the delivery of right answers for international, global challenges we have ahead of us. So we would like to to balance this debate about possible QMV in CFSP and sanctions, to balance with different perspective, that it looks good, but it brings also problems, risks.
Do you think in this specific situation that we're in now involving Hungary and the oil embargo, that this is actually kind of a convenient scenario for some other members who can hide behind Hungary, who really don't want an oil
definitely,
embargo?
yes, of course. It's easy to talk about Hungary because of many different reasons, but of course we can't reduce the problem to Hungary only. And some of the problems, some of the limitations are real, and we don't want to underestimate the real limitations. Of course, we would like to add one word about the source of this limitation, and the source of limitation of many capitalists is strategic mistakes made many years ago, not so many maybe, but many years ago, about energy diversification. Poland has been right about massive investments to diversification, to market integration, and that's why we are in 2022 ready to cut off Russian fossil fuels timely. Some other capitals believed in different models. For example, Berlin believed that building the dependency means also mutual dependency. It's attractive theory. If it would be true, it would be good because we would avoid war. But this model would be effective only in a situation when both sides, I mean Germany and Russia, share the same rationality, the same logic. And of course it is not true in case of Russia. Now we know it very, very well. I think it would be possible to know it even before the war, and that was a big strategic mistake. That's why we have some limitations in Berlin. We have some limitations also in Vienna and some other capitals. And they are probably very happy to be able to hide behind Budapest, but we should be serious. It is not only about Budapest.
There's a lot of momentum now, I would say, concerning Ukraine on the question of granting it candidate status. It's something that the Commission President seems to be pushing. But if you talk to sort of senior politicians in some of the bigger countries in the EU privately, they express a lot of reservation about this and a lot of skepticism about it. What do you think the prospects are of Ukraine, number one, getting candidate status, and number two, actually joining the EU in any sort of reasonable time frame?
Of course, I'm not ready to report any private conversations with politicians. As long as I'm active, I will abstain from this sort of opinions. But of course, you can notice, even without this knowledge, that the capitals are in a different position toward the problem of the candidate status. We believe that, first of all, candidate status doesn't mean membership. And we should remember, of course, for public opinion in some member states, probably it's more or less the same, and that's why we are in trouble. But the candidate status is just this. It's just the candidate status, nothing more. Nothing less, but nothing more. And we believe that a positive answer of the European Council to positive, I hope, avis from the European Commission would be the right answer for the situation we have. What sort of situation we have? Russia decided to change basic fundamentals of political architecture in our part of Europe, in essence in Europe, because we don't know where is the limits of this experiment. They decided to do it by force, by brutal, barbaric force. We can't be passive in this moment, and we can't passively say that, okay, we note the problem, we note the change. Just opposite, we should send the message that we do not agree for this sort of change of political architecture by barbaric force. Then I think among many other things, of course, I don't want to reduce the problem of European response to Ukraine only to candidate status. There are many, many things I already mentioned, but among the political instruments, I think we have a good instrument which should be used, which is the positive dynamic for the possible perspective, European perspective for Ukraine. It doesn't mean that we want to change the rules, the conditionalities related to the accession process. it wouldn't be wise to propose things like this. Of course, this process is conditional. The country has to meet the, not only criteria, but meet the goals of the negotiations. In the end, we have accession treaty, and we have to maintain the unanimous support and understanding. That's okay. But I think for the moment, the candidate status would be good and would be proportionate answer from the Union.
But what do you say to people who look at this and say, well, the danger is that you would put Ukraine into a position similar to Turkey's, where they're promised something and they end up sort of in this kind of endless loop, where they never, I mean, if we're honest, Turkey's never going to join. There's a lot of bad feeling over it, and it's been ultimately counterproductive, I think you could argue. And I think there is a fear that if you give Ukraine candidate status and you're not willing to really fulfill that promise, and I think a lot of people would look at a country like France, and say, well, they're never going to vote to bring in a country with the size of Ukraine's agricultural sector into the European Union, into CAP. Why not find some other solution, which is one of the things that I think Emmanuel Macron has been alluding to recently, talking about other options of political partnership and sort of parallel structures. What do you think about those ideas?
Let's talk about the President Macron intervention a little bit later. I think it deserves a special attention. But first, let me answer to the question of disappointment, of possible disappointment. Let's say the Turkish case, the Turkish problem. First of all, Ukraine isn't Turkey. And Ukraine is an associated country with enormous effort and will to be as close as possible to the West. And we have no proof that there is any sort of play with this, say, EU affair internally. Turkey is different, and of course I would be first to acknowledge that Europe is sometimes ineffective in enlargement policy, but in case of Turkey, I think we have to share this responsibility for the, let's say, delayed process, maybe 50-50 for the moment. We are not fully responsible for the failure of this process. I think Ankara is also at least equally responsible for the failure of the enlargement process here. So first, Ukraine isn't Turkey. Ukraine paid enormous price to keep association agreement alive and to follow the association agreement logic last years. This is not the first time they pay with blood for European integration. So we should keep this context in the whole understanding of this process. Of course, the candidate status doesn't mean the real promise of membership, because this is conditional. We shouldn't define it as a promise of membership. But
isn't that how it's going to be interpreted on the street by Ukrainians if you give somebody candidate status?
It is a promise of being fair about the accession process. This is something what we can promise and we should promise, of being fair, transparent, and open to make a real progress, proportionate progress together with Ukrainian state and society toward membership. It is not a promise of membership itself. The membership is the very, very end of successful accession process. What else? I think having in mind that context, that Ukrainians really want to be closer to Europe, we should also remember that without any sort of integration, political integration with the West, it is not only about Europe, the war and atrocities will come back, because you can't immunize this part of Europe in a way without the integration, the political integration with the West. Well, I think without any change, any closer integration, we will have the same problems in the future. So if we really want to avoid this problem, we have to stabilize this part of Europe, and membership is one of the most important instrument to make this part of Europe safer in the end. Safer politically, but also safer for the people. And I think this is the way we should think about enlargement. We know where is the opposition to this process. And here, I think for internal reasons, for our own good, in our own interest, we should open this debate in Europe, because I see two general principal reasons of skepticism toward enlargement. First is the belief that a smaller union would be more homogeneous and then would be better. I totally disagree with this point of view, because this homogeneity of the union, which is anyway unprecedented among the international organization, is of course important, but this is not the only source of power of the union. The other source of power of the union is the scale of the union. We are a very relevant partner in international trade because we can represent 450 million of taxpayers and customers, and we can expect something from the outside world. This is why we can export the regulatory legacy, the regulatory culture, let's say, even outside our borders, because people who would like to make business with Europe has to follow the regulatory regime in many aspects, in data protection and chemical safety, in agri-food safety, in privacy, one day, probably very soon, in internet governance. So it's possible because we are big. If it would be very homogeneous, maybe, EU6, it wouldn't be so relevant. It would be easier to bypass Europe. So I would insist that this source of skepticism, this, let's say, tendency to think about EU in a very centralized, very homogenic way, it's only partially true. We need more than this. And I think the central point of reference for this thinking is France. And I think the France is like this because they believe that their own administrative or political culture is the best way to do public business. I fully understand the logic, the sentiment, because we used to believe that our way of thinking is the best way of thinking, but it is not the best recipe for the efficient, effective, world-class union.
But do you think, just on that question about France, some people were expecting after Angela Merkel stepped back as chancellor, and now that Macron has been re-elected, that the center of gravity in Europe would shift a little bit more to France, and that Germany now has a new chancellor who is sort of still getting used to the job, some people would say, and Macron, with all of his grand visions for Europe, would be the one really driving the project forward. There's been some talk in recent days about treaty change again, and it seems that Olaf Scholz is open to this idea, but I mean, it sort of seems like we're going around in circles here. These are ideas that just get recycled every few years, and then they don't really go anywhere. Macron is now talking about this European political community. What do you think of these types of ideas? Because I also wonder if maybe the center of gravity is shifting a little bit further east now because of what's happening in Ukraine and the focus on what Russia is doing in the east.
I think with the experience like this, like the experience of war on our eastern border, it is easier to understand that with the enlarged union as we have today, we have to learn from each other how to express our solidarity and understanding for the problems we have on our borders. Time to time, almost every country is a frontline country for some reasons. Even northern country one day will be frontline country when the polar problems will occur. One day it will happen because Russia will be probably interested in testing this question. So every country has to realize that one day we will be a frontline country, and one day we should expect that the rest of the union will express full understanding, trust, and solidarity. So I wouldn't like to present this problem of geographical balance in Europe as a zero-sum game, that we have to fight each other and to explain what is most important. If Ukraine is most important, or Algeria, or Egypt. No, everything is important because it is our common security, our common stability. So we have to elaborate different instruments. We have different challenges on different fronts, but we have to understand why it is worth investing for the security of others. And Ukraine war is a very good example that we are. I see the Warsaw last month as a great hub for international visits. And I think it is very, very important asset because people that way realize better and better what it is, what's going on in Ukraine, what we should really do. Much more than just declarations, much more than just the disappointment of the Russian behavior. I think it is union in making, in more deeper, not institutional, but political sense. And I think we should think about it like this. But let me say one word about the enlargement fatigue or skepticism, because there's one, I think intellectually much more sophisticated, let's say French model, this centralized union, smaller union as a better union, but also I think this is more important and more risky. There's a second model of skepticism toward enlargement. And it is represented in some northern countries, which maybe not countries but society tends to reduce the integration itself to net position in the budget. Because this is the only thing we understand, the contribution, the net contribution to the budget. We are relatively fresh after the negotiation of another MFF, so I'm aware about this unproportionately. I think this is the problem. We have to tackle this problem because we are talking about countries, I mean frugals, who are the most beneficial from the trade integration. And I think it's in our best interest to explain why trade integration isn't a zero-sum game, just opposite. It is very, very beneficial for all in the end, and we would be much weaker without integration. So we have to confront this reduction of the integration only to the budgetary burden, to the budgetary contribution, because then we will be in trouble even in case of association agreement, as we did in case of Netherlands. I very much appreciate the Prime Minister's Rutte dedication to solve the problem of faith referendum. We work together to solve, and we solved that problem. But this problem shouldn't occur. This problem shouldn't happen. That was misinformation, massive misinformation produced also by Russians. And in the end, the whole process, just association, this is a substantial thing, but this is not membership, has been blocked because of absolutely wrong reasons. Many people in Netherlands, probably some other societies are also exposed to this risk, believed that association means military obligation, budgetary obligation, and opening of the labor market. Three absolutely false statements. So I think this second skepticism would be a problem not only for enlargement, but also for the union itself. We have to understand better the logic of the integration.
And if we look back at the Euro crisis, for example, or just really the last decade plus in the EU, what you're describing is one of the reasons that Germany has really been the fulcrum of a lot of these debates. There's been a lot of focus on what the German position is, in the sense that what Germany decides is really the crucial question in all of these debates. And coming back to what you said earlier about the energy question and the misjudgment, a lot of people would say historic misjudgment that Germany made here. I'm wondering, do you think that will have a long-term effect on Germany's standing and political clout within the EU? And are you seeing that already, that it has less sway?
I wouldn't like to build on this satisfaction that we were right and they were wrong about this thing, because I think it would be totally empty. I would prefer to invest at the moment, to invest in a political change in Germany, which is happening, And we would, as a union, we would do our best to make it more possible. Because it is possible, it needs to be done to make Europe more relevant to the situation we have on the East. And I see, at least in some politicians, in case of some politicians in Berlin, a lot of goodwill to do it. So let's concentrate on positive things. And let's try to move this ship to a better course in case of Russia. I hope this experience with mistakes, the strategic mistakes in policy toward Russia, will make a better fundament for all of us to be a little bit more skeptical about the way how to tackle with Russia. Russia did everything to explain what they want. And we should be aware about it not only today, tomorrow, but for decades.
We're almost out of time, but I did want to ask you, return to the treaty change question. Are we going to see treaty change? Do you think, is there any chance that it could happen anytime in the near future? Is that going to be part of this ship's journey?
Many aspects of this problem, because of course, treaty change for Poland isn't a taboo, because we are one of those countries where the European referendum could be won. So we haven't any fundamental obstacle to the treaty change. But we would like to understand what is the goal of this treaty change. And when we read the report of the Conference of the Future of Europe, we don't see too many fundamental reasons to open the treaty. If European Council one day decide that we need the treaty change because this or that, we will not fundamentally against, as some other capitals, because those capitals we are talking about are fundamentally against because they afraid that they will lose the European referendum. And this is a paradoxical situation because Central Europe, against the conventional truth, is a source of political stabilization for the European project. And some other capitals, especially Northern, those reductionists, let's say, they are possible, this is not the will of the political class, I wouldn't want to be very clear, but they are possible risky capitals for the future of the European project. On French proposal, of course, we would like to know a little bit more. We don't want to be unconstructive. And the proposal is very generally outlined by the President Macron during the speech in the Parliament. Historically, we have only a mixed experience because the many models of two-tier Europe, onion union, changing geometric union, and so on, has been proposed for the last 30 years only for two reasons. First of all, to decompose the enlarged union, or to create a substitute for membership. Usually totally empty substitute for the membership. So we don't like these two things. If it's real, let's talk about it. But I'm afraid that in the end, we can't find a solution for this problem, because if it's very close to membership, we will ask why we need to duplicate membership without membership. If it's really far from the membership, then we will ask what's the reason to create something which is political fake. It will be irrelevant for the situation we have. This is not, we promote membership of Ukraine not for membership itself. We promote membership because we believe that only integration with the Western organization will create a security context for the future in Ukraine. Otherwise, the problems we have today will come back to us. And we want to build something which would immunize this country and this region from the politics of Russia.
Sir, that's a very interesting answer to end things on. Thank you very much for your time, and thank everybody here for joining us today.
All right, Matthew, I don't think I was overselling you there. You are a master interviewer. I heard energy, vision, and determination from Poland with regard to sustaining the European Union enlargement process there.
I think this question of Ukraine and how to possibly bring Ukraine into the EU is going to be sort of central in Brussels debate for probably the coming years, because I don't think that there's any real way around the candidate status at this stage. But the question is, how do you go beyond that? How do you have a genuine process that gives Ukraine a chance? And I think we're in for a lot of very difficult debates in Europe in the coming years.
I think you're right. And we teed it up here at the Strategic Ark. Matthew, thank you so very much. Round of applause, please. All right. So after 2 days, we have finally reached the conclusion of our inaugural Strategic Art under the auspices of the wonderful Polish Institute for International Affairs. Very shortly, we're about to hear from Director Debski. He opened this wonderful strategic forum with the idea that you can't win unless you have a strategy, and we're going to hear his concluding remarks. But Director Debski, if you will, pardon me for one moment, on behalf of everyone who can't be up here on this podium, all of the participants, I wanted to extend to you and to your fabulous team our deep thanks and appreciation. And if I may, there's a lot of blood, sweat, tears, laughs, and never say die determination that went into this conference, this forum, on behalf of your team. And if I could ask all the members of PISM who are here, stand very briefly and accept our thanks for all of you, all that you have done. Please join me in that. You earned it, guys. You earned it. Thank you very much. Director Debski, if I may say, a team's culture and its fighting spirit reflects the vision and model set by a leader. Not only has your organization shown through this conference, but I believe it does reflect on vision and leadership. Leadership, it matters. So with that, thank you, sir, and the podium is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much for all today's work. You are one of the most engaged and hardly working part of our team. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, Polish Institute of International Affairs Strategic Ark has just reached its destination for this year. I think it proved that it is quite a solid ship, heavy armed with ideas, with strategic recommendations, heavy guns with excellent speakers, excellent panelists, excellent moderators. I think we proved in this year that there is a room on NATO Eastern Front in Poland for for the conference on strategic matters. There is a room to spread new ideas, new approaches, new messages among international community, particularly addressed to the allies, addressed to our neighbors to the east, as well as towards our adversaries. I think this message was very strong. We are not afraid of winning. I think that all speakers, all members of our team, all members of our audience who also participated in this journey share this message. We know what for we are fighting. We know who we are. And we are not lacking of determination. Another very important message is that it is not one-year event. We are already in preparation mode for next year. So I would like to extend my invitation to all who actually already enjoyed this journey, who want to be part of our crew, and who would like to share with us and with the wider audience their approach, their ideas, their recommendations with the outside world. So feel invited. Last but not least, I would like to thank all those invisible who contributed to the success of this event. And ultimately to the message which went from Poland, thanks to the Ark, that the Poland is not only a hub for assistance to Ukraine, it is not only the most powerful NATO ally on NATO Eastern Front, but it is also a powerhouse in terms of ideas, in terms of strategic approach. So there was a huge group of people who contributed to ultimate success, and I in great depth to all of them, all and each of them for their own all contributions. So thank you very much. General Andrzej told me on the sidelines of the conference that Navy has an upper hand in this format. I would like to underline that, however, the mark is oriented towards the Navy, but this Navy is capable to land forces as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank also our technical team over there, Platige Image, for an absolutely excellent contribution to the success of this forum, the success of the Polish Institute of National Affairs, and ultimately success of Poland, because you are also indispensable actors on this stage. So thank you very much. And Peter already stolen the part of my talking points. I have a list of people who deserved individual prize for this success. But I will do it in separate way on writing, because it's much better a way to do it. Thank you very much to all of my team, members of research office who are behind drafting the agenda. We don't have to outsource this kind of thing. We do have our excellent team, experts, who contributed to the drafting the agenda, inviting the speakers, taking care of them. So they are excellent. They are one of the best teams in Europe, and I would say even in the world. So thank you very much all. I would also like to thank all this organization team behind. And well, the last thing I would like to do is to ask all of you to save the date for the next year, and that this date should be performed on behalf of me. But if it isn't, you can take a leaflet with a new date for next year. Thank you very much. So we arrived to the final destination port.